Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
Chapter 1 Do you believe in devils? Chapter 1 Do you believe in devils? Do you believe in devils? The sudden question echoed softly through the midday classroom, shattering the quiet stillness that had lingered only moments before. It was an ordinary classroom, stripped bare of no equipment, desks and chairs pushed aside to make space at the center. There, facing each other across the empty room, sat a boy and a girl. The girl had an elegant face and finely shaped features. Her skin was so pale it seemed translucent, her black hair falling past her shoulders like silk. She was, quite frankly, illegally beautiful, so much so that her cold perfection made people hesitate to even approach her. She carried an air of mystery, an untouchable presence. Her black uniform, white blouse, and crimson ribbon marked her as a student of Sobu High. The plaid skirt and black thigh-highs with white trim made the ensemble both modest and striking. Red ribbons tied at either side of her hair added a splash of color to the monochrome, making her stand out effortlessly even in standard attire. At that moment, the beautiful girl sat with a book resting on her knees, turning a page while fixing the boy before her with the kind of look one might give an idiot. The boy, however, was hardly ordinary himself. Handsome and sharp-eyed, wearing the same uniform, his tall, lean frame relaxed naturally in his seat. The faint glimpse of collarbone and muscle beneath his shirt gave off an effortless masculinity, one that could make a less composed girl unconsciously swallow. Yet this very boy, kind who could easily make hearts flutter, had just uttered words that made the girl instantly think he was mocking her. "Are you kidding me, Leo-senpai?" Her tone was direct, even rude, despite the honorific. Leo didn't seem offended. "So, the fact that you said that means you don't believe devils exist, right?" He spoke as though savoring the conversation itself, a playful gleam lighting his eyes. "Can I ask why, Yukinashida Yukino?" The moment he said her name, Yukino's expression cooled further. She was now completely certain he was toying with her. "I have no interest in meaningless discussions," she said curtly. "If you came to the service club just to talk about unrealistic nonsense like that, please don't waste my time." Her words were sharp enough to cut, but Leo only smiled faintly. "Meaningless? Unrealistic? A waste of time." He chuckled softly. "Just as the rumors say, Yukinashida-san really is arrogant." Her face hardened. This was no longer mere disinterest, but true irritation. "Should I take that as a personal insult?" Her voice was cold, precise, and completely unbothered by the fact that she was speaking to an upperclassman. "I'm only stating a fact." Leo crossed his arms and one leg over the other, regarding her leisurely. "When you declare a topic meaningless and unrealistic, what you're really saying is that it's beneath even your consideration. Even without saying it outright, your attitude makes it clear you dismissed the idea without thinking about it. Isn't that arrogance?" He smiled faintly. "When you instinctively reject, deny, and dismiss something outright, that is arrogance, isn't it?" Yukino's brow creased. "That's sophistry," she said coolly. "Anyone hearing what you just said would respond the same way I did." "See, that's arrogance again." Leo's smile sharpened. "You're not everyone else, Yukinashida. Why assume everyone would think like you? Did you ask anyone else? Hear their opinions? See anyone else react like this?" He leaned forward slightly. "No, then what gives you the right to speak for them? Isn't it because you believe you're always the one who's right? From the start, you've already placed yourself on the side of correctness. Honestly, you're even more arrogant than I thought." Yukino's grip on her book tightened. Finally, unable to contain herself, she snapped it shut and mirrored his posture, arms crossed, legs folded. "If this is your way of getting my attention," she said icily, "then congratulations. You've succeeded. This is the service club, a club founded to help those in need. If you came here because no one else would listen to you talk about this sort of thing, fine, I'll hear you out." Her tone turned razor sharp. "But let me warn you first, Leo Eligo-senpai. The service club may take requests to solve people's problems, but if someone tries to use that as an excuse to approach me with ulterior motives, I won't tolerate it. Keep that in mind." Leo looked at her strangely for a moment, then laughed. It was a quiet, meaningful laugh. "Wait, Yukinashida, you don't actually think I'm trying to pursue you, do you? That I brought up devils just to get your attention?" That smile, bright, dazzling, the kind that would make most girls swoon, only struck Yukino as painfully irritating. "So you're saying I'm being conceited?" She snapped. "Because your actions could only be interpreted that way." Leo shook his head, sighing with amusement. "Well, I suppose that's fair. When someone's convinced they're always right when they dismiss others out of sheer arrogance, it's only natural they think that way, especially if that person happens to have the looks and the brains to justify it." He rose to his feet. "Looks like there's no point continuing this. Sorry for wasting your time, Yukinashida-san." With that, he turned and started toward the door. "Wait." Yukino stood abruptly, anger flashing in her eyes. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you calling me an idiot?" "You're getting emotional, Yukinashida." Leo stopped, glanced back at her furious expression, and smiled faintly. Don't misunderstand. I only meant it literally. He met her gaze evenly. As long as you've never seen the truth of this world, so long as you cling to the values your 17 years of schooling have taught you, talking any further would be pointless. So I'll wait. I'll wait until something happens that shatters everything you believe in. Then we can talk again. With that calm declaration, Leo drew a small piece of parchment from his pocket and placed it on the desk beside her. Consider this payment for today's conversation. Keep it with you, it might be useful. Of course, you can throw it away. Do that, and our connection ends completely. You'll never have to deal with someone as suspicious as me again. Then, for the first time, Leo looked at her with genuine depth in his eyes. One last thing, Yukinashita-san. When a devil sets his sights on you, it's never because he wants to fall in love. His voice dropped, quiet but certain. It's because he wants your soul. Remember that. Turning her earlier warning back at her word for word, Leo opened the door and walked out of the service club room without a backward glance. What was that guy's problem? Watching him leave, Yukino trembled with barely contained fury. Whether she remembered his words or not didn't matter. What mattered was that he had definitely been provoking her. If not for her family's strict upbringing forbidding unladylike behavior, she might have stormed after him and shredded him with her tongue until he regretted ever speaking. It took several deep breaths before she managed to calm herself. Then she stepped forward and picked up the sheet of paper he'd left behind. It wasn't ordinary paper. It was aged parchment, old, yellow, and upon it was drawn a crimson magic circle that pulsed faintly under the light. Seeing it only solidified her conclusion. Leo, the third-year senior from Sobu High, if he wasn't mocking her just to get close, then he was hopelessly delusional, trapped in some fantasy he couldn't escape. A devil's purpose isn't to fall in love? As if. Even if she went blind and jumped straight out that window, she'd never fall in love with a guy who calls himself a devil. Meanwhile, the senior who had just provoked the proud Yukino into swearing such an oath was climbing the stairs to the rooftop. Along the way, students greeted him warmly, and he returned each greeting with a gentle smile, looking nothing like the defiant, sharp-tongued boy from before. When he reached the rooftop and confirmed that no one else was around, he stretched lazily. Snap! In the next instant, a pair of jet-black wings like those of a baton furled from his back. With a single flap, Leo rose into the air. He had no horns, no tail, and yet, at that moment, he was every inch a devil. 3. Chapter 2. What kind of choice will you make? 3. Chapter 2. What kind of choice will you make? Under the clear blue sky, a boy with devilish wings spread wide hovered high above, gazing down at the school below. In his dark eyes flickered an ember-like glow-black flame glinting faintly, while a faint, confident smile lingered on his lips. The school really does look better from up here. Leo murmured to himself, relaxed and amused. Sobu High had an oddly shaped campus. From above, the buildings formed a neat square enclosing a courtyard, with an additional wing jutting out from the southern side. Below, under the afternoon sun, students in matching uniforms filled the courtyard. Some sat on the grass or benches chatting animatedly, others chased each other around in play. The scene was peaceful, vibrant, an image of ordinary daily life. And yet, Leo was the one element that didn't belong in that tranquil picture. Do you believe in devils? The very question he'd asked the school's famed beauty Yukino not long ago was now being answered in the most direct way possible. Leo, third-year student at Sobu High, was a devil. Once, he had been perfectly ordinary, just one among countless humans. But ever since he came into this world 18 years ago, his life had been anything but ordinary. He learned the truth at age 3, his father was an exorcist, his mother a devil. 19 years ago, in the city of Chiba, the two met by fate and, in the most cliché yet tragic way possible, fell in love, an unblessed, forbidden romance between mortal enemies. It was doomed from the start. They had once fought on opposite sides of a holy war. Love could not erase the wounds of that history. And so, when Leo was 3, both his parents, each grievously injured, passed away one after another, leaving him an orphan. Even if he carried devil's blood, what could a 3-year-old half-devil possibly do? 15 years ago, Leo had honestly thought he would die on the streets, until he met another devil. A long, long time ago, devils, angels, and fallen angels were locked in endless war, that devil had told him. It lasted for thousands of years, leaving all three sides on the brink of extinction. Even now, they still bear hatred for one another, but none can survive without humanity anymore. Angels rely on human churches to wage their crusades. Fallen angels manipulate humans to oppose both angels and devils, and we, devils, gain power through contracts trading human desires for our strength. That is the state of the world today. But even now, we haven't given up searching for our lost kin. He explained that in ancient times, there were 4 Mayoth great devil kings and 72 pillar houses, the noble families of devils known in legend as the 72 demons of the Ars Goetia. Each had once commanded dozens of devil armies, pureblood nobles of the underworld. Yet after millennia of war, many houses had fallen into ruin. Some descendants, however, had survived scattered across the human world, living in secret. Because of that, the underworld had long sought these lost lineages, assigning high-class devils living among humans to find, protect, and nurture them. Whether fortunate or not, Leo was one such survivor, a descendant of a pureblood devil house thought long extinct. Eligo 15th among the 72 pillars. A ducal family once commanding 60 legions of devils. Your mother was one of the few remaining Eligos bloodlines in the human world, the very last, in fact. She is gone now, but you, her son, though half human, still bear the right to inherit the name Eligos. If you one day ascend to high-class devil, the underworld will restore your house's title, rank, and territory. And so, Leo was taken under the protection of the underworld. With the help of pure-blood devils assigned to guide him, he learned to control his power. Fully aware of the world he now belonged to, Leo devoted himself to training. After 15 years of relentless effort, he finally ascended, becoming a high-class devil, and was granted his first treasure, a set of evil pieces, the tools used to form a devil's peerage, which brought him to his next goal, Yukino, the most brilliant girl at his school. I wonder what kind of choice will you make? Gazing down from the sky, Leo toyed with a blood-red chess piece between his fingers, the smile on his face deepening. Let's hope you don't disappoint me. As a newly ascended, half-blood high-class devil, Leo couldn't help but look forward to his first servant. It wasn't just about beauty or talent it would decide his future in the underworld. Thinking of the peculiar traits that set him apart from ordinary devils, Leo chuckled, pocketed the piece, and spread his wings. A beat later, he darted off toward another wing of the campus, wings slicing the air with a whisper. Chiba Prefecture, surrounded on three sides by the sea, mild in winter and cool in summer. Nestled against the vast Pacific, blessed with lush greenery and fertile land, conveniently close to Tokyo, it was one of Japan's most prosperous regions. Leo's home stood in a quiet corner of Chiba City's central ward, a small manor, old-fashioned in design, like a miniature castle. It wasn't enormous, but it had an elegant Western-style mansion and a carefully tended garden, filled with blooming flowers and trimmed hedges. Men and women in servant uniforms moved about the grounds, pruning and watering, giving the place an air of aristocratic luxury. With a soft thump, Leo descended straight into the garden, folding his black wings as his feet touched the ground. The servants immediately turned, bowing low. He didn't bother to return the greetings and strode straight into the mansion. His destination was the dining hall, extravagant for one person, but he was long used to it. Compared to school lunches or cafeteria food, he vastly preferred the meals prepared by his household chef. At least there were no strange seasonings or ingredients he disliked. Dumplings today. Sitting down, Leo spoke casually. A chef appeared silently, bowed, and left to prepare the meal. A maid with soft steps wheeled in a tea cart, poured his tea, washed his hands, and wiped them with a towel, efficient, quiet, almost mechanical. That was because, in truth, none of them were human. Not the chef, not the maid, not even the gardeners outside. Every servant in the estate was a familiar, gifted to Leo along with the manor itself. Their sole duty was to maintain the household and attend to his needs. They had no personalities, no idle chat-terranly obedience, until the day they faded away. There was even a chauffeur assigned to drive him to and from school, though Leo rarely used the car. He preferred flying. Naturally, a manor of this scale wasn't something he'd bought himself. It wasn't that he couldn't, it was simply that he'd spent every ounce of effort on becoming a high-class devil, not earning money. Until his promotion, he'd lived in an ordinary house. Only after ascending was this estate gifted to him by the underworld's administrators. And just as he thought of them, a glowing magic circle, the size of his palm, appeared beside his hand. Good afternoon, Leo. A girl's voice, clear and cool, came from the circle as her image flickered into view. Leo smiled warmly. Good afternoon, Sona. Sona Shitaririal, named Sona Satrihir to the Satri house, ranked 12th among the 72 pillars, and the younger sister of the current Molaviathan. Yes, the devil who had taken responsibility for Leo all these years was none other than a member of the Satri clan. Though young, Sona had been stationed in the human world for some time, managing a portion of her family's duties there. Among them was the task of overseeing and protecting the last surviving descendant of the fallen Eligos house. It was she who had escorted Leo to the underworld for his promotion and presented him with this manor as a gift upon his return. For once, Leo's smile held no trace of Makar Yanli genuine warmth. 4. Chapter 3. This is what a devil should do. Are you at the mansion? From the palm-sized magic circle, Sona's small projection hovered in the air. Her cool, even voice drifted out, clear and calm like falling glass beads. Yeah, just got back. Leo shifted the magic circle into his palm, holding up the image of the girl with a smile. I should thank you for giving it to me as a gift. It was only a small token. Sona adjusted her glasses and said evenly, for something as significant as your promotion to high-class devil, you deserve something far more valuable. But my family, including my sister, felt it would be better not to interfere too much with your growth. That would only do you more harm than good. So, all I could send was a little something from the human world. I hope you don't mind. Mind? Not at all. Leo shrugged. To you, it might be a modest gift, but in the human world, this is anything but small. After all, a mansion this large right in central Chiba City, where every inch of land costs a fortune, was something even most wealthy humans couldn't obtain. Money alone wasn't enough. But for devils, acquiring such a property was child's play. No need for illegal means, either just a few words to the right officials eager to trade favors for power, and securing land became effortless. Building the mansion was even simpler. With the power of devils, something like that could be completed overnight. So for the next head of the Satri house, yes, this gift was small. But for Leo, who'd lived his whole life among humans, it was more than enough. Sona could tell his gratitude was genuine, and her expression softened slightly. If you need anything else, just tell me anytime, she said, then shifted the topic. So, have you found any potential servants yet? More or less. Leo smiled. I'm just not sure if fate's going to play along with that girl or not. The same girl you mentioned before. Sona's eyes sharpened behind her glasses. Have you confirmed she really has that thing? Pretty much, Leo replied, recalling an incident that happened right after the new semester began. His smile deepened. If nothing unexpected happens, it should awaken soon. Then you'd better hurry. Sona warned, for an ordinary human who's never been exposed to the supernatural, awakening that kind of power could easily lead to loss of control. It might cause serious consequences. You should turn her into your servant as soon as possible. I'm not in a rush, Leo said lazily. There's still time. I'm not even sure if we're really fated for that kind of bond yet. I'll observe her for a while first. As long as you know what you're doing. Sona nodded, but her expression suddenly turned serious. Lately, it seems other factions have entered Chiba City. They're likely drawn by that girl's power. Be careful. Other factions. Leo's brow rose, his posture straightening slightly. The church, or our lovely neighbors from the underworld? The latter, Sona said coolly. If it were the church, I wouldn't have needed to warn you. The centuries-long conflict among devils, angels, and fallen angels had only cooled into an uneasy truce. Now, since all three sides relied on the human world to survive, each had carved out territories and networks across it. In Chiba Prefecture, the church's influence was the strongest, while devils and fallen angels had relatively weak footholds. Leo had crossed paths with the church more than once, even clashed with their people a few times in Chiba City. If they showed up again, it wouldn't be anything new. So those feathered pests have their eyes on this patch of land too. Leo muttered, a dangerous grin tugging at his lips. Perfect. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting our good neighbors yet. Don't underestimate them, Sona cautioned. The three factions are in a delicate ceasefire. There's no large-scale war, but skirmishes still happen. Everyone's being careful. We don't want another disaster that leaves us on the brink of extinction. Don't be the one who starts something big. Relax. Leo nodded. As long as it's not someone with a background as heavy as yours, I can kill whoever shows up and nobody will make a fuss. Acting recklessly could hurt your reputation with the higher-ups, Sona said sternly. You've just been promoted to high-class devil, and your lineage makes you stand out. Many eyes are on you. If you want to restore the Eligo's house, you'll need to act properly and gain more support. Sure. Leo smirked faintly. As long as those old geezers stop bringing up the fact that I'm a half-breed, I'll be perfectly happy. Sona fell silent. She knew too well what it meant for a half-human devil to inherit a pure-blood devil house, especially when the human half came from a church exorcist. To those who viewed the church as their mortal enemy, the very idea was intolerable. If not for the fact that Leo carried the bloodline of a once prominent house now long extinct, and if he hadn't proven himself valuable in unique way, she'd never have become a high-class devil, let alone the heir to the Eligo's house. With most pure-blood devil families already wiped out, the underworld desperately needed new blood. Even if Leo was mixed, the existence of pure-blood lineage within him made him too valuable to discard. Of course, the opposition was still there, especially among the older generation, stuck in their ancient ways and clinging to outdated customs that should have died centuries ago. To them, Leo's very existence was an eyesore. Fortunately, the underworld was now led by reformists. The current four great Mu weren't conservative fossils. They were actively pushing for reform, even supporting Leo's inheritance of the Eligo's name. Otherwise, he would never have been allowed to take the title. Still, Sona thought, it was best not to let him get dragged too deep into the politics between the old and new factions. Anyway, just be careful, Sona said again, and make sure to gather loyal servants soon. They'll be your greatest support in the future. She paused for a beat, then adjusted her glasses again as if remembering something. Oh, and my sister asked me to check, when are you planning to start dating? Ha! Leo blinked, completely thrown off. What kind of topic switch was that? Don't look at me like that, Sona said, giving him a sidelong glance. You're a high-class devil now, and the Eligo's house is being revived under you. A lot of people in the underworld are interested in the continuation of your family line. A dark line of exasperation ran down Leo's forehead. Then please tell them I'm still young and they can stop worrying about my love life. Dating? Seriously? He was a devil, not an incubus. Why should he care about that sappy stuff? Besides, being in a relationship meant wasting time sweet-talking someone, coddling them, spending hours trying to please them. What was the point? Wouldn't it be better to train and get stronger? Or focus on recruiting obedient servants? No, he wasn't going to fall in love. Not in this lifetime. If he liked someone, he'd seduce her, tempt her, make her offer up her soul, and then her body and mind would belong to him. She'd be the one pampering him, protecting him, serving him. That's what a devil should do. After lunch, with plenty of time to spare, Leo descended into the mansion's underground levels. The basement was massive, far larger than the mansion above, easily big enough to fit several football fields. On closer look, countless intricate magic circles were etched into the surrounding walls, forming a faint, transparent barrier that enveloped the entire space. This was the private training ground Sona had prepared for him. Ever since moving into the mansion, Leo had been using it to train. Whoosh! Unfurling his devil wings, Leo soared into the air, hovering mid-space. He closed his eyes, slowly channeling his demonic power until waves of energy flared around him like a burning aura. Demonic power, the core and essence of every devil. Devils could bring supernatural phenomena into reality through imagination, and demonic power was the fuel that made it possible. With enough focus and will, whatever a devil imagined could be made real. Of course, that didn't mean devils could make anything happen on a whim. The more complex and powerful the effect, the greater the imagination and skill required. That's why most devils used their demonic power in the simplest way possible, be turning it into projectiles, beams, or blasts for straightforward destruction. Leo was no exception. A deep hum filled the air as countless brilliant magic circles unfolded behind him, transforming into floating cannons. Boom, 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 boom. In the next instant, a storm of demonic blasts rained down, exploding against the ground below with thunderous force. 5. Chapter 4A Growth Rate That Can't Be Satisfied. 5. Chapter 4A Growth Rate That Can't Be Satisfied. The vast underground training hall thundered with explosions as demonic power surged through the air. The roaring energy rippled against the protective barriers, activating them in shimmering waves of light. Booms echoed one after another. Blasts of raw demonic power streaked across the space, sometimes exploding like shells, sometimes weaving into intersecting beams, sometimes spinning out of control as chaotic orbs, and sometimes scattering into a storm of tiny arrows. The variety was dazzling. Leo stood at the center, eyes focused, channeling his demonic power with precision. In his mind, he pictured countless scenes of destruction, then molded his power into cannon fire, arrows, beams, and massive bursts, unleashing them in turn. The power of a high-class devil was nothing short of terrifying. A casual blast could flatten skyscrapers or carve out craters like meteor impacts. At full strength, a single strike could level an entire mountain. Few modern weapons could compare, if not quite nuclear level. It was still among the most destructive forces beneath it. If not for the training ground's powerful enchantments and reinforced construction, every brick and tile forged from special materials, Leo's reckless outpouring of energy would have turned the whole estate into scorched earth within seconds. And yet, despite that frightening display of power, Leo didn't look the least bit satisfied. So this is all it takes to reach the level of a high-class devil, and I'm still so far from the next stage. Feeling the rapid depletion of his demonic power, Leo sighed softly. The hierarchy of devils was divided into 5 ranks: low-class devil, mid-class devil, high-class devil, ultimate-class devil, and more. A low-class devil usually bore 2 wings, corresponding to 2 winged angels and fallen angels. A mid-class devil typically had 4 wings. By that pattern, a high-class devil had 6, an ultimate-class devil had 8 or 10, and a Mu stood at the peak with 12. Angels and fallen angels followed the same structure. In general, the more wings one possessed, the higher the rank and the greater the strength, but that wasn't absolute. Take Leo, for instance. He only had 2 wings, yet his power had already reached the high-class devil level, far surpassing what his rank would normally allow. It was a common flaw among young devils who grew too fast for their own good. When your strength grew faster than your rank could evolve, imbalance followed. It wasn't unique to Leo. Sona was the same way. Still, Leo's rapid growth wasn't really fast at all. Thanks to the pureblood devil lineage flowing in half of his veins, he was born with demonic power far beyond that of a low-class devil. When he began training at 3 years old, he was already considered among the best of the mid-class devils. Even so, it had taken him 15 long years to finally ascend to the high-class runka pace that, in truth, was rather slow. Sona had once comforted him about that. Devils live for a very long time. Even the lowest among us can survive for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Yet most will never reach the high-class level. You and I, born with pure blood power and reaching this level in barely over a decade, that alone is something others envy. She wasn't wrong. Compared to a lifespan stretching tens of thousands of years, a decade or 2 was like infancy. Reaching high class at his age was a privilege reserved almost exclusively for pure-blood devils. The rest, half-bloods, mixed bloods, and reincarnated devils from other races, might never even glimpse this realm in their entire lives. By all accounts, Leo was lucky. But he still wasn't satisfied. He knew just how terrifying the strongest beings in this world truly were, and how much strength he would need to face the crises that lay ahead. High-class devil. That was just the entry ticket for what was coming. Sometimes, not even enough to get through the door. In the eyes of true powerhouses, a so-called high-class devil was no more than an insect. Even an 8-winged ultimate-class devil could crush a high-class devil with one hand, never mind the mu-class, or those beyond even that. The devil hierarchy was strict, and the gap between each level was enormous. Take, for example, one of the future heavenly dragons, Red Dragon Emperor. When he was still a low-class devil, he could use his sacred gear to double his power every 10 seconds. After just 2 minutes, his strength multiplied by 8,190 times, and even that only let him deliver a blow comparable to a high-class devil. That alone showed how vast the gap was, like an ant trying to fight an elephant. 2 ranks apart might as well be an unbridgeable chasm. Likewise, even a newly ascended 8-winged ultimate-class devil would be 100 times stronger than Leo. And if the opponent was a 10-winged one, that was another rank higher, another impossible gulf. At Leo's current pace, breaking through to the ultimate class level might take hundreds, maybe even thousands of years. But within a few short years, the entire underworld would be thrown into chaos, and even ultimate class strength might not be enough to survive. So how could he possibly be satisfied with what he had now? Ha! Drawing his drained demonic power back into his body, Leo exhaled quietly and murmured to himself, I can't keep growing this way. The old methods won't cut it anymore. No, if he wanted to get stronger, he'd have to rely on the evil pieces, on gathering powerful, talented servants who could help him grow. At least, for Leo, that was the only path forward. Training can wait. He retracted his devil wings, landed lightly on the ground, and turned toward the exit. Right now, his priority lay elsewhere with that cold, distant underclassman. Sobio High, Class 3C. Just before the bell rang, Leo strolled into the classroom with his usual relaxed gait, greeted by a chorus of voices. Good afternoon, Leo. Good afternoon, Eligos. Good afternoon, Eligo-san. The girls, who had been chatting in small groups, instantly lit up at his arrival. Their greetings came all at once, warm and enthusiastic. Hey there, everyone. Leo smiled brightly as he replied, his easy charm making several girls blush on the spot. The boys, however, grumbled under their breath. Why does a guy get to smile that good? That radiant grin of his carried an effortless magnetism, almost intoxicating. Even the boys found it hard not to react. It was as if that blinding light exposed their darker thoughts, leaving them uneasy and conflicted. If only they knew. That dazzling smile belonged to someone who, beneath the surface, was a devil who represented everything dark and twisted in human imagination. But even as a devil, Leo was the heir to a pure-blood noble line. The Eligos house might be nearly extinct, yet the centuries of aristocratic grace still clung to him. His looks alone were enough to make him nearly flawless. Of course, there was always someone who remained completely unmoved. Sitting by the window, a girl quietly read a book, seemingly lost in her own world. She was stunning, no less beautiful than Yukino herself. Her long black hair fell straight down her back, accented by a white headband. Tall and elegantly curved, her every motion carried a gentle refinement. Even sitting still, she drew the admiration of half the class without trying. Watching her, Leo's lips curved into a faint smile. He walked over and took the seat beside her. "Good afternoon." Still radiating that literary charm as always, Yuta-san. Leo greeted her cheerfully. "Good afternoon to you too. And you're still as impossibly self-absorbed as ever, Leo-san." Yuta looked up from her book, her dark red eyes glinting as she delivered that sharp line words as poised and cutting as her elegance. 6. Chapter 5, a rather special gift. 6. Chapter 5, a rather special gift. When Leo and Yuta started talking, the whole of Class 3C fell into an unmistakable silence. Every student boy or girl instinctively perked up their ears, curious about what the two most prominent figures in Sobuhai were saying. There was no helping it. Both of them were celebrities in their own right. Leo, with his striking looks and composed aura, had been crowned Sobuhai's most popular boy since his first year. For 3 years running, he'd ranked first on the girls' most wanted boyfriend list. The runner-up, Hayama Hayato, barely had half his votes. Leo's lead was absolute. And Yuta? She was one of the 4 most admired girls in all of Sobuhai, collectively known as the 4 flowers. Among the entire school, 4 girls were regarded as the flowers of the high peaks, each representing a season: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The spring flower was Mahiro, a first year from Class A. With her delicate beauty and gentle, refined grace, she'd caused an uproar the day she enrolled, instantly earning the nickname Angel-sama. She was Sobuhai's spring flower. The summer flower was Arari, a second year from Class G. A prodigious artist and the ace of the art club, she carried herself like an elegant young lady. Bright, approachable, and popular with everyone. Sobuhai's summer flower. The autumn flower was none other than Yuta, a third year from Class C. A literary girl capable of writing entire stage scripts, gifted with rare writing talent and already a rising light novel author. With her graceful manner and breathtaking beauty, she was Sobuhai's autumn flower. And finally, the winter flower Yukino, a second year from Class J. Always ranked first in academics since entering Sobuhai, she was a perfect blend of intelligence and elegance. Her cold, aloof demeanor earned her both fear and admiration, making her the embodiment of winter's chilled winter flower. Each of the 4 flowers possessed flawless appearance, talent, grades, and pedigree. They were truly the untouchable goddesses of Sobuhai, beautiful from afar, yet impossible to approach. The school even had separate fan clubs dedicated to each of them. Among those, Yuta's fan club was the largest. The reason was simple. She was a third-year senpai, while the other 3 were all underclassmen. Most of the upperclassmen weren't willing to lower themselves to fangirl or fanboy over younger students. Supporting someone their own age felt more dignified. Hence, Yuta had the biggest following. Incidentally, Yukino's fan club was the smallest. Her icy personality, sharp tongue, and habit of bluntly calling people out scared off most potential fans. Only a handful of masochists who enjoyed her brand of cold honesty joined her ranks. Now, the school's most popular boy and its most popular girl were sitting together, chatting like it was nothing. Naturally, every eye in the room was drawn to them. Leo and Yuta both noticed the attention, but they were long used to it. Without caring, they simply continued their conversation. "I'm here to bug you for updates, Yuta-san," Leo said with mock seriousness. "When's Volume 2 of Love Metronome coming out? I've been waiting for months. If you don't release it soon, I might have to start mailing you razor blades." Yuta rolled her eyes just barely. "Have you even been reading lately?" she asked dryly, a faint smirk on her lips. "Because from what I've heard, someone's been spending a lot of time hanging around the service club. You even went to their club room at lunch today. Care to explain what you were discussing?" "Oh, so you knew." Leo grinned. "Guess I really am under senpai's watchful eye." "Well, you are the one who exposed my identity as a light novel author to the entire school," Yuta replied coolly. "And I got pestered by fans for weeks because of you, Akuma-kun. Also, how many times do I have to say this? We're classmates. I'm not your senpai. Stop calling me that. Don't mind it. Just an old habit that slipped through from somewhere else." Leo waved it off casually. "Besides, you keep calling me Akuma-kun, don't you? Whose fault do you think that is?" Yuta said, eyes still on her book. "Some narcissist with too much charm waltzed up to me one day and said, 'I'm a devil. What was I supposed to call you?'" Yes, Leo had once revealed his true nature to her. Their conversation back then had gone something like this. "Senpai, I want Volume 2 of Love Metronome." "Stop calling me senpai. Volume 2 isn't out yet." "Then write it for me right now. Otherwise, I'll curse you." "You, curse me?" "Yes, because I'm a devil. If you're going to joke around, pick a better time." And so, bugging her for updates became Leo's favorite way to start their chats, and Akuma-kun became Yutawa's teasing nickname for him. Leo knew she didn't take him seriously. It was just her way of getting back at him for constantly pestering her about her writing. After all, who would believe that the school's elegant autumn flower was speaking with a real devil? Sometimes, the truth hides in plain sight in casual words, in small gestures but no one ever notices. Anyway, I'm dying to read volume 2. Don't tell me the rumors are true, Leo said dramatically. Is Love Metronome really getting axed because of production delays? Utah fell silent. No way, right. Leo gasped exaggeratedly. If it gets axed, my youth is over. You're such a pain, Akuma-kun, Utah muttered. I'll finish volume 2. I won't let Love Metronome get cancelled. She said it firmly, but in truth, she'd been struggling. Utah had rewritten the second volume multiple times, yet none of her drafts had passed her editor's review. Compared to the first volume's success, the follow-ups felt lackluster. Without approval for a reprint, cancellation rumors had started spreading. It frustrated her deeply, but she'd never admit that to Leo. She refused to let this persistent, self-proclaimed fan see her struggling or worse, see disappointment in his eyes. Even if she'd never say it out loud, knowing that Sobuhai's most admired boy was hooked on her work filled her with a quiet, secret pride. So she couldn't stand the thought of letting him down. I'll be waiting for good news, then. Leo smiled as if he could see right through her worry and frustration. In fact, since you're working so hard, I'll give you something special. He reached into his pocket and took out a small, palm-sized piece of old parchment. This is a pretty effective charm. If you ever feel troubled, it might help you out. He handed the parchment to her, then stood and returned to his seat. A charm. Utah blinked, glancing down at the parchment drawn with a faint magic circle. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed her lips together and slipped it into her bag. Watching from afar, Leo smiled faintly, then turned his eyes toward the podium. The bell rang, the teacher entered the room, and class began. Before long, the school day came to an end. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the orange glow of dusk spread across the sky, the bustling campus of Sobuhai grew quiet. On the rooftop, Leo lay sprawled out with his hands behind his head and one leg crossed over the other, lazily soaking in the evening light. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam flashing within them. This is... He rose to his feet and stepped toward the railing, his gaze piercing into the distance far beyond the school gates. So they finally made a move, huh? A cold smile curled across his lips. The next moment, Leo vanished from the rooftop without a trace. A few minutes earlier, at a train station not far from Sobuhai, Yukino stepped off the platform and began walking toward a nearby apartment building. As the Yukinashida family's second daughter, she should have been living in a mansion with a private driver. But due to circumstances at home, she was currently renting an apartment alone, commuting by train like any other student. It was hard to imagine that this independent girl was the daughter of one of Chiba Prefecture's most prestigious families. Even now, Yukino was still brooding over what had happened earlier that day. How is this thing supposed to help me? She frowned down at the piece of parchment in her hand, one drawn with a magic circle. What a ridiculous, superstitious idiot. Like I'd ever need something like this. With an irritated sigh, Yukino raised her hand, ready to toss the parchment away. Tap. A deliberate, heavy footstep echoed from behind her. 7. Chapter 6. Have you decided how you want to die? 7. Chapter 6. Have you decided how you want to die? Yukino froze mid-step, her heart suddenly clenching for no clear reason. It was pure instinct and ancient, primal reaction every living creature possessed when confronted with danger. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of deliberate footsteps drew closer, each one heavy and purposeful, until the source finally appeared before her. It was a man dressed in a way that immediately felt out of place. He looked to be in his 30s, wearing old-fashioned clothes and a long black cloak, like someone who had walked straight out of the Middle Ages into the modern world. The sight of him against the city backdrop was almost surreal. His appearance wasn't particularly striking, but his eyes sharp and malicious made the air feel colder. When they met Yukino's, there was no trace of admiration or curiosity, only the detached gaze of someone evaluating a disposable object. That look alone was enough to be offensive. Under normal circumstances, Yukino would have frowned and met it with icy disdain. But this time, she felt only fear. Who are you? She instinctively stepped back, forcing herself to sound calm, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her unease. The man didn't answer. He just narrowed his eyes and let out a low, sinister chuckle. So you've already started to sense it. Not bad. To think that a mere human could feel danger on instinct alone. No wonder that thing chose to lodge itself inside you. He spoke as if to himself, like she wasn't even worth addressing. His tone made it clear Yukino wasn't someone he considered qualified to converse with him. A chill ran down her spine. Real danger. Her eyes darted around, and that's when she realized something terrifying. The area around them was empty. Completely empty. They were near a train station, yet not a single person was in sight. Even at night, this place was never deserted. The eerie silence screamed of something unnatural. What's wrong? Looking for help? The man finally spoke directly to her, his tone dripping with amusement as he savored her fear. Don't bother. No one's coming. He took a slow step forward, smiling darkly. I've already set up a barrier to repel people. Even the church agents stationed in this city won't notice anything for a while. As for ordinary humans, they won't come near at all. Yukino kept backing away, her breath trembling as she forced herself to speak. What do you want from me? The man only laughed softly, the sound cruel and condescending. Ignorance truly is bliss. Knowing too much will do you no good. His grin widened, predatory. You don't have the right to question me, human. A lowly creature like you should simply accept its fate and prepare for judgment. And with that, the world she knew shattered. Slap. With a sudden sound, a pair of dark wings unfurled behind him, massive, feathered, and black as midnight. Not the leathery wings of a devil, but the wings of a fallen angel. You a devil. The words slipped out before she could stop them. The man's expression twisted into fury. A devil. He spat, his voice trembling with rage. You dare compare me to those filthy, degraded beasts? You wretched human. I am Varden, a proud fallen angelone who defied even God himself. His voice thundered with hatred. To call me a devil is unforgivable. Varden raised his hand, and dark light gathered in his palm, corrupted, impure, coalescing into the shape of a glowing spear. First Sheen insulting me. Second sin being blessed by the same God I despise, and harboring a dangerous sacred gear within you. For both sins combined your life ends here. The declaration came from deep within his throat, like a voice echoing out of hell. Yukino didn't even hear the end of it. Her instinct screamed louder than his words. Run! She turned and bolted, but she had barely taken 2 steps when the air itself seemed to crack. SHNK. A wet, tearing sound cut through the night. Yukino froze. Her legs wouldn't move. Her pupils trembled as she slowly looked down. A spear of light had pierced straight through her abdomen, burning and bloody. Hot, red liquid dripped down her uniform and splattered onto the pavement. KH. She coughed, crimson spilling from her lips. The pain didn't even register, just the fading warmth of her body, the strength draining from her limbs, the cold closing in. She collapsed, her vision blurring. The world dimmed as her cheek pressed against the spreading pool of her own blood. Behind her, Varden wrenched the spear free and looked down on her with arrogant contempt. With that, my task is complete. They told me to observe first, not to act rashly, but honestly, who'd want to stay in a city crawling with church dogs? No matter what sacred gear you possessed, it won't matter once you're dead. His smile was vile, his tone mocking. I don't waste time on insignificant humans. But Yukino couldn't hear him anymore. Her vision narrowed to a pinprick. The sounds faded. Her eyes lost focus. Consciousness began to sink into the dark. And in that final moment, one voice echoed through her fading thoughts. Do you believe in the existence of devils? If you still cling to the worldview you've been taught these past 17 years, then there's no point in continuing this conversation. When you finally witness something that shatters everything you believe in, then we'll talk again. His words replayed faintly in her mind. So, this is the truth of the world. With a faint, regretful breath, Yukino closed her eyes. Varden turned away, flapping his wings as he ascended into the night sky. This city belonged to the church. For a fallen angel like Himini who had turned his back on heaven, it was like flying into a den of wolves. The longer he stayed, the greater the risk of being hunted down. That was why he intended to leave quickly. But tonight, Varden would not escape. Because the parchment Yukino still clutched in her dying hand began to glow. The red magic circle etched upon it flared to life, rising off the page, expanding outward, and forming a gate of light. Boom! Before Varden could even react, a blast of demonic power tore through the air and struck him square in the chest. What? He crashed to the ground hard, kneeling in shock. And then he saw him. From the fading glow of the magic circle, a figure stepped out, calm, composed, and terrifyingly familiar. I just heard from Sona about you filthy pigeons this afternoon, the newcomer said coldly. And by evening, you're already showing up. Eager, aren't you? Varden's expression contorted. A devil. He hissed, voice thick with hatred. Why is a devil in the church's territory? Leo hadn't even unfolded his wings, but the demonic power radiating from him made it clear enough who he was. To a fallen angel, especially to one like Varden, there was no creature more loathsome. Devils and fallen angels were eternal enemies. In the underworld, they shared the same realm, divided into 2 halves, each side warring for dominance since the dawn of time. To the fallen, devils were filth. That hatred ran so deep it had become instinct, carried over even from when they were still angels. But Leo didn't so much as glance at Varden's glare. His eyes were on the girl lying in the pool of blood nearby. Her life was fading fast. Barely a flicker remained. When he looked back at Varden, his face was emotionless. You dared lay a hand on someone I set my eyes on, he said quietly. So tell me, have you decided how you want to die? Varden's only response was rage. You dare threaten me, you lowly. He never finished the sentence. Boom! A mass of demonic power, black as fire, crashed down and engulfed him completely. His scream tore through the night, then vanished. When the blast faded, there wasn't even ash left behind. 8, Chapter 7, Zenith Tempest. Bang! The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed as the barrier around them dissolved. With Varden's death, the barrier he'd set up instantly lost its power and vanished. Leo slowly lowered his hand, the glowing magic circles above it fading away. As mentioned before, the difference between a high-class devil and a low-class devil was like that between an elephant and an ant. Even though Leo had only recently ascended to high class, taking down a 2-winged fallen angel, an opponent equivalent to a low-class devil, was something he could do in minutes. Varden's strength had matched his rank, unlike Leo, whose rank had lagged behind his true power. That was why Leo couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for him. With power like that, where did he get the nerve to look down on others and call them lowly? No matter the faction, there were always idiots like him, arrogant and short-sighted. Leo quickly dismissed the thought and crouched down in front of Yukino. Pressing 2 fingers gently to her pale neck, he waited a moment, then confirmed it. Her pulse was gone. Her breathing stopped. Yukino was dead. Leo's expression didn't change at all. I was planning to wait a little longer, he murmured softly, but now that it's come to this, you don't really have a choice anymore, Yukino. He drew out a transparent, blood-red chess piece glowing faintly in his palm. It was an evil pieces, a tool granted only to titled high-class devils. These pieces allowed them to reincarnate other beings as devils, turning them into their servants. With it, Leo could form a master-servant bond, reviving her as a devil. Now that she was already dead, the only way Yukino could continue to live was to accept the reincarnation ritual and abandon her human identity. Well then, let's begin. Leo placed the Crimson Bishop piece over her chest and began to chant. By my name Leo I command you. You can return to this world, and become my servant. Rejoice, for as a devil, you shall be reborn. As his solemn words fell, the piece on her chest flared brightly, then shattered, dissolving into particles of light that sank into her body. The servant conversion's ritual had begun. The pool of blood beneath her seemed to rewind through time, flowing back into her body. That was how devils created their servants. Normally, the process would have ended there. But the moment Yukino became Leo's servant, something incredible happened to him as well. Thump, thump. A surge of power rushed into his body from nowhere, and Leo felt his heart pounding with fierce intensity. His demonic powers burned. His blood boiled. His strength grew rapidly, so fast he could feel it with every heartbeat. His eyes glowed with blinding brilliance. Then, as if whispered directly into his mind, a voice rang out. Trait, servant conversion activating. Trait. In the world of devils, that word referred to two things. The first type came from the evil pieces themselves. Depending on the piece used for reincarnation, a new devil could gain unique powers tied to that piece called servant traits. The second type existed only within pure-blooded high-class devils' families' abilities passed down through generations, known as family traits. The 72 pillars each possessed their own. For example, the House of Baal, first among the pillars, carried the power of destructions, allowing its members to wield demonic power capable of annihilation. Sona's childhood friend, Rias, was the daughter of a Baal mother and had awakened that very trait. Her destructive power made her one of the strongest among high-class devils, stronger even than Leo or Sona herself. As a member of one of the 72 pillars, the Eligos house also possessed a unique family trait. According to records, the first Eligos had the power to perceive hidden things and influence the will of warriors, earning the title Manipulator of War, one who could control the flow of battle and inspire command decisions. Thus, the Eligos trait had always involved the ability to perceive. Even those who never awakened it fully still possessed exceptional sensing talents. Leo was no exception. While other devils found detection spells difficult, he could use them effortlessly. Then, shortly after his promotion to high-class devil and receipt of his evil pieces, his family traits suddenly awakened. And perhaps because his soul originated from another world, it had mutated into something new. Servant conversions, that was the name of Leo's trait. As the name implied, it allowed him, much like the evil pieces themselves, to recruit servants through his own power. Originally, the Eligos trait influenced warriors' wills. In Leo's case, it had evolved into a power that subjugated souls, digitizing that connection so he could interpret and command it through sheer intent. To use it, he first had to form a contracta bond linking him to another. Once established, he could recruit them as his servant. That was why the trait had awakened when he received his evil piece. It had instinctively connected with them. Now, whenever Leo used an evil piece to recruit a servant, his servant conversions trait would activate as well. When triggered, it granted Leo a feedback effect, empowering him based on the servant's own potential. And now, having taken in his first servant, Leo's trait had activated, rewarding him immediately. Base feedback acquired demonic power, massive increase. Advanced feedback acquired rank, 6 wings. Additional feedback acquired sacred gear, awakened. The changes followed in an instant. His demonic powers surged, and behind him unfurled 3 pairs of black wings. Leo's rank had risen. He was no longer a 2-winged devil of low-class stature. 6 wings now matched his true strength. At the same time, his body began to levitate as supernatural phenomena burst around him. Flames, frost, storms, floods, sand and stony, all manner of natural forces swirled violently. The air trembled, clouds rolled overhead, and thunder rumbled across the sky. What is this? Leo froze. His earlier excitement vanished, replaced by shock. He understood. He knew exactly what was happening. There's a sacred gear inside me. It was something he'd never imagined. Sacred gears, miracles crafted by the God of the Bible, embedded within certain humans. Power beyond logic, abilities capable of allowing mortals to rival devils, angels, and fallen angels alike. For one to reside within him within a devil was unthinkable. And yet the power he felt was immense. Terrifying. A Longinus of the 13 legendary sacred gears said to be capable of slaying gods and more alike. The sacred gear that commands the elements, ruling over every aspect of nature, ranked second among the Longinus Zenith Tempest. Even among Longinus, only 4 could destroy a nation depending on how they were used. And this was one of them. I am the wielder of Zenith Tempest. Leo could hardly believe it. But wait, was Zenith Tempest supposed to belong to the church's strongest exorcist, Dulio Gisualdo? Why was it in him? No, in this world, I've never even heard of Dulio Gisualdo. He'd crossed paths with the churches more than once. If someone like Dulio's trump card existed here, he would have known, which could only mean one thing. In this world, Dulio Gisualdo doesn't exist. The thought left Leo speechless. Or maybe I'm somehow connected to him. His name Leo, the other rest Dulio. Could it really be coincidence? But in the original story, Dulio had no connection to the devils at all. Leo glanced toward Yukino, who had begun breathing again, her heartbeat faint but steady. On second thought, this world was already different from the original. People who shouldn't exist here did. And even the sacred gears they carried seemed displaced, belonging to others in the original world. In that case, he murmured, there's no point overthinking it. He exhaled slowly, suppressing his demonic powers. The 6 black wings folded and vanished as the fiery, icy, and storming energies around him faded away. The rumbling clouds dispersed, leaving the sky clear once more. By the time people returned to the station area, Leo and Yukino were already gone, as if they had never been there at all. 9. Chapter 8 The Sacred Gears Wielder. 9. Chapter 8 The Sacred Gears Wielder. Chiba City, Central District, Leo's estate. Inside one of the mansion's spacious bedrooms, Yukino lay on a large, luxurious bed. A finely made quilt covered her, and at first glance, she seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Except she wasn't. Her expression was tense, her brows tightly furrowed as if trapped in a nightmare. Her body curled up, trembling slightly. In her dream, Yukino once again found herself reliving that moment face of a fallen angel's, proud and cruel, looming over her. You will die today. The same cold declaration rang out, followed by the flash of a spear of light being hurled toward her. She could only watch helplessly as the glowing spear pierced through her body. Ah! A sharp cry escaped her lips as she bolted upright in bed, breathing heavily. I am not dead. Her pupils trembled. Instinctively, she pressed a hand to her abdomen, but there was no wound, no blood. Was it a dream? Even as she whispered to herself, the fear lingering in her chest refused to fade. No, wait. Where am I? Finally realizing something was wrong, Yukino looked around. This wasn't her familiar apartment bedroom. The furniture, the decor, everything was foreign. Did someone save me? The thought flashed across her mind. She lifted the quilt and froze. Her body was completely bare beneath it. Her face drained of color as she hastily pulled the quilt back up, clutching it tightly around herself. Being stripped naked in an unfamiliar room, it was terrifying for any girl, and her mind immediately began racing with anxious, unwanted thoughts. They didn't do anything strange to me, right? Biting her lip, Yukino hesitated for a long moment. Eventually, unable to bear lying there any longer, she stood up, still wrapped in the blanket. Bare feet touched the cold floor. She needed to figure out where she was and whether she was safe. Instead of rushing out, she went to the window first and pulled open the curtains. But just as she looked toward the light, soft morning sunlight streamed in, washing over her. NNGH. Rather than feeling warm or comforted, Yukino flinched as a sharp, burning pain spread across her skin. Why does this hurt so much? She stumbled back a few steps, retreating from the sunlight's reach. Her entire body felt weak, drained. Even being near the daylight made her uneasy, almost repulsed. What's happening to me? Had she turned into a vampire? Her face shifted between confusion and alarm. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Who's there? Her grip on the blanket tightened as her voice rose slightly in panic. There was no answer. Instead, the door opened quietly, and someone stepped in. It was a young woman around 20, wearing a maid's uniform. She carried a neatly folded set of clothes in her arms, Yukino's own school uniform. It had been washed and ironed, smelling fresh and clean. Who are you? Where is this place? Yukino asked quickly, her tone sharp but anxious. The maid said nothing. Without a word, she simply held out the uniform to Yukino. Yukino frowned. She tried asking again, several times, but the maid didn't respond to any of her questions. Left with no choice, Yukino took the clothes and dressed swiftly. Only once she had finished did the maid turn and head for the door, motioning subtly for Yukino to follow. After a brief hesitation, Yukino followed. They walked down a long corridor, the mansion silent except for the soft echo of footsteps. Eventually, they reached the first floor and headed toward the main doors. Ugh! The moment Yukino stepped outside, the sunlight stung her again. The sensation wasn't unbearable but deeply uncomfortable. At least she didn't burst into flames, so she probably wasn't a vampire. Still, something about her body was undeniably wrong. Eager for answers, she followed the maid across the garden until they reached a small gazebo. There, seated like a nobleman enjoying a leisurely morning, was a familiar figure, Leo. He sipped tea that a beautiful maid beside him had just prepared, smiling brightly as Yukino approached. Good morning, Yukinashida-san. You. Yukino's expression hardened instantly. Well, who else could it be? Leo replied with an exaggerated nod, still smiling. After all, who do you think would show up right after you got dragged into that mess? It was hard to argue with that. Her emotions were far more turbulent than yesterday, but deep down, she knew he wasn't wrong. So you saved me? She asked quietly, finally acknowledging that what had happened wasn't just a dream. No need to thank me, Leo said lightly, still smiling as he stirred his tea. I've already received my reward. He gestured to the seat across from him. I know you've got a lot of questions, but first, sit down. Have some tea calm your mind a little. The maid beside him immediately stepped forward, pouring a fresh cup of tea for Yukino. After a moment's pause, she walked into the gazebo and sat opposite him. Try it, Leo said, swirling his cup lazily. It's made from some very rare tea leaves. I don't know much about tea, but I trust Sona's taste. She wouldn't stock anything cheap. Sona? Yukino held back her question and took a cautious sip instead, and immediately she was captivated. She didn't know whether the tea was truly rare, but it was easily the best she'd ever tasted. The aroma, the balanced sweetnessy was perfect. Even with her refined palate, she couldn't find a single flaw. Where is this tea from? She asked before she could stop herself. Who knows? Leo shrugged, clearly uninterested. Didn't I say I don't know anything about tea? Maybe it's imported from the underworlds or something. Was that supposed to be a joke? Actually, considering the situation, maybe not. Yukino's fingers tightened around the teacup. The air between them fell silent for a moment. Then she finally asked, her voice steady but cautious. Yesterday it really was you who saved me. What's wrong? Hard to believe. Leo gave her a sideways glance, smirking. Or are you still trying to convince yourself it was just a dream? I'm not running from reality, Yukino said softly, lowering her eyes. Her usual confidence was gone, replaced with quiet resignation. Even if I can't accept it, the world won't change for my sake. So I'll face it. Leo chuckled, clapping his hands once, as expected of Sobuhai's winter flower. You've got guts. Since you're taking this so well, he added with a grin, go ahead and ask whatever you want. I'll answer everything. Then I won't hold back. Yukino leaned forward slightly. That man yesterday, who was he? And why did he try to kill me? That man was a fallen angel, Leo explained without hesitation. Once, he was an angel who served God, but when he followed his own desires, he fell. The fallen angels are one of the three main factions that have been at odds with angels and devils since ancient times. Even ordinary people have probably heard the legends. As for why he tried to kill you, Leo's tone turned faintly serious. It's because you carry a power inside your sacred gears. To them, that makes you a dangerous anomaly. Sacred gear. She repeated under her breath. What is that? It's a special power created by God himself, Leo said, as if reading her thoughts. Throughout history, many famous figures possessed sacred gears. Their power is what made their names immortal. Even today, there are many well-known people who wield them. You're one of them. Then why am I considered dangerous? She pressed. Because your sacred gear isn't ordinary, Leo replied, smiling faintly. Its potential danger is beyond imagination. Tell me, Yukino, do you remember anything strange happening around you on the first day of school? Yukino froze. Then, memories of that day came flooding back. 10, Chapter 9. You are my servant. That day, Yukino had been on her way to Sobuhai, riding in her family's car. Since it was the first day of school, her mother and older sister were with her. Everything was normal until, out of nowhere, a dog darted into the street, right in front of their car. And just as the driver hit the brakes, a boy rushed forward and grabbed the dog, shielding it with his arms. Everyone panicked: passengers, the boy, even the owner who'd failed to hold onto the leash. If nothing changed, a crash was inevitable. The moment Yukino realized that, something inside her erupted. And then something impossible happened. She would never forget it. That instant was burned into her memory. First came a howling wind, like a storm sweeping down from the heavens, strong and furious. Then the temperature plummeted, as though summer had instantly turned to winter, the air filling with pale mist. A sharp cracking sound followed, like ice forming in an instant. When the strange phenomenon finally subsided, Yukino noticed her mother and sister trembling violently beside her, hugging their arms for warmth. The car had stopped frozen in place, mere inches from the boy. His terrified face was clearly visible through the windshield. The boy himself was shaking uncontrollably, frost clinging to his eyebrows. Later, Yukino heard he'd missed the opening ceremony due to a severe cold. The car's tires had frozen solid to the pavement, and the entire street was coated in frost. The road, the streetlights, even the nearby buildings all were dusted with scattered ice and snow. Everyone present had fallen ill afterward, some even suffering frostbite. Only Yukino remained perfectly fine, standing there in shock, completely unharmed. The incident had puzzled her for a long time. Surveillance footage later showed a sudden wave of icy wind sweeping down from the sky, freezing everything in its path. People dismissed it as one of the increasingly frequent extreme weather events, a strange but natural coincidence. Eventually, Yukino stopped thinking about it. But now, with Leo bringing it up again, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. You're saying all of that happened because of me? Yukino stared at Leo in disbelief. Don't doubt it. That was you. Leo's tone was firm, leaving her no room for denial. I was at Sobuhai that day, not far from the scene. I can say with certainty that phenomenon came from you. I didn't see it myself, but I felt a massive surge of power from where you were. That day, your emotions must have pushed you over the edge. You awakened the sacred gears sleeping inside you and accidentally released its power. And that was also the day the three great factions detected the anomaly and discovered the sacred gear within you. That was why Leo had chosen Yukino as his first target to make her his first servants. He had even stepped in behind the scenes to clean up some of the mess. Otherwise, agents from the church, stationed nearby, would have already approached her. Compared to the church, the fallen angels had been slower to act. Chiba Prefecture wasn't their territory, after all. Even if they noticed, it would take time before they could move. No one expected that when they finally did, they'd go straight for the kill. You were just unlucky, Leo said casually, stirring his tea. You ran into the faction with the strongest reaction towards sacred gear users. He looked up and smirked. Among the three factions, the fallen angels are the ones most obsessed with studying sacred gears. They even have a central organization called the Grigori, dedicated to researching them, tracking down sacred gear users, observing or recruiting them. If someone's power is deemed too dangerous, they send an agent to eliminate the threat. At those words, Yukino's hands clenched tightly. So that's why I was attacked, she said, her voice trembling with anger. They just decided I was dangerous and came to kill me? Who gave them that right? Are you sure you aren't dangerous? Leo asked mildly, pausing to look her in the eyes. Think about it. What would have happened if your sacred gear had gone just a little further that day? Would your mother and sister have only been shivering from the cold? Would those people on the street have escaped with just a few cases of frostbite? What if the temperature had dropped even lower? What if that wave of frost had been stronger? Wouldn't everyone nearby your family, that street, have been frozen solid, never to wake again? Yukino's breath caught in her throat. Her face turned pale. That couldn't have happened. It could, Leo interrupted flatly, shattering her denial. If your sacred gear is the one I think it is, then yes, it absolutely could. If you ever draw out its full power, you could freeze an entire small country, let alone a single street. He leaned back, voice calm but sharp. Now tell me, Yukino, are you still sure you're not dangerous? Yukino fell silent. So all of this was inevitable, then. She whispered bitterly, a hollow laugh escaping her lips. Leo chuckled. No, like I said, you were just unlucky. There are plenty of sacred gears more dangerous than yours. Devils, angels, and fallen angels all fear that kind of power, but they also crave it. Each side wants to harness it for their own strength. He tapped the spoon against his cup, continuing casually. Take the Grigori, for example. Their governor-general is a fanatic researcher of sacred gears. He shelters dangerous wielders, teaching them to control their powers rather than destroying them. I'd bet the order wasn't to kill you immediately. The governor probably told his subordinates to observe first and only eliminate you if you showed signs of losing control. Leo's smile turned mocking. Unfortunately, that order trickled down through the ranks until it reached a complete idiot, a fallen angel who looked down on humans as filth and couldn't be bothered to observe anyone. Too proud to hide near church territory, he decided to take the easy route, kill you, and call it a day. At that, Yukino suddenly remembered something. That man, she said quickly. Where is he now? Him. Leo's smile didn't reach his eyes. Well, he's not in heaven, and he's not in hell either. If there's anything left of his soul, it's probably waiting to be reincarnated, hopefully into something better next time. Yukino froze, understanding what that meant. You killed him. Leo tilted his head, watching her expression carefully. Do you think he didn't deserve it? Or are you wondering if I'm too cruel? Yukino didn't answer. In her old life, such things would have been unthinkable, someone killing so casually, speaking of it as if it were nothing. Back then, she would have said it was wrong, that justice belonged to the law. But now, she knew she wasn't in that world anymore. Are you really a devil? She asked finally. It was the same question she'd asked the day before, but this time, she needed the truth. Leo's smile deepened. Then, behind him, 3 pairs of black devil wings unfurled, spreading wide under the sunlight. Every bit the real thing, he said with a bright grin, far too bright for a devil. Just like you are now. Yukino blinked in confusion, then felt it, an itch along her back, a strange warmth building up, and before she could process what was happening, a pair of devil wings burst open from her own back. Congratulations, Yukinashida-san, Leo said cheerfully, his tone almost teasing. The procedure was a complete success. He raised his cup in a mock toast. From today onward, you're my servants, a human reborn as a devil. I'll be counting on you, all right. His words echoed in her ears, over and over, leaving Yukino completely speechless. 11, Chapter 10, The Servants' Clubroom. 11, Chapter 10, The Servants' Clubroom. Sobyu High School hallway. Leo and Yukino walked side by side, one just a step ahead of the other, heading toward the service club's clubroom. It was easy to tell Leo was in a good mood. He was even humming a little tune, looking completely carefree. Yukino, on the other hand, looked the exact opposite, gloomy and utterly disheartened, as if questioning her very existence. How did I end up becoming a devil? That question had been circling Yukino's mind the entire way, only making her feel worse the more she thought about it. Not only had she barely escaped death, but when she woke up the next day, she was no longer even human, stripped of her humanity and turned into someone else's servant. If she hadn't seen it all with her own eyes, Yukino would have sworn she was still trapped in some horrible nightmare she couldn't wake from. The students of Sobyu High, however, had no idea how depressed Yukino was at the moment. They only watched in surprise as the two of them walked together, whispering among themselves. Hey, isn't that Eligo-senpai from Class 3 and Yukino from Class 2? Why are those two walking together? Don't tell me, are they dating? No way, right? The murmurs weren't exactly loud, but Yukino still heard Themen that only made her mood sink further. Ugh. To make matters worse, sunlight poured in through the windows, landing squarely on her, making her feel even more uncomfortable. Did I really turn into a devil and not a vampire? She muttered under her breath. Who said vampires are the only ones who hate sunlight? Leo replied casually without looking back. Devils are creatures of the night. Our power works best after dark. You'll feel it tonight. Your body will start to surge with energy. That's your demonic power. Then what about you? Yukino asked, watching him walk effortlessly in the sunlight. You don't look like you're suffering at all. Because I'm used to it. Leo still didn't turn around. You're only struggling because you've just been reincarnated as a devil. Give it some time, you'll adjust soon enough. Once you do, daylight won't bother you anymore. He paused, then added, still, devils are naturally creatures that dislike light. The stronger the light power, the worse it is for us. Light is poison to us, at least. Angels and fallen angels use it as their weapon. They're our natural enemies. If you ever run into one, don't fight them head on, got it? Leo's words brought back yesterday's memory for Yukino's fallen angel who had conjured that dim, deadly light and shaped it into a spear that pierced straight through her. So angels and fallen angels can both control light? She asked, piecing things together. That's right, Leo replied smoothly. Devils use demonic power, while angels and fallen angels use light power. We manifest supernatural phenomena through magic. They shape their light power into weapons for battle. Oh, and by the way, he continued, the church's exorcists also use light-based weapons. They fight under divine blessing, combining the angel's light with years of physical training to destroy devils. So yes, Harry are enemies too. Yukino couldn't help but frown. So basically everyone's our enemy? Devils have this many weaknesses. Devils, angels, fallen angels, those were the only supernatural beings Yukino knew of so far. And yet, both of the other sides had powers that countered devils. Even the church, the human organization under the angels, was their enemy. So what, she thought bitterly, surrounded on all sides? Or just full of weaknesses? She, Yukino, had founded the service club to change people's weaknesses and thereby change the world. Now she was being told she'd turned into a being full of weaknesses herself. How was she supposed to accept that? Leo gave a small, amused sigh. That's one way to look at it, but Commandevils aren't weaker than humans. Think about it. Humans die if they're stabbed in a vital spot, shot in the right place, or even just get unlucky and fall ill. Devils, on the other hand, live long, get sick rarely, and are physically stronger. Most human weapons can't even kill us. And, like me, a devil can even save a dying person by reincarnating them into one of our own. Compared to humans, our only real weakness is light and only high-level light power from angels or fallen angels, at that. Doesn't sound that bad, does it? Yukino was speechless, though still a bit unconvinced. That's comparing us to humans. What about angels and fallen angels? She countered. Leo chuckled. You think they don't have weaknesses? Angels can't harbor personal disarrees. If they do, they fall. They lose everything they once had. It takes unshakable faith to stay pure. As for fallen angels, they don't have obvious weaknesses, but their numbers are the smallest of the three factions. They can only grow by turning angels into fallen ones, and they reproduce slowly. They're actually the first faction on the brink of extinction. Nowadays, all three sides rely on humans just to keep existing, so no one's really in a position to laugh at anyone else. He reached out and flicked Yukino's forehead lightly. Anyway, even if light is a devil's weakness, just don't get hit by it. If you want to overcome it, train harder instead of whining about it. By the time he finished speaking, they had arrived at the service club's clubroom. Leo pushed the door open, and they stepped inside. Rubbing her forehead, Yukino looked around the familiar room. For some reason, a strange mix of emotions welled up inside her. Did this club even have a purpose anymore? Once, she'd created the service club to change people and, through that, change the world. But after seeing the truth of the supernatural world, she couldn't hold on to that same ideal anymore. She wasn't even human now, so what was the point of helping humans with their little school problems? While Yukino was lost in thought, Leo began wandering around the room like a lord inspecting his territory. He nodded approvingly. Not bad. It's smaller than Sona's student council office, but it'll do fine as our base here at Sobu High. Then he crouched down, pressing his fingers together as demonic power gathered at his fingertips. He started drawing something on the floor, strange, glowing symbols and lines that formed a complex red pattern. What are you doing? Yukino asked, finally snapping out of her daze. Carving a magic circle, Leo said without looking up. Once I mark it with the Eligos house's insignia, we'll be able to teleport between this spot and any other magic circle by using our demonic power. There's one in my manor already. And that parchment I gave Yuthi one that looked like a flyer, that's the same kind of circle. I've been meaning to set one up here for a while, but without a proper base, there wasn't really a place for it. Yukino blinked. Wait, that parchment was a flyer. Leo shot her a look. Of course it was. Devils living in the human world aren't idle, you know. We all have our jobs. Just like in the old legends, devils are summoned by people with desires. We make contracts, grant their wishes, and take payment, sometimes money, sometimes an item, occasionally even their life. That's what devils do in the human world. It's not that different from what your service club did, helping people, just on a much larger scale. Once you've adjusted to being a devil, you'll start working too, as a servant of the Eligos house. That was the whole purpose of the magic circles. In modern times, hardly anyone still believed in devils or knew how to draw summoning circles. So devils adapted, printing their magic circles on portable parchment flyers to hand out. When a human with a strong enough desire came into contact with one, the magic circle would automatically activate, summoning the devil bound to it. Leo and Yukino could then teleport directly to that person using the circles here or in his manor. And, Leo added, still focused on his work, if we make this circle public, other devils can teleport here from their own. In fact, in a few days, another high-class devil who oversees my operations in the underworld will be coming to visit. I was just promoted to high-class devil, and since I've now taken on my first servant, they'll definitely stop by. Be ready for that. As he finished speaking, Leo stood and clapped his hands together. The magic circle on the floor was complete, a bright red, intricate pattern nearly 7 meters across, taking up most of the clubroom's floor. By the way, he said with a grin, do you want to keep the name Service Club, or change it to something new? From now on, this will be the headquarters of the entire Eligos household. 12, Chapter 11, Absolute Demise. 12, Chapter 11, Absolute Demise. Clang. Crimson light flared upward from the magic circle carved into the floor, forming a barrier that enclosed Leo and Yukino. Yukino watched as her vision was swallowed by red light. Moments later, it dimmed, and the world reformed around her. When her sight cleared, she and Leo were no longer in the service club's room at Sobu High. Instead, they stood inside a vast underground training chamber she immediately recognized as being beneath Leo's manor. We really teleported in an instant, Yukino murmured, glancing down at the identical magic circle glowing faintly beneath her feet. There's still some time before class starts, Leo said casually, already used to the sight. He snapped his fingers, drawing her attention. Before then, you should get familiar with your new power and condition. Remember what I told you on the way to school about servant devils? Of course. As the top-ranked student in her year, Yukino's memory was excellent, especially when the topic concerned her directly. Including me, every servant devil is reincarnated using special pieces modeled after chess pieces, right? Exactly. They're called evil pieces, Leo said with a nod. They were created by the current Beelzebub to save our dwindling devil population. Only high-class devils who hold a noble rank are granted them. He extended his hand as he spoke. According to the system, I'm the king. After registering my territory on the stone monuments in the underworld, I was granted 15 evil pieces in total. These 15 consist of 1 queen piece, 2 rook pieces, 2 bishop pieces, 2 knight pieces, and 8 pawn pieces. When I use them to reincarnate others into devils, the type of piece determines the servant's traits and abilities. A crimson magic circle formed above Leo's palm, and one by one, glowing red chess pieces floated into view, arranging themselves in front of Yukino. The rook piece grants immense strength and defense. It can use an ability called castling, and it's worth 5 pawns. The bishop piece enhances demonic power, suited for those skilled in magic. It's worth 3 pawns. The knight piece specializes in speed perfect for fast combat and is also worth 3 pawns. The queen piece, however, holds the highest value equal to 9 pawns. It combines the traits of all the others: strength, defense, magic, and speed. It's the most powerful of all. As he introduced each piece, it floated closer to Yukino, until finally, 8 identical pieces drifted toward her. And these, Leo said, are the pawns. The weakest individually, but the most numerous. Their special trait is promotion. They can evolve into any other piece type when within enemy territory, gaining the corresponding abilities. They may seem insignificant, but their potential for change makes them invaluable wild cards. Once Leo had finished his explanation, Yukino immediately understood. So I'm your bishop, right? She'd noticed it at once that only piece missing from Leo's set was a bishop. The queen was still there, the 8 pawns complete, and both pairs of rooks and knights intact. Only one bishop remained. The implication was obvious. That's right. Leo smiled, recalling the pieces. You're one of my bishops. Your trait is demonic power. After your reincarnation, your magic has grown considerably far beyond that of an ordinary low-class devil. He looked at her with clear satisfaction. The strength of a reincarnated devil wasn't fixed, it depended on the potential of the person before turning. All devils possessed demonic power, even reincarnated servants, but the level varied greatly. Some servants awakened strong power, others, almost none. It depended entirely on the individual's innate talent. Take, for example, the future Red Dragon Emperor, one of the 2 heavenly dragons. When he was reincarnated, his demonic power was laughably weak, so weak he couldn't even use magic circle teleportation. He had to ride his bike around at night just to reach humans who'd triggered their flyers. By contrast, Yukino's demonic power after reincarnation was already quite impressive, nearly at the level Leo himself had possessed at age 10. And at 3 years old, Leo had already been a prodigy among mid-class devils. After 7 more years of training, his power had nearly reached the upper limit of that rank. For Yukino to start off with power that strong, even with the bishop piece's bonus, meant her natural magical aptitude was exceptional, on par with some pure-blood devils. A genuine talent. No wonder, Leo thought. In her own world, she'd been the heroined model of perfection. Whether human or devil, she was always the top student. With proper training, Yukino could soon reach mid-class devil combat ability, and not just any, but among the best. And that was only in terms of her devil powers. Compared to what truly slept inside her, even that was insignificant. Now, Leo said softly, close your eyes. Picture the strongest thing you can imagine. His goal today was clear: to help Yukino awaken the dormant power within her. Without hesitation, she obeyed her master's command and closed her eyes. The strongest thing? Almost immediately, a face appeared in her mind: Yukino de Harino, her older sister. The one she'd always seen as her goal, the one she could never surpass. Yukino knew she was gifted, she had confidence in that. But that confidence faded when she compared herself to her sister, the so-called perfect superhuman. All her life, Yukino had lived in Harino's shadow. At home, just like at school, she was isolated, too cold, too distant, too proper. Everyone said she was a good child, but what they really meant was that she was dull, unlikable. She'd always been bound by that image. So even though she carried pride, there was also deep insecurity. She saw herself as a substitute doll with no will of her own, longing to change but lost in uncertainty. Even now, despite knowing that Leo or even that fallen angel from the other day was far stronger than her sister in reality, when told to imagine the strongest, Harino was the first that came to mind. It wasn't logic. It was instinct, something carved into her subconscious long ago. And in that instant, Yukino's emotions surged uncontrollably, stirring the power that lay dormant inside her. Now, Leo's voice rang out sharply, draw it out. She inhaled sharply and obeyed. Boom! The air itself roared. The temperature in the training chamber plummeted. Bitter wind whipped through the room as snow and frost began to spiral wildly. Yukino's clothes rippled violently in the cold, her eyes still shut tight, while behind her, a figure began to take shape. It was nearly 3 meters tall, a humanoid being made entirely of ice. It looked as though it wore a formal gown, with 4 slender arms and a faceless head. 6 eyes glowed on the left side of its face, while thorn-like protrusions jutted from the right. What is that? Yukino opened her eyes and froze at the sight of the icy figure standing behind her. Leo's voice came smoothly, perfectly timed. That, he said, stepping closer, is the true form of the sacred gear within you. He stopped beside her, gazing up at the towering ice figure, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Sacred gears vary in strength. Some are weak, barely affecting daily life. Others grant power rivaling gods and Mo. Most fall into the first category: they can influence human society, but not beings like us. However, his smile deepened, eyes gleaming. A few can threaten even devils and angels, and among those, an extremely rare handful possess the power to kill gods and more alike. He looked at the ice figure, excitement flashing in his gaze. Those are the highest-ranked sacred gears, so powerful and dangerous that heaven and the Grigori monitor their every move. There are only 13 of them in existence. Each one has the potential to upset the balance of all three factions. They are called Longinus. And the sacred gear residing in Yukino's body was one of them. Absolute demise, Leo said softly. Ranked 11th among the Longinus. A manifested-type sacred gear said to freeze everything and create a world of eternal ice. In the original story, it belonged to the magician Lavinia Rennie, but in this world its wielder was Yukino. 13, Chapter 12. Small can be cute too. A sacred gear that can kill gods and Moa Longinus. The underground training chamber had turned into a frozen wasteland. Yukino stared blankly at the iceborne creature standing behind her, her mind spinning. She couldn't fully grasp what kind of power a Longinus held, but when she looked around at the vast chamber, large enough to fit several soccer fields, now completely covered in ice, she finally understood why the fallen angels had seen her as a threat. If that kind of power had been unleashed in the human world, the result would have been catastrophic. Realizing that, Yukino felt a chill of fear run through her. If that power had gone off back at the start of term, then my mother and Harino, they would have ended up like those car tires, frozen solid. And everyone on that street turned into ice statues. If someone around her possessed such destructive power without even knowing Itsumion, who could lose control at any time, she would have seen them as dangerous too. She wouldn't have wished them dead, maybe, but deep down, she'd want them far away. Somewhere they could never come back from. Now you understand. Leo patted her shoulder lightly. No one wants to see that kind of power go unchecked. So even if you didn't want to become a devil, the angels or the fallen angels would have taken you away. Either way, you wouldn't be able to go back to your normal life. In a sense, me taking you in as my servant probably made a lot of people breathe easier. It means someone's here to keep an eye on you, to control you. The risk of you losing control is now next to zero. He smiled faintly. So, still have complaints? Yukino was silent for a long moment before letting out a sigh. I'm not exactly happy about it, but that doesn't mean I'm resentful. She spoke quietly but firmly. I know that if you hadn't reincarnated me as a devil that day, I would have died. So no, I don't hate you. In fact, I'm a little grateful. I just can't get used to it yet, seeing this kind of world, becoming something that's not human. That much was true. With Yukino's personality, she'd never follow someone around like this unless she'd already accepted the situation deep down. She hadn't wanted to become a devil, but Leo saving her life was a fact and she'd come to terms with that. She was still struggling to adapt, still holding on to a bit of frustration, but nothing more. Now that she truly understood how terrifying her power was, Yukino's mind began to settle. Whatever else happens, at least teach me how to control it, she said seriously, turning toward Leo. I don't want this power breaking loose again. Don't worry, that's exactly what we're going to do next. Leo grinned. Whether it's your demonic power or your sacred gear, I'll teach you how to use both. This was his first servant at devil with incredible potential. Letting that talent go to waste would be unforgivable. He had a lot ahead of him, rebuilding the Eligos house, re-establishing himself as a pureblood high-class devil, of which would require capable servants by his side. Yukino's growth was just as crucial to his future as his own strength. Besides, Leo wasn't exactly ordinary either. He too bore a Longinus ranked even higher. After deciding on their next steps, Leo didn't start training immediately. Instead, he led Yukino to the 4th floor of the manor, into a grand study. Rows of towering bookshelves lined the room, packed with countless tomes, not mundane books, but ones steeped in the occult and the supernatural. These were the Eligos house's ancestral texts, returned to Leo after he inherited the family name. Some were ancient grimoires, others manuals of demonic magic and technique passed down through generations. They contained methods of training and channeling demonic power, techniques for detection, and even spells dating back to the age of myth. Though the collection had been damaged by the family's fall, many volumes lost or copied by other devil clans, ones that remained were priceless, especially for Leo and Yukino, who desperately needed this knowledge. Leo handed Yukino a book detailing demonic power training methods. Memorize what's in here. Start by learning how to sense and control your demonic power. He himself pulled a thick, black-bound volume from the shelf, flipping through pages about sacred gears, their classifications, resonance, and compatibility with demonic energy. Sacred gears had existed for centuries. Every major faction, devils, angels, fallen angels, had studied them in some form, and even if none matched the Grigori's expertise, they still knew plenty. Both Leo and Yukino needed to master this knowledge to wield their sacred gears properly, so the two of them decided to skip school for a few days and focus on studying in the manor. Of course, when they both vanished from class the very next day, the rumor mill at Sobuhai exploded. A boy and a girl show up together one day, then take the same day off right after? Please. No one was buying that. Nothing was going on. And since people had seen them enter the service club's room together and not come out, the gossip only got worse. By the end of the week, Eligo-senpai and Yukino's scandal is all anyone could talk about, fueling wild theories across campus. Not that the two culprits had any idea. Oblivious to the rumors, Leo and Yukino continued their studies in the manor. When night fell, however, Leo refused to let her leave. "You're my servant now," he said casually. "You might as well stay here." Yukino immediately tensed. "I'm getting the feeling my chastity might be in danger." "So no." Leo raised an eyebrow, his gaze flicking down briefly before he made a face of pure disdain. He didn't say a word, but the silence said plenty. Yukino clenched her fists. "Say it. I don't want to. Your disgusting, perverted expression already gave you away. Well, only if you assume I'd be that perverted. So you're trying to justify yourself now. I'm just saying it's important to have some self-awareness. You mean I'm not cute enough? That no one would ever think of me that way. Don't put it like that. I'm sure someone out there thinks small is cute too. That was it. Yukino snapped. The air turned frigid as the white figure of the Ice Princess materialized behind her, radiating deadly cold. Before the frost could spread, however, Leo lifted a hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the freezing energy vanished without a trace. Yukino froze in shock. For the first time, she realized just how strong Leo really was. That power, he cancelled it so easily. The power of a high-class devil. She murmured. Leo just shrugged. You're only struggling because you can't control your sacred gear yet. In truth, he hadn't even used his devil power. What he'd unleashed was the might of his own sacred gear Zenith Tempest. It commanded weather and natural elements at will, including ice. Yukino's absolute demises, ranked 11th among the Long Inus, was a lower tier 1 compared to his second-ranked power. Overriding her cold was effortless. Of course, that was only because Yukino was still weak. She hadn't yet learned to channel her demonic power properly, nor could she draw out the full potential of her sacred gear. If she had, even Leo's suppression wouldn't have come so easily. Keep working at it, he said lightly, giving her a firm pat on the shoulder. Yukino pursed her lips, her expression clearly dissatisfied. Still, in the end, she stayed at the manor. There wasn't much choice. Her apartment wasn't exactly suited for training her powers. And that night, Leo told her one more thing. Get ready. The meeting I mentioned before it's about to happen. The high-class devil from the underworld who oversaw Leo's affairs was finally coming to visit. Night descended quietly. As the last light of the sun vanished and the world turned dark, Yukino finally understood what Leo had meant earlier that day. The moment night fell, her body sluggish and drained under the sun suddenly came alive. Power flowed smoothly through her veins, and her mind felt sharp and clear, as if she'd been restored to her natural state. It was like a fish returning to water. The darkness that once frightened her now felt strangely comforting, even welcoming. She could even see clearly without lights, her vision adapting effortlessly to the night. Together, she and Leo headed down to the underground chamber. There, the magic circle on the floor was beginning to glow brighter and brighter. 14, Chapter 13 The Pawn's Own Choice. 14, Chapter 13 The Pawn's Own Choice. The basement no longer looked like the icy tundra it had been that morning. It had returned to its normal state. A crimson magic circle pulsed with light, and under Leo and Yukino's watchful gazes, it took shape into two figures. Seeing them, Leo smiled more openly than usual. Yukino, on the other hand, looked a little tense but also curious, studying the newcomers carefully. They were two women striking in every sense of the word. One stood slightly ahead, the other behind, much like Leo and Yukino that morning on their way to school. Their positions made it clear which was the master and which was the servant. The one in front was a slender girl with shoulder-length hair, a figure similar to Yukino's. Her features were sharp and refined, accentuated by the glasses on her face. She exuded a cool, composed, and intellectual air. The woman behind her also wore glasses, but her long black hair cascaded down her back. She was equally beautiful, perhaps even more so, with a taller, fuller figure that gave her a mature, alluring charm. To be honest, Yukino was surprised to see women like this appear from the magic circle. Their looks and bearing alone would have made them top-tier beauties even at Sobu High, probably the kind of girls everyone whispered about, admired from afar, the untouchable flowers of the school. And they were both devils? Were all female devils from the underworld this stunning? While Yukino was still processing that thought, the two women stepped fully out of the glowing circle. About time you came by for a visit, Sona, Leo said with a grin, walking forward to greet the one in front. The usually reserved girl allowed herself a faint smile. I've been waiting for you to finish your business here. This doesn't count as keeping you waiting, does it? Sona's smile was subtle, barely visible, but for anyone who knew her, that alone was a sign of closeness. If anyone kept someone waiting, it's me, Leo said, shrugging. Then he turned toward the woman standing behind Sona. It's been a while, Sabeki. Yes, Leo-sama. The tall woman bowed politely. The last time we met was during your promotion ceremony to high-class devil in the underworld, when I accompanied the president. That had only been a short while ago, but unlike Sonao kept in touch with Leo from time to time, Sabeki truly hadn't seen him since then. Let me do the introductions, Leo said with a small smile, gesturing behind him. This is my first servant and my bishop, Yukino. Yukino nodded curtly to the two women, her demeanor cool and detached, at her discomfort with social interactions on full display. For a servant, behaving so coldly toward another high-class devil could easily be seen as rude or arrogant. But Sona didn't seem bothered. She had clearly done her homework on Yukino already. I'm Sona Shitarai, real name, Sona Sitrai. I'm a third-year student at Kua Academy. Pleased to meet you, Yukinashita-san. Sona gave a polite nod before introducing her companion. This is Shinra Tsubakami, queen and first servant. I hope the two of you get along well. Tsubaki bowed gracefully in greeting. Kua Academy. Yukino turned to Leo. It's a private school in Kua town, Leo explained. Used to be an all-girls school a few years back, but it's co-ed now. Sona and Tsubaki both study their Sonas, even the student council president. Kua town. Yukino murmured. She recalled hearing about Ichiri was a small city in Kanagawa prefecture, not far from Chiba. You could make a round trip by train in a day. There weren't any notable noble families there, at least none her own family ever paid attention to. Who would have thought a pure-blooded high-class devil lived there? I'm not the only high-class devil based in Kua Town, Sona added, seeming to catch her thoughts. My childhood friend also lives there. She's a student at Kua Academy too. She's actually the reason I enrolled there. You should visit sometime. Both Rias and I would be happy to have you. Another high-class devil living there too? Was Kua Town really that important of a place? Yukino wondered silently. Normally, she would have asked outright. She wasn't the type to hold back her curiosity. But this was a world she had known nothing about for the first 17 years of her life. For once, she restrained herself, careful not to embarrass Leo. Still, the feeling sat uneasily in her chest. For someone as proud and competitive as Yukino, ignorance was never pleasant. I'll just have to study more later, she resolved. At least enough to understand the basics. She didn't realize that Sona was already quietly observing Sharon very closely. Even though Yukino had only just reincarnated as a devil, the faint aura of demonic power radiating from her was far from weak. It was already approaching the level of a high-class devil. And there was something else, an unmistakable pulse of sacred gear energy. It was the strongest sacred gear signature Sona had ever sensed, so strong it made even the calm, composed air of the Citri house grow serious. It seems your guess was right, Sona said, pushing up her glasses. Yukinashida-san really is a Long Inu's possessor. You knew about my sacred gear? Yukino couldn't help but ask. Of course. Sona smiled faintly, glancing at Leo. Your master had his eyes on you from the start. The moment he received his evil pieces, he told me he was going to recruit you as his first servant so that a rare Long Inu's possessor wouldn't slip away right in front of him. In fact, not only I, but most devils who keep tabs on your master know about it. Word spread fast once people heard you'd lost control of your sacred gear before. If not for our unspoken rules, no trespassing on another devil's territory, you'd have been swarmed by offers. Every high-class devil in the area would have tried to recruit you. A Long Inu's possessoroni of only 13 in existence. Someone with the potential to slay gods and more alike. Who wouldn't want such a servant? But Leo had all the advantage: stimming, proximity, and luck. No one else stood a chance. Still, I thought you'd make her your queen, Sona said honestly. I didn't expect you to assign her as your bishop. Even Sabeki raised an eyebrow. A Long Inu's wielder, just a bishop? That seemed like a waste of potential. Normally, if the queen piece was still available, giving it to someone like Yukino would be the obvious choice. After all, the queen wasn't just the king's strongest servant but also their right-hand one who stood beside them through everything. Everyone who knew Leo's plan had assumed he would make her his queen. Who would have guessed she'd end up as a bishop instead? It's not because I'm stingy or unwilling to give her the queen piece, Leo said quickly, noticing all three women looking at him. It was the piece's own choice. The piece's own choice. Sona's eyes narrowed slightly. You mean, that's part of the mutation caused by your unique trait change that occurred when you bonded with your evil pieces? Of course Sona knew what kind of trait Leo had awakened. In fact, anyone paying attention to him did. After all, it wasn't something he could or even tried to hide. Many had witnessed the ceremony where he received his evil pieces and his trait awakened. The strange phenomenon that occurred when the pieces connected with him had caught the attention of Beelzebub himself. Upon inspection, the Mu concluded that Leo's evil pieces had undergone some kind of unknown transformation. That was why Sona had mentioned yesterday that many people were keeping an eye on Leo. His background and abilities were both exceptional. Among the higher ranks of Devil Society, Leo's uniqueness was practically an open secret. He'd even used it to his advantage, turning it into a way to earn favor and support from the higher-ups. Many of the rare books in his study had come into his possession thanks to that attention. And Sona's real reason for visiting today was, of course, to learn more about exactly what kind of change had occurred between his trait and the evil pieces. This isn't the best place to talk about it, Leo said, winking at her. Let's discuss it over tea. 15, Chapter 14 The Mutation Piece. 15, Chapter 14 The Mutation Piece. The first floor of the manor, in the guest parlor. Leo and his group of 4 entered the luxurious room and took their seats. The parlor was furnished with an ornate tea table and plush sofas. Every detail of the interior design radiated wealth. Furniture alone was worth a fortune, and even the carpet beneath their feet was clearly expensive. Hosting guests here left no room for embarrassment. Yet Leo and Sona didn't sit inside. Instead, they moved to the open-air balcony beside the room. There, they sat across from each other at a small white table, the distance between them feeling far less formal. Shinra Sabeki stood behind a tea cart, taking the place of a familiar as she carefully prepared tea for them both. Yukino stood quietly behind Leo, saying nothing, her posture calm and disciplined. She looked every bit the devoted servant. With Sabeki attending them, Leo and Sona chatted casually, like old friends catching up, while continuing their earlier discussion. So you're saying your evil pieces choose their own reincarnation targets? Sona asked, raising an eyebrow as she took a sip of tea. Exactly. Leo toyed with one of his evil pieces in his hand, rolling it between his fingers. The first time I met Yukino, the piece reacted in a strange way. At hearing Leo use her given name so casually, Yukino stiffened slightly, visibly uncomfortable. But Leo didn't seem to notice or care. They seemed to resonate with whoever they're most compatible with. When I approached Yukino, the bishop piece in my hand began to glow. That was something no other devil's pieces had ever done. While all of the pieces reacted to her to some degree, the bishop piece's response was far stronger. So I believe the first change that happened when my evil pieces connected to my trait was these. It gives me hints, guiding me toward those most suited to become my servants, and even which piece fits them best. Leo brought the piece closer to Sona, and it immediately began to emit a red light. See? It's reacting to you right now. It thinks you'd make a perfect match as one of my servants. He smirked playfully. What do you think? Interested? I wouldn't mind, Sona replied without missing a beat. As long as you can convince the Citrai Housey and my sister, I might consider it. Yeah, no thanks, Leo said, quickly pulling the piece back in mock surrender. I could probably handle the Citrai house, but your sister? I have no desire to get on the radar of that Siskin Mo. He wasn't joking. The current Leviathan Sona's sister was one of the most powerful devils in the underworld, her strength surpassing even standard Mu-class. Some called her super Mu-class. Leo had no illusions about surviving her attention. So that's why you gave Yukino the bishop piece. Sona continued, unfazed. I did consider giving her the queen piece at first, Leo admitted, glancing back at the quiet Yukino behind him. After all, she's a Long Inu's possessor. She certainly has the qualifications, and she deserves that kind of position. But after thinking it through, I decided to follow the piece's own choice. In truth, Yukino really was best suited for the bishop role. Her aptitude for demonic power after reincarnation made that much clear. Her sacred gear wasn't a close combat type, it was designed for large-scale, long-range destruction. That made her compatibility with the rook and knight pieces poor, something also reflected in the evil piece's reactions. When Leo first met her, all 15 of his pieces had shown some response, but the bishop piece shone the brightest. The rook, knight, and pawn pieces had only faint reactions, and the queen piece the weakest of all. It was obvious queen wasn't a good fit for her. That's the first change, Leo continued. My evil pieces react differently to potential candidates. The stronger the reaction, the more suited the target is for that type of reincarnation. It wasn't a hard conclusion to reach. And the second change? Sona pressed. If there's a first, there must be another, right? Leo snapped his fingers and smiled. Exactly. The second change was just a theory at first, but after Yukino successfully reincarnated with a single bishop piece, that theory turned out to be almost certainly true. Yukino and Sabeki exchanged confused glances, but Sona immediately understood. You mean a mutation piece? A spark flashed behind her glasses. As expected of you, Leo said, grinning. You caught on immediately. What's a mutation piece? Yukino asked hesitantly. She knew it wasn't the best time to reveal her ignorance, but her curiosity got the better of her. The one who answered her wasn't Leo or Sona but Sabeki. A mutation piece is a special kind of evil PC and abnormal phenomenon that appeared when the evil piece system was first established, Sabeki explained calmly. It occurs randomly during the creation of evil pieces. Roughly 1 in every 10 high-class devils is born with a single mutation piece. Normally, if a human's power and potential are too high, they'd require multiple pieces to reincarnate. But if a mutation piece is used, just one is enough to complete the servant conversion. As Sabeki spoke, understanding dawned on Yukino's face. It was said that reincarnating a human into a devil didn't always require just one piece. F number depended on their strength and potential. For particularly gifted individuals, multiple pieces of the same type might be consumed for a successful conversion. For example, the future Red Dragon Emperor had required 8 pawn pieces to reincarnate, an amount worth far more than even a bishop or knight, each worth 3 pawns, and more than a rook, worth 5 pawns. Only the queen piece, worth 9 pawns, surpassed it. Since Yukino is a Long Inu's possessor, it wouldn't have been surprising if she'd needed both of my bishop pieces to reincarnate, Leo said. But I only used one. And when I received my evil pieces, Beelzebub himself confirmed that I didn't possess a mutation piece. He looked at Sona with calm confidence. That gives me reason to believe that my trait altered all my evil pieces, granting them the same properties as mutation pieces. In other words, I can reincarnate high-potential individuals with just one piece. That was an extraordinary advantage. For high-class devils, this was a common dilemma. Should they focus on quantity, filling all 15 servant slots, or quality, using multiple pieces to recruit powerful subordinates? For Leo, that problem was even more significant, since his servant conversion trait granted him power feedback based on both the number and the quality of his servants. But now, that worry was gone. If all his evil pieces carried mutation properties, he could focus entirely on quality, recruiting the strongest and most talented servants possible without losing any efficiency. That's quite an incredible development, Sona said, sounding genuinely impressed. 15 mutation pieces. That's unheard of. I can't even imagine what kind of advantage this gives you. So far, it's all positive, Leo said, his tone measured and calm. But whether there are drawbacks, I'll have to find out through experience. For now, I've only confirmed these 2 changes. If there are others, I don't know them yet. I'll report this to Beelzebub-sama, Sona said seriously. He'll definitely want to review it himself. Now those are the changes in your pieces. What about you? She leaned forward slightly, her sharp gaze seeming to pierce right through him. You said your trait activates after you successfully recruit a servant, granting you feedback. Have you received that feedback yet? Under her intense gaze, Leo smiled faintly. A sharp whoosh filled the air. 3 pairs of devil wings unfurled from his back, and an overwhelming surge of demonic power erupted from him like a blaze. This is... Sona's eyes widened. 6 wings. Sabeki exclaimed, stunned. And that power. It was stronger than her own master's. How was that possible? She distinctly remembered Leo had only recently been promoted to high-class devil. Back then, his demonic power had been noticeably below Sona's. And yet now, not only had his power surpassed hers, even his rank as a devil seemed to have risen. This is the result of my feedback, Leo said, retracting his wings and smiling. Not bad, huh? As for Zenith Tempest, he didn't mention it. Not because he didn't trust them, but because it was simply too soon. Along Inu's rank second among all sacred gears. If word got out that he possessed such a weapon, it would shake the entire underworld. For now, Leo wasn't ready to wield it to its full potential. Better to keep it hidden until the time was right. 16, Chapter 15. What does it mean to be like a devil? 16, Chapter 15. What does it mean to be like a devil? Even though Leo hadn't revealed that he possessed Zenith Tempest, his recent growth was already unbelievable in Sona and Shinra Tsubaki's eyes. You might actually be stronger than me now, Sona said quietly, her expression a mix of surprise and thoughtfulness. In the past, Leo had always been weaker than her. After all, half of his bloodline was human, while Sona was a pure-blood devil. Their difference in demonic power had been clear from birth, and Sona had always held the upper hand. Not to mention, Leo had only recently ascended to high-class devil, while Sona had already held that rank long before coming to the human world. It should have been impossible for him to surpass her so soon, yet here he was, erasing that long-standing gap through a single servant's feedback. If this was how strong he'd become with just one servant, how powerful would he be once he gathered them all? Are you trying to get me to let my guard down? Leo teased with a wry smile. You're Sona. Just because someone's stronger doesn't mean they can beat you. He'd known her for years. She understood her abilities better than anyone. Sona's raw power wasn't particularly high for a high-class devil. Even among the young devils of her generation, she wasn't in the top ranks, but her true strength lay elsewhere in strategy and intellect. She was a tactician through and through, someone who could read the board 10 moves ahead. With her meticulous planning, she'd turned countless fights around, making fools of those who underestimated her. Once, she'd even been engaged, though she'd had no intention of following through. Publicly, she'd declared that she'd only marry someone stronger than herself. Then she challenged her fiancé to a chess match. If she won, the engagement would be annulled unconditionally. If she lost, she'd marry him immediately, dowry and all. She won handily, crushing his pride so thoroughly that he went into seclusion, and that fiancé had actually been stronger than her. In the future Leo knew of, she would go on to challenge her childhood friend, Rias, in a full-scale raiding gameon where both sides deployed their entire groups. On paper, Sona's peerage was far weaker than the Gremory group, yet through pure strategy, she pushed them into a bitter struggle. Her performance had been so impressive that even the devils of the underworld praised her, saying she was more suited to being a king than the Gremory princess herself. Leo remembered that among the new generation of devils, those who would later take part in major incidents, most of them were blessed with absurdly overpowered talents. Some had long Inu's possessors as servants, others gained incredible power through unique means. Only Sona's Satrai peerage consisted mostly of ordinary humans with little talent or divine blessing. She barely had one or two sacred gear users, yet she still earned the title of one of the rookies four. Because of that, even the prodigious Gremory peerage viewed the Satrai group as a serious threat. They had fought gods and Mu before, but the one peerage they truly dreaded facing again was Sona's. She had outplayed them too many times to count. So when Sona said Leo had surpassed her, he didn't feel proud, he felt slightly annoyed. You've already got plenty of servants, don't you? I've only just recruited my first one. If Leo remembered correctly, Sona already had 6. Recently, I found another promising talent at the academy, Sona said with a small smile. If I'm not mistaken, he's a sacred gear possessor, possibly a rare one. I plan to observe him for a while, then bring him into my peerage. You should come take a look when you have time. I'll pass, Leo said, shaking his head. It's not that I'm uninterested, but Yukino just reincarnated as a devil. I still have a lot to teach her before I start running around looking for others. That's fair, Sona agreed. Sobu High seems to have quite a few talented students aside from Yukino. You might find more potential recruits there if you keep your eyes open. I plan to. Leo smiled back, and they moved on to another topic: yesterday's incident with the fallen angel. Leo had completely obliterated his opponent, which was a bit of a problem. But Leo's stance on the matter was firm. If the fallen angels had done their homework, they'd know Yukino was under my protection. Even the church was warned. But some low-level fallen still dared to attack her. If he got erased for that, he has no one to blame but himself. After all, the fallen had struck first. Leo had merely retaliated. Aren't you worried this might disrupt the balance and trigger a large-scale conflict between devils and fallen angels? Sona asked. Leo waved the concern off. The devils aren't the only ones tired of war. The fallen can't afford it either. We're not looking to break the peace, and neither are they. They were the ones in the wrong, and I doubt their governor-general would want things to escalate over one foolish subordinate. He gave a dry chuckle. Besides, that fallen was an idiot. A low-class one at that. Picking a fight with a high-class devil on his own turf? He was asking for it. If I hadn't killed him, the church would've. Sona eventually nodded in agreement. It really wasn't a big deal. The fallen angel in question wasn't important, just a low-level fool acting without orders. No one would risk provoking a high-class devil over something so trivial. And if anyone did want revenge, they'd have to consider the price first. In fact, once she wrote up her report and sent it to the underworld, Sona was sure Leo would gain even more attention and more protection. After all, one servant had already boosted him from a newly promoted high-class devil to a 6-winged one, his strength now rivaling the upper tier of their class. With more servants, how far could he go? Even if not every servant gave that much of a boost, stacking those gains would still push him to at least ultimate class and possibly even Mu class. Combined with the fact that one of his servants was already a Long Inu's possessor, it was impossible for the underworld to ignore him. If the fallen angels tried to cause trouble now, they'd have to get past the Mu first. So Sona's warning had been out of prudence, not real worry. After a brief reminder, she dropped the subject. I've gotten all the answers I came for. We should get going. Sona glanced at the time, then rose from her seat. Not staying the night? Leo asked, standing as well with a teasing grin. I have class tomorrow, Sona replied, adjusting her glasses. Once you've settled things here, let's have our servants meet each other. They should get acquainted first, then we can talk about overnight visits. Fair enough, Leo said with a shrug. He hadn't really expected her to stay anyway. Give my regards to the red-haired princess of destruction. I will. Sona smiled faintly at the mention of her friend. Rias has been wanting to invite you for tea, actually. I'll introduce you two next time. Sabeki bowed gracefully. We'll take our leave now, Leo-sama. Yuki Nashida-san. See you next time, Yukino said, returning the gesture, her tone much softer than when they'd first met. It seemed she'd warmed up to Sona and Sabeki a little. Sona's calm, composed demeanor appealed to her, and Sabeki's polite kindness had left a good impression. Together, Leo and Yukino escorted them to the basement. Goodbye, Leo. Goodbye, Sona. Goodbye, Yuki Nashita. See you, senpai. After exchanging farewells, Sona and Sabeki stepped into the magic circle. A crimson glow rose around them, and their figures slowly faded until the light itself disappeared. Are they really devils? Yukino murmured as she watched the fading glow. They don't look like it at all. What, do you think devils have to have horns and fangs to count? Leo asked, giving her a sidelong glance. You're a devil too now. Do you think you look like one? Without waiting for an answer, he turned toward the stairs. Come on, time to hit the books again. You'll need to learn how to be a proper devil from now on. Silently, Yukino followed him up from the basement, her footsteps echoing faintly as the manor returned to quiet once more. Note, new novel from one of my favorite authors. This is a translation. You can find the original title, raw name, in the pinned comment by me. Currently, there are only 24 chapters available, which you can read for free on my Patreon. P.S. Goal, 200 Power Stones for an extra chapter. 17, Chapter 16 As long as we're not human, right? 17, Chapter 16 As long as we're not human, right? Sobyo High, Class 3C. After taking a day off, Leo showed up today with Yukino, teleporting straight into the service club's room via a magic circle before heading to his classroom. But the moment he walked in, he immediately noticed his classmates sneaking glances at him, whispering among themselves like something juicy had just dropped. What's with this reaction? Leo scratched his hair. He'd only half-heartedly tidied it after waking up. The messy strands gave him a kind of effortless charm rather than a sloppy look. Well, if it isn't our Akuma-kun who mysteriously took a day off yesterday. What brings you here today? That familiar, melodic voice drifted into his ears. Leo turned toward the Sorsatha literary girl who, as always, sat in her seat with a book open before her. You said it yourself, I just took a day off. Of course I'd be back today. Leo casually sat down next to Yuta, tilting his head. It's just one day off. Why's everyone acting like I committed some huge crime? At that, Yuta raised her gaze slightly, shot him a quick look, then calmly returned her eyes to the page. Her voice came out even and emotionless. Taking a day off isn't strange at all. But spending the entire day with Sobyu High's famous winter flower in the clubroom, now that's something. Leo blinked as realization dawned. So, Yukino and I are in a rumor now. He spoke like he'd just solved a mystery. Yukino, ha! Yuta's eyes lifted again, her lips curling into an amused smile. Already on a first-name basis? Seems like there's some truth to the gossip after all. Senpai, are you jealous? Leo grinned mischievously. If you want, I can call you Yuta too. No need. Just don't call me senpai. She let out a soft hum. Are you trying to change the subject? You did it, didn't you? If I had, I'd admit it. Leo spread his hands innocently. Problem is, I haven't even made a move yet. What's there to confess? So you're saying you want to make a move on Yuki Nashita? Yuta's crimson eyes narrowed dangerously. You've got guts, Akuma-kun, to even think about touching the Yuki Nashita family's second daughter. That finally made Leo pause. Now that Yukino had become his servant and they were seen together constantly, even living under the same roof, there was no way her family didn't know. Even if Yukino lived on her own right now, Leo had no doubt her older sister like the current Molabiathan, was an extreme siskin, was definitely keeping tabs on her. She might have already found out, and even if she hadn't yet, it was only a matter of time. Rumors were already spreading through Sobyu High. The outside world would catch on soon enough. He could practically see it now, a cliché city drama where the girlfriend's powerful family shows up to teach him a lesson. The thought made him oddly amused, and a little excited. Still, he kept his composure, smiling lazily at Yuta. Come on, I'm a devil. My courage is always bigger than you think. He smirked. And maybe, Yukino's not the only one I'm interested in. Yuta's crimson eyes narrowed even further, then she suddenly smiled. That smile was breathtaking, like a flower blooming all at once. The nearby boys froze, hearts pounding uncontrollably. But from this close, all Leo could sense was danger. I see now. You're even worse than I thought, Akuma-kun, she said sweetly. To make such a bold declaration right in front of Mayor really do have nerve. Shouldn't senpai be used to that by now? Leo teased. You're a light novel author. A harem declaration shouldn't shock you. Don't confuse fiction with reality, you perverted Akuma-kun. Yuta's smile vanished, replaced by a cool frown. My love metronome is a pure romance story. That explains the writer's block for Volume 2, Leo said bluntly, unfazed. You made Volume 1 too perfectus sweet. What's left to write? When the main couple's relationship is practically set by the end of the first volume, the sequel just becomes more sugary fluff. No matter how sweet it is, too much sugar makes people sick, senpai. He patted her slender shoulder with exaggerated seriousness. Maybe it's time to spice things up, introduce a new character and start some romantic rivalry. Yuta immediately slapped his hand away. You guys always want the same thing. Her tone turned sharp. Girls fighting over you, begging for your affection like you're some kind of prize. What a ridiculous fantasy. Wake up. That only happens in dreams. Girls are far more realistic than you think. Clearly, she wasn't impressed with his creative input. Leo, however, didn't seem bothered in the slightest. That's exactly why we enjoy those stories, he said casually. Reality is cold. We look for warmth in fiction. You girls might not care for us, but at least let us dream, right? I'd never write that trash. Yuta shot him a disdainful look. Sorry to disappoint your fantasy, but humans aren't animals. You won't see a pride of lions with one male strutting around with all the females. Maybe so. Leo smiled, eyes glinting with mischief. Humans aren't animals. But, as long as we're not human, it's fine, right? Keep dreaming. Yuta sighed, turning her gaze back to her book. Just don't expect to see that kind of nonsense in my novel. Leo only shrugged and walked back to his seat, still smiling. Yuta watched him go, her irritation simmering beneath her calm expression. A guy who loved her romance novels, yet turned out to be a harem-loving playboy? Unacceptable. Just wait, she thought, determination flashing in her eyes. I'll finish volume 2 and prove that pure love is the only truth worth writing. 3 p.m., service club room. After classes ended, Leo arrived to find Yukino fast asleep in her chair. Her head tilted slightly, her expression soft and serene. She looked nothing like her usual cold self, so peaceful and gentle that any guy walking in would have been instantly captivated. Looking at her sleeping face, and remembering the dazzling smile of Yuta, Leo couldn't help but murmur to himself, the girls in this world really are top tier. Even within Sobu High, there were multiple beauties who could stop traffic. Truly, the handiwork of a whimsical creator. Maybe this is what they mean by divine craftsmanship, he mused. After all, in this world, gods were real and the so-called creator might have just made these girls on a whim. Too bad I'm a devil. By definition, that made him the creator's enemy. With that thought, Leo stepped closer to Yukino and gently shook her shoulder. Yukino stirred awake almost instantly, her large, sleepy eyes blinking up at him. You're here. Her voice was soft, drowsy, and oddly vulnerable. Still that tired? Leo chuckled, watching her stretch like a cat. What do you think? She muttered weakly, glaring at him. You're the one who made my body like this. You really need to stop saying things people could misunderstand. Leo sighed, then said, just hang in there. Once your body adjusts to daytime, you'll be fine. With that, he took her hand and led her into the magic circle. Light flared, and in an instant, they were gone, teleported to the mansion's underground chamber. Come on, time to wake up. You've got work to do starting today. Leo shoved a thick stack of parchment into Yukino's hands, leaving her momentarily stunned. These are flyers. Recognizing the magic circles drawn on them, Yukino blinked in realization. They were the devil flyers Leo had mentioned before. Today's job is to hand these out, Leo said casually, ignoring her expression. This will be your first task as a devil. 18, Chapter 17 The Power That Shatters the Balance of the World. 18, Chapter 17 The Power That Shatters the Balance of the World. Distributing devil flyers was the first job every devil working in the human world had to go through. As Leo had explained before, in the modern age, no one went out of their way to hunt down forbidden tomes and draw complex summoning circles just to perform an ancient ritual to call upon a devil and make a contract. Those days were long gone. Now, devils relied on flyers inscribed with simplified magic circles delivered directly to human homes as the foundation for all their modern activities. Normally, this task was handled by familiars. Devils rarely bothered with such trivial errands themselves, but high-class devils often made their new servants do these low-level jobs for a while, both as training and as a form of discipline. Only after mastering the basics would a servant begin taking proper requests from humans, those whose desires resonated with the devil's power, and earn rewards through completed contracts. As a newly reborn devil, Yukino naturally had to start from this step. Of course, that didn't mean she had to stand on busy streets like a part-time promoter, smiling and handing out flyers to passers-by. Her job was far simpler. She only needed to deliver them at night, slipping each one into the mailbox or door slot of its designated target while the city slept. So all I have to do is deliver these while people are asleep. When Yukino heard that, she let out a small sigh of relief. If she had to stand in public, smiling and making small talk with strangers, that would have been pure torture for someone like her. We don't have much choice, Leo explained. Unlike familiars, we devils can only act at night. The daytime belongs to angels and gods. If you dared to hand out devil flyers in broad daylight, you'd better pray you don't run into someone from the church. They wouldn't hesitate to send exorcists after you. Don't make it sound so terrifying. Yukino stiffened, irritation flashing in her voice. I have no intention of dying again. Even now, the memory of that night when Varden had driven a holy spear straight through her body still made her shudder. For most people, surviving a near-death experience would be a brush with mortality. But Yukino hadn't almost died, she had died. And the feeling of her life slipping away had been anything but pleasant. She had no desire to relive that horror. Then take this. Leo suddenly pulled out a metallic bracelet and handed it to her. What's this? Yukino turned it over in her hands, curious. A light detection device, Leo said. It can sense high concentrations of light power nearby. If it starts beeping, that means there's either an angel, a fallen angel, or an exorcist from the church capable of wielding light weapons nearby. He smiled faintly. Chiba City is still the church's territory. Devils can't operate freely here. This will help you avoid danger. It wasn't anything particularly rare, just an old tool Leo had used when he was younger, given to him by the devil who'd once mentored him in the underworld. Practical, but far from precious. You're not using one? Yukino asked, tilting her head. I don't need it anymore. Leo smirked with quiet confidence. These days, it's the church that avoids me, not the other way around. Even though exorcists could wield the light of angels in combat, none of them were foolish enough to pick a fight with a high-class devil. No matter how skilled or battle-hardened they were, humans were still just flesh and blood. Against a high-class devil, they needed to act in teams if they wanted any chance at victory. Unless it was one of the church's legendary heroes or top-ranked exorcists, none of them could even threaten Leo now. And that was before he'd grown stronger. Now, his demonic power had surged, his wings had grown from 2 to 6, and on top of that, his newly awakened sacred deer Zenith Tempest made him far beyond anything stationed in Shiba Prefecture. Here, take this too. Leo handed her another small device. It's a scanner used to detect potential clients. Think of it like a radar. It pinpoints humans who might resonate with us. Just follow the directions it gives you and drop flyers at those locations. After finishing his explanation, Leo sent Yukino off. Though a little anxious, she didn't want Leo to see her as weak. So she took a deep breath, unfurled her devil wings, and soared out of the manor into the night. Leo watched her go, then turned back toward the underground training room. With a soft whoosh, 6 black wings spread wide behind him as he rose into the air once more. It was time to train his control over the sacred gear. Fire! At his command, roaring flames exploded outward. Waves of heat surged like a crimson avalanche, engulfing the entire chamber in an inferno. Water! The next instant, vapor condensed out of thin air. A torrential flood cascaded down, sweeping across the scorched floor and extinguishing the fire, leaving behind a vast pool. Ice! Snowflakes began to fall. Bitter cold swept through the room as a freezing blizzard howled, and within seconds, the flood solidified into glittering ice. The sharp cracking of freezing water echoed through the underground chamber. Lightning! Leo raised his hand like a king commanding the heavens. Power surged through his body, shaking the ceiling as dark clouds formed overhead. Thunder rumbled. Blinding bolts of lightning crashed down, shattering the ice and ravaging the entire arena. It looked like the end of the world compressed into a single room. Even the magic barrier around the chamber flickered, barely holding together under the onslaught. Moments later, Leo summoned fierce winds. Tornadoes ripped through the space, scattering stone debris and clouds of dust into a roaring storm that tore at the walls like a natural disaster made flesh. So this is the power of Zenith Tempest's sacred gear, ranked second only to the legendary Holy Spear, huh? He gazed at the wrecked training room in awe. Controlling the elements earth, water, wind, and fire was unheard of among beings with supernatural power. Even he could replicate such phenomena with enough demonic power. But the results had always been weaker than energy blasts or light beams formed from condensed power. This, however, was different. Even among those skilled at manipulating elements, none could unleash destruction like this. Because Zenith Tempest didn't just control the elements, it interfered with the natural world itself. It bent nature's laws to the wielder's will. It ruled the sky, commanded the weather. Its essence wasn't mere elemental magis, it was dominion over creation itself. That was why it ranked second among all Longinus, and one of only 4 capable of erasing entire nations or reshaping the world's balance. Even though my Zenith Tempest just awakened, in terms of raw power even an ultimate-class devil would have to take me seriously. Shock gave way to exhilaration. As I thought, he murmured, smiling. Making Yukino my servant wasn't just about boosting my demonic power or rising in rank, it awakened this sacred gear. His newfound strength and higher class had elevated him among high-class devils, but Zenith Tempest had given him something far greater, the ability to challenge beings above his league. He clenched his fists, eyes burning with ambition. If I can fully master Zenith Tempest, I'll have enough power to threaten even ultimate-class devils. And that was just the beginning. Sacred gears were limitless. They evolved with their owner's will, growing stronger as their emotions and resolve deepened. When a wielder's feelings became strong enough to defy the flow of the world, when joy, sorrow, rage, and desire all fused into one transcendent intent, sacred gear would reach its ultimate state, balance breakers. That was the realm of forbidden power, capable of shaking the world's equilibrium. Once he reached that point, Leo would stand shoulder to shoulder with the themselves of the strongest beings in existence. That was the true Turoran, the true Pramazava Longinus. A weapon powerful enough to destroy gods and Mu was no myth. From the moment Zenith Tempest awakened, Leo knew it. His future no longer depended on his status as a devil, but on the might of the world's second strongest Longinus. I'll master Zenith Tempest as fast as I can, he vowed quietly, eyes gleaming. Only then will I be able to glimpse the realm of Balance Breaker. With that resolve blazing in his chest, Leo unleashed his sacred gear once more. Thunder roared. Flames and storm winds raged, and in the depths of the underground chamber, the end of the world was reborn again and again. 19, Chapter 18, The Moment of Exposure. 19, Chapter 18, The Moment of Exposure. The following days passed in peaceful routine, with nothing particularly noteworthy happening. Life for Leo and Yukino had settled into a steady rhythm, students by day, devils by night. Quiet, efficient, and strangely fulfilling. At school, not much had changed. Though their habit of arriving and leaving together had sparked endless gossip and rumors, neither of them cared enough to pay attention. They just went about their days as usual. At night, Leo trained relentlessly, honing his control over his sacred gear. Meanwhile, Yukino gradually grew accustomed to her new duties, her early unease fading away as her performance improved with each task. Eventually, Leo decided she no longer needed to hand out flyers and began letting her take on real contracts. Every night, Yukino would sense a summoning through the magic circle, teleport to her contractor's location, and grant their wish. At first, though, it didn't go smoothly. Yukino's blunt personality and lack of social grace were a poor match for clients driven by greed or twisted desires. As someone who spoke her mind without filter, she found it nearly impossible to tolerate such people. If their desires were simple or harmless, it wasn't so bad. But some humans' wishes were so depraved that even a devil would find them disgusting. For someone like Yukino, dealing with that was unbearable. So naturally, her early attempts as a working devil were disastrous. There was even one incident where she outright attacked a summoner, leaving Leo both exasperated and amused. But Leo wasn't the kind of devil to scold her. He himself had never been a traditional one. He'd had his share of conflicts with summoners before. Some humans' desires truly were revolting beyond imagination, and his way of handling them had been far more extreme than Yukino's. Merciful was not the word anyone would use for him. So rather than blaming her, he encouraged her. Don't overthink it. We're devils. Our goal is to claim their souls, not to please them. Just follow your instincts and do what feels right to you. Everything else is irrelevant. That simple reassurance made Yukino realize maybe being a devil wasn't such a terrible thing after all. Of course, this attitude meant that their results as devils were less than stellar. Their performance records weren't impressive, which would likely affect how the higher-ups viewed them and slow their promotion prospects. But neither of them cared. Not Yukino, and certainly not Leo. He'd always worked this way, and it hadn't stopped him from becoming a high-class devil. After all, performance was just one factor in advancement. Strength and potential mattered far more. And it wasn't like they had no accomplishments. They still completed a fair number of contracts, just the ones worth their time. Like Yukino's latest one, a female student from Sobu High had summoned her with a rather innocent wish. She wanted to learn how to bake cookies as a thank you for someone who'd helped her. A student from Sobu High? Leo asked curiously. What kind of person is she? A flashy girl, Yukino said after a pause. Annoying, timid, and quick to give up whenever things don't go her way. Honestly, she's exhausting to watch. Still, Yukino didn't dislike her. The girl never took offense at Yukino's blunt remarks. In fact, she said she liked Yukino's straightforwardness, a method she herself could never achieve. She admitted that she always overthought others' feelings and prioritized the mood around her. So she said she envied Yukino. Remembering the look of admiration in the girl's eyes, Yukino pressed her lips together faintly. In any case, she's unreliable, she said quietly. But since I accepted her contract, I'll see it through. She had been devoting all her recent nights to that simple request, even turning down several more important ones. Leo only chuckled when he noticed. Make sure you get along with her, okay? Outside of devil work, Yukino still read constantly and practiced controlling her sacred gear. Her progress was impressive. Within a month, she could already manipulate its power almost freely. Not perfectly yet, but close enough that it moved like an extension of her will. If nothing went wrong, things would have continued peacefully like this. At least, that's what Yukino believed. She had completely forgotten that while she'd adapted to her devil life, she had also drifted far from her human one. For example, she had been living in Leo's mansion for quite some time now and hadn't returned to her apartment in weeks. And coupled with the spreading rumors at school, it was only a matter of time before everything came crashing down. The moment of exposure had arrived. That day, Yukino entered the service club room as usual and took her seat. Classes had ended some time ago, and the school was lively with the sounds of laughter and chatter echoing through the halls. The noise filtered in through the windows as she sat quietly by herself. Outside, students played in the sunlight. Yukino's elegant face was calm now, her usual fatigue nowhere to be seen. Looks like I've gotten completely used to daylight. She raised a hand to shield her eyes, squinting at the bright blue sky. That guy still isn't here. After waiting a while, her patience started to fray. She had never minded being alone before, but lately, whenever her master didn't show up at the usual time to meet her and walk back to the mansion, she found herself growing restless. He's probably chatting it up with that pretty senpai again. Remembering some of the rumors she'd overheard, Yukino felt irritation rise. Forget it. I'll just read. She shook her head and forced herself to focus, pulling out a book to calm her mood. These days, she mostly read from the collection in Leo's mansion, esoteric texts rather than her old literary novels. Leo allowed her to borrow from his study, but only one book at a time, and under strict conditions. She could never show them to anyone else. Yukino had no intention of showing such books to others anyway, so she didn't read them in class. The service club room was her private sanctuary for that. Today, her book detailed the culture and geography of the underworld, helping her gradually form an understanding of the unseen world. Once I was promoted to high-class devil, the Eligos family's territory was restored to my name, Leo had once told her. When I get the chance, I'll take you to see it. He had even said he'd grant her part of that land, a statement so unreal that Yukino hadn't known how to respond. Never in her life had she imagined becoming something like a feudal lord, gifted territory by a noble. Leo had explained that it was customary for a high-class devil to bestow land upon their servants. He would treat all his servants equally in that regard. But the idea still felt too far removed from reality for Yukino to take seriously. As she was engrossed in reading, the clubroom door opened. "You're late," she said flatly without looking up. No reply came. Instead, a voice far too familiar and infinitely more terrifying reached her ears. "Little Yukino, who are you waiting for?" It can't be your big sister, can it? The teasing tone froze her in place. Her body went rigid, and her expression stiffened as dread crawled up her spine. Slowly, she lifted her head toward the doorway. Standing there was the one person she absolutely did not want to see right now. A woman in her early 20s, maybe 2 or 3 years older than Yukino. Her face resembled Yukino's delicate and beautiful, but unlike Yukino's cold, composed demeanor, hers was warm and expressive, almost dazzling. On her, the elegance of the winter flower turned radiant and summery. Her figure was taller, curvier, mature and self-assured, reminiscent of Shinra Tsubaki's allure. Yukino's hand tightened around her book. Her voice came out strained. Oni-san. Yes, her sister. The person whose shadow she had lived under for years, sister she both admired and resented. Long time no see, Yukino. With a faint, knowing smile, Yukinashida Harino, eldest daughter of the Yukinashida family, stood at the door, her gaze locked on her sister. That playful expression never once faded, and as Yukino met her eyes, her heart sank deep into silence. 20, Chapter 19. You can't end this. 20, Chapter 19. You can't end this. At the same time, Leo was making his way toward the service club room. Judging from the direction he came from, it was clear he hadn't been chatting with Yuta in the classroom, as Yukino had guessed, but had come from the rooftop instead. He was running a little late today, but that was because right after school he'd received a message from Sona. To keep things discreet, they'd met on the rooftop and talked for a while. As he walked, Leo mulled over what Sona had told him earlier. It's a bit troublesome, he thought, but this is the perfect chance to give Yukino some real combat experience. It had been a month since Yukino became his servant. She'd been diligently studying demon lore and training her abilities, but she hadn't had a single real fight yet. Without experience, even the strongest person would have plenty of flaws. That's why Leo had decided this time, Yukino would handle things herself. He'd only step in if absolutely necessary. No point wasting time. We'll start tonight. With that thought in mind, Leo arrived at the service club room, but the moment he pushed open the door, the heavy atmosphere inside made him pause for a second. Why, you're here? As soon as Yukino saw him walk in, she immediately stood up, her reaction far from calm. Sitting beside her, however, was someone watching him with a smiling expression, though the sharp glint in her eyes was anything but friendly. Leo raised an eyebrow but ignored both Yukino's nervousness and that piercing gaze. He walked in as if nothing was out of the ordinary. So, we've got quite the distinguished guest here. How rare. He sat down in Yukino's usual seat, prompting her to instinctively step aside and stand behind him. The distinguished guest subtly frowned at the sight, a flash of surprise flickering in her eyes. Still, she maintained her radiant smile and greeted him politely. Hello there, Eleg-kun. I'm Yukino's older sister, Yukinashida Harino. It's a pleasure to meet you. Her cheerful tone and bright expression were completely unlike her cold, reserved sister. Combined with her refined looks and pleasant voice, it was the kind of presence that made people lower their guard without realizing it. Unfortunately for her, Leo's charm outshone even hers. I know who you are, the eldest daughter of the Yukinashida family. You're pretty famous around here, after all. Leo's grin was open and genuine, like that of a carefree boy with nothing to hide. For a brief moment, Harino found herself dazed by it, silently admitting to herself, this kid's looks and presence could outclass half the rich heirs I've met. As for being called a celebrity, Harino wasn't surprised in the slightest. At 20 years old, she was now a student in the engineering department of a national university. But she'd once attended Sobu High herself, and before she graduated, she'd been the school's flower on the peak, the one everyone admired. Back then, Harino had it all: beauty, pedigree, elegance, stellar grades, and almost unfair social skills. In stark contrast to Yukino, who struggled with communication, Harino had been able to charm everyone she met. During her years at Sobu High, she'd built strong connections with students, teachers, even the principal and board members. Her influence lingered long after graduation. Her name still came up among the seniors who'd entered during her final year. Leo was one of them. Back in his first year, he hadn't interacted with Harino directly, but he'd seen her often walking down the hall surrounded by a crowd of people, the undeniable center of attention. She could manage dozens of relationships without neglecting anyone. She was, in every sense, a social powerhouse. People called her the perfect human, and many viewed her as the big sister type they could never forget. That was who Yukinashida Harino had been. Even now, she remained a local celebrity because she wasn't just the Yukinashida family's eldest daughter, but their designated heir. Despite not having graduated, she was already handling portions of the family's political and business dealings, and she had a solid reputation in Chiba Prefecture's high society. With someone so flawless and accomplished as her sister, it was no wonder Yukino had grown up in her shadow. Her behavior now made that perfectly clear. She stayed silent, visibly tense, all her usual sharpness gone. She looked almost fragile as she stood quietly behind Leo, completely deferring to him. Harino couldn't help but feel that her understanding of their relationship might be very, very wrong. Eleg-kun is quite the celebrity himself, isn't he? Harino said, glancing back at Yukino before focusing on Leo again. I remember before I graduated, you were already pretty popular. Some upperclassmen even snuck off to watch you, didn't they? I'm nothing compared to you, Harino-senpai. Leo smiled easily. There are people who don't like me, but I doubt there's anyone who dislikes you. You're giving me too much credit. Harino's eyes narrowed slightly, her tone carrying a hidden edge. Things aren't always what they seem. Sometimes people who look close actually despise each other, while those who seem at odds might care deeply. Her gaze flicked between Leo and Yukino, a knowing smile curling her lips. Like you two, for example. I used to think there was something improper between you. But now, it seems your relationship is even more complicated than I imagined. It wasn't hard to guess why she'd heard Yukino hadn't been staying at her apartment and had been spending a lot of time with a certain boy. Naturally, Harino came to confront them. Yukino knew her sister would misunderstand, but instead of explaining, she chose silence. Arguing would only play into Harino's hands. After all, she knew better than anyone Harino was terrifyingly perceptive, someone who could corner you with just a few words. To avoid giving anything away, Yukino decided not to speak at all. Even when Harino tried to provoke her, she endured it quietly and waited for Leo to arrive. Leo, on the other hand, seemed completely at ease, almost as if he didn't care what Harino might think. In a sense, Harino-senpai isn't wrong. Meeting Harino's probing gaze, Leo smiled. There is something between me and Yukino that no one else knows about. And yes, it's not exactly proper. At that, Harino's eyes sharpened again. The two stared at each other, both smiling, but neither showing the slightest warmth. Nuthat wasn't quite true. Leo's eyes held a playful glint, while Harino's calm composure wavered for the first time. The air in the service club room grew tense once more, almost electric. Yukino could feel cold sweat forming on her back. You're quite bold, eloquent, Harino said after a long silence, her voice soft but edged. You realize we're the daughters of the Yukinashida family, right? If our mother found out you were having some improper relationship with my foolish little sister, you might not last long at Sobuhai. It wasn't so much a threat as it was a test. Harino was trying to read him to understand what kind of person Leo really was. That was her specialty. Despite her warm, cheerful demeanor, Harino was a consummate actress. She adapted herself to match the preferences of whoever she was dealing with, becoming their ideal imageal for her own ends. But her attempts to read Leo were wasted effort. Well, it's not like we can hide it forever, Leo said lightly. Sooner or later, she'll hear about it anyway. So what's the point? Harino's smile faltered slightly. So even now, after I came all this way, you're not planning to end it? Leo's grin only widened. End it? You've got it backward, Harino-senpai. He leaned back casually, eyes glinting with amusement. This isn't something you can end. 21, Chapter 20 What We're Doing Tonight. 21, Chapter 20 What We're Doing Tonight. The air in the club room sank into silence for the third time. Yukinashida Harino looked deeply at Leo, whose smile never wavered, and suddenly stood up. Well then, I think that's enough for today. She turned her gaze toward her sister. I'll be heading home first, Yukino. Both Leo and Yukino were caught off guard. You leaving already? Yukino blinked, unable to process what just happened. Leo hadn't expected Harino to end things so abruptly either. But Harino didn't really have much choice. She'd met countless people before, and from that short conversation alone she could already tell no amount of clever words or negotiation tactics would work on someone like Leo. It wasn't that her own skills were lacking, but this man exuded a kind of calm arrogance, as if ordinary rules didn't apply to him. Even the Yukinashida family name didn't seem to faze him in the slightest. Harino understood, continuing this talk wouldn't get her anywhere. He looked bright and easygoing on the surface, but in truth he was self-assured to the point of defiance, utterly unmoved by anyone or anything around him. Put nicely, he was confident and assertive. Put bluntly, he didn't play by the rules and couldn't care less about social decorum. If that was the case, then she couldn't allow herself to fall into his rhythm. She knew far too little about him. She hadn't done any background digging before coming here, and with such poor preparation, trying to maintain control of the conversation was nothing but wishful thinking. What gave this boy the confidence to stand toe-to-toe with the Yukinashida family's heir? What kind of backing did he have to act so casually before her? Harino realized she'd have to take the time to find out. Otherwise, she might step into a trap without even realizing it. So, she decided to retreat for now. I haven't told father or mother about this yet. Harino's eyes fixed on Yukino. Little Yukino, you're not a child anymore. You know what you should and shouldn't be doing. I trust you'll make the right choices. She straightened her blazer and smiled faintly. Let's leave it here for today. I'll come visit again soon. Then, turning to Leo, she added with a bright, disarming smile, when that time comes, I hope you'll teach me as kindly as you did today, Eloquent. Leo's eyes gleamed slightly as he chuckled inwardly. So this is Yukinashida Harino, huh? Realizing the situation wasn't in her favor, she chose to withdraw decisively, giving just enough ground to set up her next move. Sharp, adaptable, and gutsy. What a woman. If she had the aptitude, she'd be worth recruiting as a servant, even consider giving her the queen piece. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to have the right potential. Leo turned his attention inward, toward the evil pieces hidden in his subspace. Of the 14 pieces he possessed, only 8 pawn pieces glimmered faintly with light. The rest remained completely inert. Not just the queen, none of the bishop, rook, or knight pieces reacted either. That meant this perfect woman standing before him had far lower aptitude in the underworld than Yukino did. If Yukino ever found out her flawless sister ranked below her in potential, I wonder how she'd take it. Leo smiled to himself, amused by the thought. Still, the evil piece reaction was only a guide. It indicated whether someone was compatible and how much potential they had. It didn't mean they couldn't be turned. The final decision always rested with him. If he really wanted to convert someone into a servant, he could, regardless of their aptitude. But doing so would waste his servant conversion trait and the valuable feedback it provided. And Leo wasn't one to waste his resources. So, even if it was a bit of a shame, he let the idea of turning Harino go. Without another word, Yukinashida Harino left. Yukino, however, didn't feel relieved at all. In fact, she looked even more anxious. You're seriously freaking out? That's not the Yukino I know. Leo couldn't help but laugh at her worried expression. You don't understand. Yukino sighed, her tone unusually tense. My sister isn't the type to just let things go. When she likes something, she'll play with it until it breaks. When she hates something, she'll crush it completely. The only time she does nothing is when she has no interest at all. And judging from that smile she gave us, she's not done yet. I'm afraid she'll actually dig up something. Yukino's biggest fear was her family discovering the truth that she had died once, become a devil, and now served Leo as his servant. If her parents ever found out, they'd lose their minds. The Yukinashida family's precious daughter, turned into a Deviland, worse, someone else's servant? That was beyond humiliating. Even if not for her sake, they'd never accept that out of sheer pride. Of course, they couldn't actually do anything about it. Their influence in the human world meant nothing against a real devil, especially one of noble rank like Leo. Still, Yukino feared they wouldn't understand that and would try to challenge him anyway. And if they did, they'd only end up destroyed. More than anything, she didn't want her family dragged into this world. She'd already died once because of it, and she knew now better than anyone how dangerous it was. The devils, angels, and fallen angels might no longer wage open war, but skirmishes still happened. Every one of those could lead to casualties. For ordinary people, stepping into this world was suicide. If her family's curiosity led the wrong people to notice them, the consequences would be disastrous. The thought alone made Yukino's stomach twist with worry. I think I get what you're afraid of. Leo sighed, watching her fidget in frustration. But you're worrying too much. Even if your family somehow got involved, the church wouldn't just stand by. The church? Yukino blinked. They'd actually help my family. Most likely, Leo said matter-of-factly. The church has a strong presence in Chiba Prefecture, and your family's one of the major houses there. They're definitely on the church's radar. Devils seek high-quality human partners for contracts, and families like yours are prime targets. Naturally, the church keeps tabs on them. That way, if something looks suspicious, they can step in to exorcise the threat. Plus, it gives them a chance to build connections and maybe get some generous donations. And if they manage to spread faith in the process, even better. So it's entirely possible your family already has ties to the local church. That made Yukino relax a little. But what if they actually reach out to them? What if they ask the exorcists to investigate us? Then let them. Leo shrugged. If they come knocking, we'll just send them away. Like I said, these days, it's the church that avoids me, not the other way around. If your family's little inquiry exposes who we are, then all the better. That way, you can stop hiding and act openly as a devil. Leo's attitude was as fearless as ever, exactly as Harino had seen through him, utterly unshakable. If he truly wanted to keep things secret, he could have easily used demonic power earlier to cloud Harino's memory or nudge her perception. But he hadn't bothered. Anyway, he said, brushing the topic aside, what we need to focus on is what we're doing tonight. Tonight? Yukino tilted her head. We have something to do. That's right. Leo nodded. It's been a month since you became a devil. You've made progress with your devil work, and I assume you've got a handle on your abilities by now. I suppose so. Yukino pressed her lips together. At the very least, I can control my demonic power now. She raised her hand, and a soft glow appeared in her palm. The demonic power shifted fluidly, turning into fire, then water, then wind, then ice. Among them, the ice was by far the strongest. The others were too weak to do any real damage. Clearly, Yukino had a natural talent for manipulating ice. That probably had to do with her sacred gear, an ice type, and a long Inu's at that. I've got the hang of my sacred gear too. Behind her, faint traces of the Ice Princess began to take form, radiating an intense chill. Good. Leo nodded, satisfied. Then tonight, we're going to hunt a stray devil. You can read up to chapter 48 on Patreon. 22, chapter 21. So, do you want to leave? 22, chapter 21. So, do you want to leave? Stray devils. As the name suggests, these were devils who had abandoned their master's robe, beings no longer bound by the rules of their kind, running wild in the human world. In the underworld, every high-class devil was granted a set of evil pieces, giving them the right to recruit servants. But because of that, the quality of those servants varied wildly. No one could guarantee that among their servants wouldn't be a few reckless or dangerous ones, especially those who were reincarnated from other race humans, magicians, or even fallen warriors. Gaining demonic power often twisted their personalities. Some were already scum before reincarnation power merely stripped away the last of their restraint, turning them into monsters worse than devils themselves. Most stray devils were like that, rebels who refused to obey, grew dissatisfied with control, or became consumed by greed and ambition. In the end, they betrayed their masters, sometimes even killing them, and fled into the human world as fugitives. Simply put, stray devils were the underworld's wanted criminals, dangerous individuals to be hunted down. One of those dangerous criminals is actually here. Late at night, on the outskirts of the city, Yukino stood beside Leo in an unfinished entertainment complex. She frowned slightly as she asked the question. Tonight, Yukino wasn't wearing her usual Sobu High uniform. Instead, she had on a practical outfit, an unadorned checkered shirt, cropped jeans, and her long straight hair tied into twin ponytails. The change made her look less cold, more alive. If Sona's intel is right, this is the place. Leo answered casually, hands stuffed in his pockets. He wasn't in uniform either, black shirt, black slacks, and a dark jacket. His whole aura had shifted. Gone was the sunny, easygoing student. What stood before her now was a young man cloaked in the quiet confidence of the night, like an assassin who'd shed his mask. They say this one's particularly cruel. Even before reincarnating, he was a murderer with plenty of blood on his hands. Becoming a devil just made him snap completely. Not long ago, while his master was away, he slaughtered his fellow servants and escaped. His master was furious but out a bounty and declared a public manhunt for the traitor. Leo's tone was calm, but the content made Yukino knit her brows. What was his master thinking? Why would anyone turn someone like that into a servant? Recruiting such a maniacid was practically asking to be killed. She couldn't wrap her head around it. You're being too naive. Leo chuckled, tapping her forehead lightly. You think all devils are like me? Righteous, handsome, sunshine incarnate. He smirked. Some devils are far worse than anything you've read about. They don't care how many people their target has killed. To them, humans are just lesser beings. If someone stands out among the masses by being ruthless enough to survive, they don't see a killer, they see potential. So they reincarnate them. Sometimes for talent, sometimes for amusement. They never stop to consider the consequences. Leo's voice carried open disdain. When those servants eventually turn on them, they only have themselves to blame. Of course, not every stray devil is evil, he added with a yawn. Some rebel because they're unhappy. Maybe they were forced into reincarnation. Maybe they can't accept what they've become. Or maybe they just got tired of being abused and finally snapped. If that's the case, they're usually captured rather than killed, brought back for punishment or re-education. But this one, Leo's eyes narrowed slightly, isn't that kind. He's pure scum. His master isn't exactly a saint either, so the job is simple: exterminate, no need for survivors. When it comes to stray devils, the underworld doesn't look the other way. They're always hunted either through bounties or by assigning devils in the human world to deal with them. Angels and fallen angels see them the same way, unstable threats to the balance. Anyone who finds one kills it, no questions asked. He lifted his gaze toward the looming shadow of the building ahead, his lips curling faintly. And the church has its own version: stray exorcists. They were once holy men sworn to God, but some lost themselves. They started killing devils for sport, or became fanatics who'd slaughter anything tainted in the name of purity. They find joy in it, feel alive only when they're destroying. The church treats them as dangerous heretics and quietly eliminates them. No exceptions. In this era where the three factions no longer wage large-scale wars, needing a proper exorcist from the church might not be too bad. You could walk away if they've got orders to avoid conflict. But if you run into one of those stray exorcists, he gave her a meaningful look, they won't hesitate to cut you down. So remember this, out there, your greatest enemies might not be the church itself, but them. Yukino drew in a deep breath. This was uncharted territory for Harino blood, real danger. Her nerves were tight, her heart hammering against her ribs. She'd never been part of anything like this. To distract herself, she tried changing the subject. So anyone can become a stray? Even a servant could just decide to leave. She forced a calm tone. Aren't you afraid I'll become one? After all, she hadn't exactly chosen this life. Yes, Leo had saved her, but she hadn't wanted to become a devil in the first place. Who would? What sane person would willingly abandon their humanity to become something others call evil and corrupt? From that perspective, Yukino thought it made perfect sense that some devils rejected their new existence and sought freedom even through rebellion. If Leo hadn't saved her, if she'd been forcibly turned without her consent, she probably would have done the same, fought against it, refused to serve anyone. So she couldn't help but wonder, did Leo ever worry that she might betray him too? But Leo showed not the slightest concern, because his servants weren't like others. Ordinary reincarnated devils relied purely on the evil piece's power. Leo also used evil pieces, but his servant conversion trait was fused with them, using the pieces only as a medium. The real process came from his unique trait. Originally, the trait of the Eligos family influenced the wills of warriors, but his version had evolved into a power that could conquer a warrior's soul. In other words, when Leo used his servant conversion to reincarnate Yukino, her soul was branded with his mark. She wasn't just his servant in body, her very soul belonged to him. Even if she died, her soul would return to him. Because of that, Leo's servants naturally felt drawn to him, instinctively loyal. Being away from him would leave them restless, uneasy. Yukino herself had experienced that, even if she hadn't realized it. It was the outward sign of her soul's bond to him, a reflex buried deep within. Unless Leo did something truly unforgivable, something that made Yukino's disgust overpower that bond, she would never feel compelled to leave him. And even if she did run, Leo could always find her. He could sense the presence of his servants through their souls. As long as Yukino didn't genuinely hate him, he had nothing to fear. Leo turned to her then, a teasing smile tugging at his lips. So, he asked softly, do you want to leave? His question made Yukino freeze. Before she could answer, the sound of footsteps echoed through the darkness, slow, deliberate, drawing closer. Who's there? The sound made Yukino's heart lurch. Some buried memory rose to the surface, making her voice tremble slightly. The person didn't answer. Under Leo's calm, watchful gaze, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. I smell it, the scent of my own kind. The voice was low, tinged with laughter, obsessive, unhinged, dangerous. So you found me already, huh? The underworld's hounds. As he stepped into the light, Yukino's eyes widened. Her pupils trembled violently. The figure's shadow twisted beneath his feet, warping, writhing, no longer remotely human. 23, Chapter 22. What a pleasant surprise. 23, Chapter 22. What a pleasant surprise. Inside the dark, abandoned entertainment complex, shadows flickered across the floor as something monstrous slowly stepped into Leo and Yukino's view. It was a creature covered head to toe in scales, its entire body a strange, eerie shade of blue. Between the scales, viscous slime oozed and dripped. Standing over 3 meters tall, it resembled a merman out of a nightmare. Webbed claws sprouted from both its hands and feet, its head twisted into a hideous, fawn visage. Two bulbous eyes bulged outward like a frog's, grotesque and terrifying all at once. What is that? Yukino instinctively took several steps back. Her expression wasn't so much fear as pure disgust of physical revulsion that made her features twist. She couldn't help it. This was her first time seeing such a thing. Even when she'd faced the fallen angel Varden a month ago, at least that opponent still looked vaguely human, wings aside. But this creature wasn't fish or man, just a disgusting parody of both. One look at it was enough to make her stomach churn. That's what an ordinary devil turns into once it falls, Leo said evenly, completely unfazed as he explained to her in his usual calm tone. When there's no one to restrain them, no one to guide them, and their demonic power lets their desires shape reality, low-born servant devils like this often lose themselves in power and corruption. Before they realize it, they've reshaped their bodies into something utterly revolting. That was one of the many reasons stray devils were hunted on sight. If something like this were to wander into human society, the chaos would be unimaginable. After all, the three factions couldn't survive without humans anymore. Keeping human society stable was a matter of survival. That's why even if a stray devil's former master didn't issue a bounty or alert, the underworld authorities would immediately investigate and send word to devils active in the human world to eliminate the threat. Sona had learned about this one through underworld channels and contacted Leo to handle it. Do all devils without masters end up like that? Yukino asked quietly, a flicker of relief crossing her heart. She was suddenly very glad she hadn't walked away from Leo back when she'd been resisting the contract. If leaving a master meant ending up like that thing, she'd rather take a spear through the chest from a fallen angel. Unfortunately, the stray devil before her had no such self-awareness. I ran all the way to the human world, and you still won't leave me alone. The merman-like creature spoke in a low rasp that might have sounded pitiful if not for the deranged chuckle that accompanied it. His mind was clearly slipping. A closer look revealed the crimson tint to the slime dripping from his mouth. That wasn't saliva. It was blood. What were you doing here? Leo's eyes hardened. Whose blood is that? His words made Yukino look close. She finally noticed. The blood wasn't flowing from his mouth. It was smeared on, like milk accidentally staining one's lips. Oh, you noticed. The stray devil's chuckles deepened into manic laughter. Really, I'm such a mess. A grown man like me, forgetting to wipe his mouth after eating. How rude of me. But it's that vagrant's fault, honestly. His life was already worthless. Wouldn't it have been better if he'd just offered up his body to some use? Why did he have to struggle so hard? Made it such a pain to take a bite. Now that girl I caught earlier was much better, passed out right away. No struggle at all. A shame, really. I didn't even get to hear her lovely screams. Even without Leo saying anything, Yukino already knew what this monster had done. Her disgust and fear burned away, replaced by pure, righteous fury. The hesitation she'd felt about killing another devil, someone technically of her own kind, vanished without a trace. In its place was a cold, merciless clarity, befitting the one called winter flower. "End him, Yukino," Leo said flatly. She stepped forward, her expression emotionless as mist began to rise around her. It was a freezing vapor born from temperatures below zero, chill that could freeze the world solid. Crack, crack, crack. With every step Yukino took, the ground beneath her frosted over, spreading ice across the floor. The air grew heavy and frigid. Watching her, the stray devil didn't feel fear. He looked excited. So the one fighting me is this little girl? Not bad at all. Pretty, just like the one I caught earlier. Fresh, tender, delicious looking. His grin widened, saliva dripping from his jagged teeth. Then I won't hold back. Thanks for the meal, you underworld trash. He lunged. The motion was like a fish whipping its tail through water, fluid, fast, and violent. His webbed claws slammed into the ground, propelling his 3-meter-tall body forward like a monstrous bullet. Even without a report from the underworld, Leo could tell instantly this one had been a night-class servant. Betraying his master hadn't stripped away his night trait. That speed and physical power were terrifying, turning his massive body into a charging tank aimed right at Yukino. Thud! The impact echoed, but he hadn't hit Yukino. A solid wall of ice had formed in front of her, smooth and flowing like frozen water. The stray devil crashed into it headfirst, shattering chunks of ice that exploded outward as he was knocked back. Bam! 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 The noise that followed wasn't from his counterattack, it was from Yukino's. In the instant he was repelled, she struck back mercilessly. The ice wall exploded into countless irregular shards that shot toward him like bullets. Each icy projectile slammed into his body, one after another, detonating on impact and filling the air with dull, pounding blasts. You little bitch! The stray devil roared in anger, his laughter gone, replaced by hatred. I'll tear you apart. He charged again, body caked in frost, shards of ice clinging to his limbs. But his movements were slower, his joints had begun to freeze. Don't come near me, you disgusting thing. Yukino's voice was frigid and sharp, colder than her magic. Surrounded by whirling mist, she truly looked like a goddess of winter. From the fog burst a barrage of ice bullets, spears, blades, and needles, an endless storm that battered the stray devil from every direction. He tried to dodge, weaving desperately, but her barrage was relentless. No matter which way he turned, he was forced back, his body torn and frozen in equal measure. His enraged roars turned to shrieks of pain as scales shattered and flesh split under the icy assault. He tried to close the distance, but the chilling mist around her nearly froze him solid each time he got close. When he finally tried to flee, Yukino was ready. Ice crept up his legs and froze him to the floor, sending him crashing down. The sight of her cold, merciless, methodical was terrifyingly beautiful. What a pleasant surprise, Leo murmured, genuinely impressed. He thought Yukino might falter due to inexperience, but seeing her now proved otherwise. She was inexperienced, yes, but brilliant. She adapted instantly, reading the flow of battle, finding the most effective way to strike back. She'd already analyzed her opponent's fighting style and built a plan to counter it calm, precise, and devastating. Even more surprising was that she hadn't summoned Ice Princess, her long Inus. Yukino had fought and won relying purely on her demonic power. Mercy, please, spare me. The stray devil's limbs were frozen solid, his body encased in spreading ice. Disappear. Yukino hesitated for only a second, then remembered what he'd said earlier. Her eyes hardened. Crack, crack, crack. In moments, the stray devil's entire body froze into a massive block of ice. Boom! The ice shattered, scattering him into glittering shards. The monstrous form was gone, reduced to nothing but drifting snow. 24, Chapter 23. You can be proud of that. 24, Chapter 23. You can be proud of that. The roars, screams, and crashing sounds echoing through the abandoned entertainment complex vanished the moment the ice and dust filled the air. Ha! Yukino finally lowered her hand and exhaled softly, as though trying to release the turmoil churning inside her chest. Clap, clap, clap. Leo, who had been watching from the sidelines the entire time, began to applaud with a satisfied smile. His eyes shone with open admiration. Well done, Yukino, Leo praised warmly. Honestly, I thought you wouldn't be able to go through with it. Maybe it's because that thing didn't look human, Yukino murmured, her expression complicated. If it had looked like a person, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it. She wasn't trying to act fragile, but ending a living being with her own hands, there was no way to pretend that didn't affect her. A month ago, she had still been an ordinary human girl. For someone like that, killing even a monster was something you could walk away from without feeling anything. Thankfully, the stray devil was no longer remotely human. It had become a monster through and through, committing crimes so abhorrent that Yukino could harden her resolve. Otherwise, her performance tonight would have been far less impressive. You did great, Leo said, clearly pleased. When he noticed her conflicted expression, he reached out and ruffled her hair with a faint smile. For your first real fight, that was remarkable. Even people who've grown up surrounded by the supernatural can't always handle themselves that well. I can say with confidence your performance tonight was better than 90% of all servant devils. And since your opponent was just some worthless scum, there's no need to look so conflicted. Yukino stayed still for a few seconds under his hand before brushing it away and returning to her usual composed demeanor. I know, that thing deserved to die. What I did was right. You don't have to comfort me. Her opponent was a being beyond the reach of human law, so it had to be judged by the laws of the supernatural world. And in that world, the stray devil's death was already a foregone conclusion. That made her role as his executioner completely justified, like a police officer carrying out a lawful sentence. With that thought, the tightness in her chest began to ease. But then, another question crept into her mind. That stray devil, he must have been a violent person even before he reincarnated, right? She asked hesitantly. Then why did he seem kind of weak? Yes, weak. This was someone who had given up his humanity, driven by the desire for power and indulgence. Yukino had expected someone like that to be extremely dangerous, just like Leo had warned her. She'd even been ready to summon Ice Princess and use her sacred gear if things got serious. But the reality was underwhelming. Aside from his speed, nothing about him had been that impressive. Was something like that really supposed to be dangerous? Yukino couldn't help feeling that something didn't add up. Leo chuckled. You think he was weak? He asked, his tone teasing. Then what if I told you that stray devil was actually stronger than the fallen angel who killed you a month ago? What? Yukino froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. You mean that monster was stronger than the fallen angel from before? No way. Even now, the memory of Varden still haunted her dreams. That day was burned into her memory the way she hadn't even been able to run. He'd appeared behind her in a blink and speared her through the stomach, killing her instantly. Sure, she'd only been human back then, but that didn't mean she was helpless. Yukino had always excelled in everything she did, smart, capable, and disciplined. She cooked, cleaned, rode horses, practiced aikido. She wasn't athletic, but she could still hold her own against club athletes when it came to form and technique. And yet, against Varden, she hadn't even lasted seconds. He'd been that strong. So hearing that the creature she'd just crushed was stronger than him, that was hard to believe. Seeing her disbelief, Leo continued with an amused smile. The fallen angel might have been able to kill you easily, but that was because he had supernatural power and you didn't. That's all. It doesn't mean he was that strong. Despite how arrogant he acted, that guy was just a two-wing low-class fallen angel, bottom of the barrel in every faction. The stray devil you just fought, though? Before he went rogue, he was already close to reaching the level of a mid-class devil. After he corrupted his body, he actually crossed that threshold. He was much stronger than your average low-class devil, angel, or fallen angel. If the two of them fought, Varden would probably win only because his light powers countered devils. But in terms of raw ability, the stray devil was above him. His speed alone, thanks to that night piece, was something a mere low-class fallen angel could never match. You thought he was weak for two reasons, Leo explained, grinning. One, he'd already fallen so far that he'd lost his combat instincts, nothing left but a beast's rage. And 2 inch. He poked her lightly on the forehead. You're underestimating yourself. Leo's voice carried the weight of certainty. From the moment you were reincarnated, you had enough demonic power to outclass most mid-class devils. And this past month, you've been studying diligently, mastering every technique and principle of demonic power control recorded in our library. The books in the Eligos House collection aren't cheap manuals anyone can find. They're ancient tomes filled with high-grade knowledge, passed down for generations. Learning even a single technique from them can elevate a devil above the masses. You've absorbed all that quietly, steadily and transformed without even realizing it. Even without your sacred gear, you're already at a mid-class devil's level. Yukino stared blankly as Leo patted her shoulder, his expression proud. Your talent and intelligence far exceed my expectations. You were already a top student among humans, and now, even in our world, you're nothing less than a genius. In terms of raw talent, even Leo half-pure blood himself had to admit he lagged behind her. When he'd first entered the supernatural world, it had taken him 3 full months of intense training just to reach the level of a mid-class devil. And that was with an adult's mind and focus. Magic had nothing to do with age. If your power and technique were refined enough, even a child could fight toe-to-toe with a high-class devil. If that fallen angel were still alive, Leo said confidently, you could defeat him now. Not crush him, the same way you did that stray devil. He smiled. That's your current strength, Yukino. You have every right to feel proud, truly proud. Leo's words slipped into her heart like a warm breeze. Yukino looked up at him, seeing the faint smile in his eyes, and felt something unfamiliar stirring deep inside her. She wanted to say something but words didn't come easily to someone as socially awkward as her. Leo didn't seem to notice. He just sighed in mock disappointment. Too bad I didn't get to see you use your sacred gear. I still don't know how strong you are at full power. Guess I'll have to find you a tougher opponent next time, otherwise, it won't be much of a challenge. Yukino fell silent again, expression unreadable. It's over. Should we head back? She finally asked after a pause. Hold on. Leo glanced toward the darkened building, narrowing his eyes. Let's check inside first. Make sure there are no survivors and see how many victims there were. Hearing that, Yukino's face darkened as she remembered what the stray devil had said earlier. She nodded firmly. Together, they stepped into the darkness of the ruined facility. 25, Chapter 24 The Hierarchy of Trait Feedback. 25, Chapter 24 The Hierarchy of Trait Feedback. The entertainment complex hadn't been around long. Construction had stalled due to lack of funds, leaving the interior filled with debris and discarded materials. The air reeked of decay, the kind of stench that drove people away at first whiff. But as Leo and Yukino walked deeper inside, their looks of distaste shifted into something grimmer. The smell had changed. What had started as a sour, rotting stench was now a sharp, metallic tang. Their demonic senses told them immediately this was blood. Thick, concentrated blood. Yukino's face paled. She could see it large, sprawling patches of crimson staining the floor. The sight alone was sickening enough, but scattered across the blood were fragments of white bone and shredded pieces of clothing. It didn't take much imagination to understand what that meant. Looks like we were still too late, Leo said quietly. His tone was calm, but the chill in it betrayed his displeasure. Just by the scale of the blood and remains, it was obvious the stray devil had already been feeding here for quite some time. That monster deserved to die. Yukino's voice trembled not from fear, but anger. Compared to herself and Leo, that thing had been the true devil, the kind of creature ordinary people imagined when they thought of evil and corruption. Judging by how torn these clothes are, Leo said after circling the room, surprisingly composed, his victims were probably all vagrants, homeless people. No wonder no one noticed sooner. If he'd gone after anyone with a family or a home, the underworld would have caught on long ago. But he said he caught a girl, didn't he? Yukino's eyes widened. Where is she? Leo stopped walking. Yukino followed his gaze and froze. At the very back of that nightmarish scene, a girl lay motionless on the ground. She was beautiful, with a slender frame and long chestnut hair that reached her waist just as the stray devil had said. Her looks rivaled Yukino's own, but her body was drenched in blood. Her abdomen had been torn open, as if mauled by a wild beast. Her chest was still. No breath, no heartbeat. So young, and yet her life had ended here in this forgotten corner of the world, fading like a flower in the dark. Crack, crack, crack. Yukino's emotions surged uncontrollably. Frost spread from her feet, coating the floor in a thin layer of ice. Leo, who had remained icy and composed until now, suddenly blinked in surprise. Then his expression shifted something between astonishment and realization. He extended his hand, forming a crimson magic circle above his palm. From the center of the circle floated a glowing chess piece, deep red, shimmering faintly. A devil piece. Yukino gasped. Her eyes widened when she saw it. It's glowing. Yes, glowing brightly. And as Leo's servant, Yukino knew exactly what that meant. We may have been late, Leo murmured, his voice soft but certain, but it seems this girl's fate isn't sealed yet. He stepped forward, knelt beside the girl, and gently placed the devil piece on her chest. With quiet concentration, he began to chant. The glowing piece cracked apart, scattering into countless particles of light that seeped into the girl's body. Immediately, the power of the piece took hold. Her blood, which had pooled beneath her, flowed back into her veins. The gaping wound in her abdomen began knitting itself closed before their eyes. Her chest rose slightly then again. Her heartbeat returned, steady and strong, syncing with Leo's own as it pulsed through the air. Just like a month ago, when he had made Yukino his servant, Leo's unique trait servant conversion had activated. Trait servant conversion activated, base feedback acquired demonic power, moderate increase. Advanced feedback acquired sacred gear, proficiency increase. In an instant, Leo's demonic power surged again. The increase wasn't quite as dramatic as when he'd reincarnated Yukino, who wielded a long Inus, but it was close. His already high-class level power climbed even higher, brushing the edge of the next tier. At the same time, his mind and soul thrummed with energy. His will strengthened, and with it, his mastery over his sacred gear Zenith Tempest expanded exponentially. Sacred gears fed on the wielder's will and conviction. The stronger the will, the stronger the gear and the easier it was to wield. Thanks to his trait's feedback, Leo's control over his gear skyrocketed, as though he'd trained with it for years. Another solid boost in power, he muttered, his bad mood finally easing. This activation of servant conversion had given him new insight. The feedback from his trait clearly depended on the potential and strength of the servant he reincarnated. Comparing this case with Yukino's, he could now classify the feedback into 3 tiers. First tier, servants of low potential ordinary humans, like Sona Shidori's typical servants. These granted only minimal feedback, usually a single basic boost, such as a small amount of demonic power. Second tier, servants of moderate potential humans with sacred gears or special abilities, or those born with rare bloodlines. These gave both basic and advanced feedback, including a medium boost in demonic power. Third tier, servants of high potential individuals like Yukino, who possessed a long Inus and top tier talent. These yielded 3 forms of feedback, basic, advanced, and additional, along with a large surge of demonic power enough for a massive leap in strength. The girl before him was clearly a second tier case. Leo could sense the faint pulse of a sacred gear within her. Of course, even within the same tier, there were differences. This girl, for instance, might technically be second tier, but the feedback she'd given him felt almost as strong as Yukino, just shy of a top tier servant. Her demonic power boost was medium in classification, yet it felt only a hair's breadth away from large. And the advanced feedback enhanced sacred gear proficiency was significant. His mastery of Zenith Tempest had risen several stages at once. That meant this girl's potential was bordering on high tier, likely only limited by the rank of her sacred gear. Yukino's long Inus was in a class of its own. This girl's was T, but that was to be expected. There were only 13 long Inus in existence, each unique. Finding even one was a miracle. Needing 2 in a lifetime would be absurd. Leo had no illusions about that. He never expected all his servants to match Yukino's level. That would be unrealistic. So when the devil piece's reaction had been nearly as strong as hers, he hadn't hesitated for a moment, taken the opportunity immediately. She'll be all right now, right? Yukino asked softly as she stepped closer. Of course, Leo replied, glancing up at her with a grin. Congratulations, you'll have a new companion soon. Shouldn't I be congratulating you? Yukino huffed, folding her arms. Seeing his smile, her mood lightened slightly. Another beautiful girl added to your collection. You must be so proud of yourself. Maybe a little, Leo said with a toothy grin. What can I say? I'm a devil who embraces his desires. With that, he lifted the unconscious girl gently into his arms. Come on, let's bring her back to the manor. He started toward the exit. Yukino took a step after him, then noticed something lying where the girl had been, a school bag. Is that hers? She picked it up, brushing off the dust. The design looked like one from an elite academy. So she'd been attacked on her way home from school. Then, as she turned the bag over, her eyes landed on the name tag hanging from it. Yuaki Asuna. Yukino froze. That name sounded familiar. Her brow furrowed as the memory clicked. Yuaki family's daughter, she muttered, sighing. Another heiress, huh? That guy's luck is ridiculous. 26, Chapter 25, The Exorcists Arrive. In the darkness, Leo had just stepped out of the unfinished entertainment facility and was about to leave when he suddenly paused, as if sensing something. He lifted his gaze. What's wrong? Yukino, who had hurried after him with her skull bag, stopped when she saw him halt, confusion coloring her voice. It's nothing. Leo kept his eyes fixed in one direction. He smiled lightly. Just some annoying people coming this way. Annoying people? Yukino blinked, bewildered. But before she could ask, several figures came racing toward them from the direction Leo was staring at. They clearly weren't normal humans. Ordinary people didn't move at that speed, nor could they leap from wall to lamppost like they were ghosting across rooftops, silent, swift, and deadly. Those are. Yukino's expression shifted sharply once she got a clear look. Since becoming a devil, she naturally possessed night vision. Even from a distance, she could make out their appearance. They were dressed either in priest's robes or nun habits. People from the church. The answer came to Yukino instantly, and her body tensed. Leo, however, wasn't looking at all of them. His attention was fixed on the woman at the front. A nun dressed in the most traditional habit. Long golden hair spilled out from beneath her veil, shining even in the dark. Her features were those of a classic Western beauty. Even the modest nun's garb couldn't hide her curves. Her blue eyes glinted coldly in the night, bold and piercing. The nun led several priests straight onto the property. All of them stopped abruptly when they spotted Leo and Yukino. Devils! The priests immediately moved into attack stance. But the nun raised a hand. Don't! You're no match for him. Her voice was unfit for a holy woman, sweet and sugary to the point that anyone who heard it felt a shiver down their spine. Leo watched her stop her subordinates and chuckled. So it really is you. His tone wasn't one of seeing an old enemy. It was more like running into a familiar nuisance. My, I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. The nun smiled back at him, sweet voice, sweet face, sweet expression, yet her eyes carried a chill that contradicted everything else. You know her. Yukino frowned. The nun's overly sweet demeanor irritated her. Leo gave a brief nod, then spoke. Her name is Sharon Holy Grail. She's one of the strongest exorcists in the church in Chiba Prefecture, known as Sharon the Pure. She was transferred here from the main headquarters 3 years ago, and she's been pestering me ever since. Looks gentle on the outside, but she's a cold, ruthless devil hunter. Yukino stared at him in shock. One of the strongest exorcists, and she chased you for 3 whole years. Just hearing that was enough to measure how dangerous this woman was. Any exorcist capable of cornering a high-class devil for years was definitely no ordinary small fry. 3 years ago, I wasn't a high-class devil yet, Leo said, immediately catching Yukino's thoughts. I was close, though. She really does have some skill, so be careful around her. Before Yukino could reply, Sharon spoke first. Hearing that from you feels a little insulting. Sharon smiled without missing a beat. If I couldn't do anything to you after 3 whole years, how would I ever deserve to be called one of the strongest? She glanced briefly at Yukino. That must be the servant you took in a month ago, right? Congratulations on becoming a high-class devil, by the way. The last time Sharon met Leo, he hadn't reached that level yet, so this was their first reunion since his promotion, but Sharon had clearly been watching him closely. She had investigated everything he'd done recently with meticulous detail. Hearing that from you is what's really insulting, don't you think? Leo's smile sharpened. What's wrong? Since you can't get to me, were you planning to go after my servant? Yukino's expression tightened instantly. How could I? Sharon continued smiling. If I laid a hand on the daughter of a major family in Chiba Prefecture, things would get far too troublesome, even with a good excuse. So even if I saw the Yukinashida family's second daughter outside, I'd pretend I didn't. That didn't reassure Yukino at all. Instead, it felt like being looked down on. Annoyance flickered across her tense features. You think I'll believe that nonsense? Leo scoffed. I know exactly how cruel and underhanded you are when dealing with devils. Drop the act before I send you to hell right here. Sharon's smile vanished instantly. A split second later, boom, a burst of air exploded beneath her feet as her figure disappeared, kicking up a gust. Yukino's head snapped upward. Sharon had leapt high into the air without warning. With her long leg raised, she came crashing down from above. Bang! Like a massive iron weight dropping from the sky, her heel slammed into the ground, shattering concrete and sending debris and gusts flying in every direction. Fortunately, both Leo and Yukino leapt back at the last instant, avoiding the devastating blow. Yukino regained her footing, ready to explode, but was immediately surrounded by several priests. They drew sword hilts from inside their robe hilts that extended into glowing blades of light. Yukino stiffened. Light is poison. Leo's warning echoed immediately in her mind. These priests were exorcists of the church, blessed by angels and wielding light weapons designed specifically to kill devils. The blades they held were light swords lethal to devils on contact. Yukino's instincts screamed that being struck once would be disastrous, maybe even worse than the injury she'd suffered when the fallen angel Varden pierced her stomach. Move. I don't want to fight you. She tried to warn them. They didn't listen. With no hesitation, they rushed her, swinging their light swords in lethal arcs. TCH. Yukino clicked her tongue, releasing demonic power. Cold air burst around her, clashing against the exorcists closing in. While Yukino was tangled with the priests, Sharon rushed Leo. The beautiful foreign nun held 2 light swords, dagger-sized extensions of blazing light, and moved like a gust of wind. She lunged at Leo, launching a flurry of relentless attacks. Swish, 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 swish. Blades of light cleaved through the air in rapid succession, creating brilliant arcs that cut toward Leo's body. These strikes were far faster and sharper than the stray devil's earlier wild charges, deadly and precise. Yukino absolutely couldn't have handled such an assault right now. But Leo had fought Sharon for 3 years. He knew her style inside and out. As merciless as ever. Smiling 1 second, then killing without blinking the next. Truly worthy of your title as a devil killer. Leo still carried the unconscious girl in his arms, yet his movements were light and fluid. He slipped between the streaks of light like a dancing butterfly, dodging every attack. You're the one who said I'm cold and ruthless. Why would I hold back now? Sharon didn't expect to finish him quickly. She suddenly hurled her light swords forward, 12 brilliant streaks flying straight toward Leo's face. He tilted his head aside, dodging cleanly. But then he saw Sharon pull a handgun from beneath her nun's habit. She aimed at his chest and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Instead of gunshots, streaks of light erupted from the barrel like bullets. The gun was also a light weapon. No normal ammunition, no sound. Completely silent and deadly. Leo moved to dodge, but a wave of light bullets came at him too quickly and too densely to evade entirely. WHM. He instantly released demonic power, forming a barrier around himself. Bang 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 bang. Light bullets struck the barrier in rapid succession, scattering glowing particles like sparks. Sharon narrowed her eyes, preparing to rush him again when several magic circles suddenly appeared around her. Boom! A barrage of force exploded outward from the circles, blasting the ground where she stood and shaking the entire area. 27, Chapter 26. When did you get this strong? Boom! A deafening blast tore through the once silent night, shaking the entire abandoned amusement facility. Dust billowed upward from the impact site. Rubble and shattered stone were hurled outward on a violent shockwave, like a missile had detonated right in the middle of the grounds. There were no flames, but the shockwave alone ravaged the air, sending wave after wave of pressure rolling across the area. Not far away, locked in a fight with several exorcists, Yukino stiffened. A gale slammed into her, forcing her to raise an arm to shield herself. Frosty mist swirled from her body, instantly freezing the incoming debris and stopping every shard of stone before any of it could reach her. The exorcists weren't so lucky. Some were blown off their feet by the wind, others were struck by rubble head-on. They only managed a few short cries of pain before they were flung across the ground. Amid all that destruction, Leo was the only one left untouched. 6 devil wings unfurled behind him as he hovered in midair, a limp girl held securely in one arm. His other hand was extended forward, demonic power roaring around it, clear proof of who had caused the blast. Ugh! Sharon Holy Grail reappeared off to the side. She must have dodged the magic circles that had trapped her at the last possible second, slipping free of the devastating shockwave. But her condition was far from good. Her nun's habit was torn in multiple places as if shredded by shrapnel, her pale skin exposed and covered in thin cuts and trails of blood. Even her normally beautiful face was streaked with dirt. She looked nothing like the immaculate exorcist from moments ago. You. Clutching her injured arm, Sharon looked up at Leo hovering in the air. Her eyes had completely changed. Shock and fury burned within them. When did you get this strong? She stared at the 3 pairs of devil wings behind him, at the overwhelming demonic power rising off his body, her heart twisting with disbelief and anger. It hadn't even been that long since she last fought him. Only a few months. 3 months ago, she had received a summons from the church's headquarters. There had been strange activity among the fallen angels, so she'd been sent to investigate. She had left Chiba Prefecture for the headquarters, only recently returning. During that time, she'd been informed that Leo had advanced to a high-class devil. She had mentally prepared herself to face a stronger opponent upon her return, but never, not in her wildest expectations, did she imagine this. 6 wings? Hadn't he only had 2 before? And this demonic power? This destructive force? How could any newly advanced high-class devil possess something like this? This power wasn't much weaker than that monster from 3 years ago. Her mind unwillingly flashed back to one of the most vivid memories of her life. Before she'd ever been assigned to Chiba Prefecture, the church had discovered an ancient devil sealed in a remote rural shrine. The creature had supposedly been locked away since the distant past, its power far too dangerous to allow revival. Sharon had gone with a team of elite exorcists to contain the threat, only to find another unknown faction there with the same goal of removing the seal. The 2 sides clashed, but the one that slaughtered them was not each other. It was the devil whose seal broke during the chaos. The moment it awakened, it went berserk, reducing the entire area to a hellscape. That day, Sharon survived only by pure luck. Every other member of the church in that mission died on the spot. The unknown faction only managed to restrain the devil after sacrificing nearly all their combat power. Even now, she remembered vividly how overwhelmingly powerful that creature had been. And supposedly, that wasn't even its true strength. Leo couldn't compare to that kind of being back then. But now, judging by demonic power alone, he wasn't far off. Shock and fury churned inside her. Ever heard the saying, if you haven't seen someone in 3 days, expect them to change? Leo looked down at his longtime pursuer with a broad grin. Seeing her so disheveled clearly amused him. It's been more than just 3 days since we last saw each other. Isn't a little improvement normal? Normal? Advancing from 2 wings to 6 in a few months? Multiplying his demonic power several times over? Normal? Sharon's chest rose and fell sharply. And with her shredded nun's habit barely clinging to her form, the sight was distracting for entirely the wrong reasons. Sister Sharon. Lady Sharon. The surviving exorcists stumbled over to her. Judging by their injuries, they were completely out of the fight. Retreat. Sharon forced down her rage, gritting her teeth as she issued the order. But our mission. One of the exorcists hesitated. They hadn't come here to confront Leo Eligos. According to reports, there had been disappearances in the area, evidence suggesting a stray devil. Sharon had been assigned to lead the investigation, but they hadn't even reached the suspected stray devil's hideout when they ran into someone far more dangerous. Leo Eligo, local devil representative of Chiba Prefecture. 15 years active in the region. Someone the church had repeatedly failed to eliminate. The last descendant of the Eligos family, once a pureblood devil line long thought extinct. Half pureblood devil, half church exorcist. A living contradiction watched closely by the underworld itself. A problem the church of Chiba Prefecture had never been able to solve. After he became a high-class devil, the church had even issued a directive. If you encounter Leo Eligos during a mission, abandon the objective and escape immediately. But this time, they had Sharon had always been able to match him blow for blow. So the team had gambled on supporting her by stalling Yukino. Who could have predicted this? That the exorcist who once fought him evenly would be overwhelmed in the blink of an eye. That Leo's power would grow exponentially. That he'd become a 6-winged devil. There was no point continuing. Cancel the mission. I'll handle the report, Sharon said coolly. Besides, his presence here suggests the same objective as ours. If the stray devil is already dealt with, then we haven't failed. But the church would see it differently. Leo advancing to a 6-winged high-class devil, strong enough to crush her with no effort, that would be the true disaster in their report. Sharon could already picture the elders of the church staring at each other in horrified silence. Move. Sharon made her decision instantly. After memorizing Leo's current appearance with a hard glare, she leapt into the shadows. The exorcist scrambled after her, too afraid to lag behind even a second. Leo merely watched them flee. He didn't pursue. Only after their presence faded completely did he fold away his wings and descend to the ground. Not chasing them. Yukino approached, suddenly checking him over before asking. If I wanted to kill exorcists from the church, I wouldn't wait until now, Leo said, shaking his head. The 3 factions are still in a ceasefire. Killing a low-rank fallen angel who breaks the rules is one thing. Slaughtering exorcists from the local church would be a diplomatic nightmare. It was an unspoken agreement between all sides. They could fight, could clash, but they left a line uncrossed. Otherwise, someone like Leo, a pure blood devil's descendant sitting right on the church's doorstep, would have been eliminated long ago. The church would have sent top-tier exorcists, not left the task to local small fry. Sharon was ruthless and underhanded when fighting devils, but even she wouldn't dare recklessly provoke the powers backing Leo. That was why she had spent 3 years chasing him without making a decisive move. Leo had no intention of dwelling on it. After all, she had once even tried to seduce him during those early confrontations and he hadn't exactly complained about the benefits. Thinking of that, he couldn't help letting out a small laugh along with a twinge of regret. With so many people around tonight, there was no way that Sharon the Pure would try anything similar. What are you thinking? Yukino asked suspiciously. Why are you making such an irritating face? What irritating face? Leo swallowed back the retort and rolled his eyes at her. Come on, let's go home. 28, Chapter 27. Good servants are hard to find. Leo's Manor Underground Training Chamber. When daylight began to push away the remnants of night, Leo was already training in the basement. It was Saturday. No school. Instead of waking up, having breakfast, and heading to Sobu High like usual, he had gone straight to the underground training room the moment he opened his eyes. Rumble. Thunderous echoes shook the ceiling as thick, stormy clouds spiraled into existence overhead. Lightning crackled within them, making the air heavy and oppressive, like a storm about to burst. Leo stood beneath the swirling clouds, 3 pairs of devil wings unfurled behind him. A fierce aura burned off his body as demonic power surged upward into the man-made sky, calling bolt after bolt of lightning down like a torrential downpour. But none of the lightning struck the ground. As if guided by an invisible force, every bolt veered midfall and converged around Leo, condensing into bright, pulsing spheres of electricity. Spherical lightning danced around him above, below, weaving through the chamber with dazzling brilliance, like the living servants of a storm god. Again. Feeling he still had energy to spare, Leo urged Zenith Tempest forward and activated its second attribute fire. In an instant, waves of scorching flames erupted like a series of explosions. Under Leo's control, the fire gathered just like the lightning, shaping itself into blazing fireballs that orbited beside the crackling spheres of lightning. Blue-white lightning, crimson fire. The entire underground chamber was drowned in those 2 colors. Boom. A lightning sphere collided with a fireball, detonating in midair. Boom. 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 The explosion triggered a chain reaction. One after another, lightning spheres and fireballs slammed into each other, unleashing a storm of continuous, deafening blasts. Fire and lightning exploded everywhere, lighting the chamber in a chaotic festival of destruction. Ha! Only when every sphere had clashed and vanished did Leo exhale, a satisfied smile on his lips. Zenith Tempest really is a sacred gear with endless potential. Just inheriting the past user's memories, just making my usage more versatile and refined was enough to boost its power by several tiers. It's unbelievable. As he grew more skilled with Zenith Tempest, his understanding of the world's second strongest Longinus deepened. To Leo, the sacred gear wasn't even close to reaching its balance breaker form yet. His mastery was far from perfect. And still, its current power could already threaten opponents 1 or 2 tiers above him. Absurd strength for something a human could theoretically wield. No wonder everyone questions why God would create something like this. Normal sacred gears aside, a Longinus really can overturn the balance of the world. Saying it can kill gods and Mu isn't an exaggeration. Hard to believe God made something that could threaten even him. Next to Zenith Tempest, the devil abilities that had shocked Sona Satrai and Sharon Holy Grail seemed trivial, completely overshadowed. Of course, without his current level of demonic power, he wouldn't be able to wield Zenith Tempest so freely. Sacred gears typically consume stamina, which was why humans could use them. But beings with supernatural power could substitute that stamina with their own energy. Leo was one such being. His demonic power was so vast it completely replaced stamina as fuel. And the stronger the energy he poured in, the stronger the sacred gear became. Longer lasting, more destructive. Unlike that Red Dragon Emperor, whose infinite boosting ability was wasted because he could barely handle it. A truly tragic case of wasted potential. Leo's near high-class devil limit power was one of the main reasons Zenith Tempest could already unleash such terrifying force. If my next servants give me another boost in sacred gear compatibility, 2 more with mid-tier potential might be enough to bring Zenith Tempest to its peak. If I find one with high potential, even 1 might do. Then I can move on to the next stage, reaching Balance Breaker. Balance Breaker was the true culmination of a sacred gear, the power capable of distorting the balance of the world. A user before Balance Breaker and a user after it were not even in the same category. Even without activating Balance Breaker, a post-Balance Breaker user could easily overwhelm an ordinary one. Reaching Balance Breaker with Zenith Tempest, Leo estimated he could at least stand against a Mu-class existence. Shame good servants are so rare. Leo folded away his devil wings and landed with a sigh. Forget high potential servant, she barely had leads on even mid potential ones. Sona Satrai had been right. Sobu High was a school overflowing with hidden talent. Aside from Yukino, there were probably 1 or 2 more sacred gear users who hadn't awakened yet. Sacred gear users were extremely rare. Having multiple unawakened ones in a single school was almost absurd. That was why Leo still chose to attend Sobu High. Otherwise, he would have already considered returning to the underworld to rebuild the Eligos territory, abandoned for who knew how many years. Maybe it's time to speed things up. Thinking about the promising candidate he'd been watching, Leo felt a spark of anticipation. Are you done? Yukino arrived while he was lost in thought, walking toward him, more or less. Leo snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. You coming to train too? I'll come after lunch. Yukino explained her schedule, then added, I came to tell you your new servant woke up. Want to go see her? Leo raised a brow and turned toward the exit. Let's go welcome our new teammate. On the manor's 3rd floor, inside a room different from the one Yukino had used but equally extravagant, a girl sat on the bed, staring blankly out the window. Leo and Yukino stepped inside quietly, subconsciously softening their movements. Even so, the girl sensed their presence and turned toward the door. Chestnut-colored hair shifted with her movement. Then Leo saw her hazel eyes not particularly bright, but carrying a warm kind of clarity. You are. The girl froze for a second, likely struck by Leo's unnaturally attractive appearance. Her voice was soft and clear when she spoke. Leo didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked in with Yukino, pulled a chair over, and sat by the bedside. How do you feel? Leo met her eyes, smiling lightly. Anything hurt? She hesitated, then decided to answer honestly. It doesn't hurt, but I feel really sleepy, and sunlight feels uncomfortable. Yukino couldn't help nodding along. She remembered her own awakening clearly no pain, but her body had felt strange, sluggish during the day, and sunlight had been unpleasant. Now she had adapted, and it was the newcomer's turn to walk the same path. Yukino felt a small, complicated sense of nostalgia. Did that make her a senpai now? Maybe she could talk to the girl later, explain how she got through her own early days. This is normal. Nothing to worry about. Leo didn't reveal the whole truth yet. He simply smiled. Once you get used to it, you'll feel stronger better than before. Yukino quietly rolled her eyes at the Chuyunibia-like line. The girl, however, leaned forward eagerly. Did you save me? She asked. This doesn't look like a hospital. Is this some kind of private treatment facility? Not at all. Leo still didn't answer her core question. This is my home. You're in one of my rooms, not in a hospital or private clinic. Why your home? She blinked, startled, then tensed slightly. Then you are. My name is Leo Eligos, third year at Sobu High. He decided there was no need to keep teasing her. Just call me Leo. Leo-san. She didn't drop the honorific, greeting him politely before introducing herself. I'm Yuaki Asuna. I live in Sitagai Ward, Tokyo, and I'm currently a second-year student at a private academy there. She didn't mention the school name. It wasn't relevant, and someone living in Chiba Prefecture likely wouldn't know it anyway. Still, she had revealed her full name and location. Cautious but trusting. Even if he had ill intent, anyone who knew the Yuaki family would think twice. Yuaki, ha! Leo looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar girl and let out a soft sigh. Quite the famous name. 29, Chapter 28 shall come around. 29, Chapter 28 shall come around. The Yuaki family, much like the Yukinashita family, was a prestigious household. The difference was that the Yukinashitas were a major family in Chiba Prefecture, active mainly in politics, while the Yuaki family was a powerhouse in the Tokyo region, giants of the business world, famous throughout the capital market. Asuna was the treasured daughter of the Yuaki family. Her father was the CEO of a nationwide and internationally renowned electronics manufacturing company. Her mother was a university professor. Asuna had been raised under elite education from a young age, always attending private, aristocratic schools. Just like Yukino, she was a model honor student admired by everyone. The only reason she appeared in Chiba Prefecture this time was because her older brother had to attend a banquet here. Driven by curiosity, she tagged along. She originally planned to wander around while he was at the banquet, yet that one led her straight into disaster. Yukino had assumed Asuna was attacked on her way home from school, but the truth was that Asuna had gotten lost before the attack happened. As for her uniform and school bag, those really were hers. She hadn't planned on attending the banquet or staying long, so she didn't bring any dresses or casual clothing. She'd simply worn her uniform and brought her bag. Tokyo and Chiba weren't that far apart, and Asuna had arrived in her family's private car, so she hadn't thought much of it. Unfortunately, she never imagined that one moment of curiosity would lead her to encounter something that shattered the worldview she had held for 17 years. As she recalled what happened yesterday, a flicker of fear appeared on Asuna's delicate face. Leo noticed that fear, exchanged a glance with Yukino, and spoke. Do you remember what happened yesterday? That was his first question. Yesterday Asuna lowered her head, gripping the blanket tightly in both hands. Her inner turmoil was written across her face. After a moment of hesitation, she finally said, yesterday, I got lost outside. I was about to call my family and then a monster appeared. Asuna would never forget how she felt in that moment. Her worldview collapsing, her breath freezing, her consciousness blanking out from the sheer shock. She could still feel it vividly now. It wasn't even dark yet, just dusk, but the road she had taken was already empty. That creature, half shark, half nightmare, had burst out of the shadows with a crazed laugh. Her pupils contracted. Her whole body trembled. She forgot to run. She just stood there. The monster lunged at her. And then she remembered nothing. As that stray devil had mentioned, she had fainted on the spot and lost consciousness. In a way, that was a blessing. Otherwise, she would have witnessed her own stomach being torn open and devoured, dying in terror and despair. So anything that happened after you fainted, I don't remember. Leo nodded thoughtfully. Yukino felt a twinge of envy. They both died. But unlike Asuna, Yukino hadn't been lucky enough to pass out. She had watched her own body get pierced, watched herself fall in a pool of blood, dying with resentment. What happened after that? Were you the ones who saved me? Asuna leaned forward urgently. What was that monster? Why does something like that even exist? Moments ago, she'd been afraid others wouldn't believe her absurd experience. Part of her even hoped it had all been a nightmare. But judging by Leo and Yukino's reactions, she realized everything had been real, and that the two standing before her clearly knew about the existence of such creatures. Now, Asuna just wanted answers. What had she encountered, and what was going on? Leo understood that feeling. He nodded toward Yukino. Actually, Yukino caught his meaning. Choosing her words carefully, she began explaining. She told Asuna that the world wasn't as simple as it appeared. Beyond the boundaries of normal human life existed supernatural races that had survived from ancient times. Devils, angels, fallen angels. Yukino shared what she knew about the hidden world and explained what a stray devil was, letting Asuna understand exactly what had attacked her. Asuna desperately wanted to deny it. She bit her lip, her pupils trembling slightly, but she couldn't refute any of it. She couldn't. Last night's experience had already proven that the world wasn't as ordinary as she once believed. So I was attacked by a devil and I actually died? You defeated that devil and brought me back. It took a long time, but she managed to temporarily accept it. Her gaze toward Leo and Yukino no longer held suspicion. Are you demon hunters? At that, both Leo and Yukino wore strange expressions. Then Asuna heard Leo laugh. First, what you met was a stray devil, a rogue creature that's no longer considered part of the devil race. Leo looked her straight in the eyes, almost playfully. Second, we're not demon hunters. We're actual, literal devils. Asuna froze. You're devils. She clearly didn't want to believe it. Leo stood up and straightforwardly offered proof. With a sharp gust of wind, 6 devil wings unfolded from his back. Asuna's eyes widened. Beside him, Yukino saw in Asuna the same expression she once had. As if playing along, she unfolded her own wings, black feathers spreading outward. You too. Fear flashed across Asuna's face, then she suddenly felt an itch on her back. The next moment, a pair of black devil wings burst from her back. Her mind went blank. Completely blank, just like the moment she encountered the stray devil. What was happening? Why did she have wings too? While Asuna stood there stunned, Leo's voice came slowly. Not only are we devil Sayuve already become one too. I know this is sudden, but you were completely dead. No heartbeat, no breathing, no body warmth. From a medical standpoint, you were gone. Fortunately, you have talent. So I chose to save you by turning you into my servant, reborn as a devil. What followed was a brief explanation: Leo's identity, the existence of evil pieces, and how they worked. I'm a devil now. Asuna felt utterly overwhelmed, unable to gather her thoughts. To wake up and find your humanity revoked, that kind of feeling, Yukino understood perfectly. Her gaze toward Asuna softened with sympathy. Becoming a devil was one thing, but becoming someone's servant? For a girl raised like a princess, how could that possibly be acceptable? Even a normal person would struggle to accept something like that. It wasn't ancient time, slaves and servants didn't exist anymore. Honestly, Yukino didn't even know how she managed to swallow that fact back then. She wasn't exactly easygoing, and her pride was far higher than most. Given her upbringing, she was sensitive and guarded. That she didn't explode on the spot had been a miracle. As expected, Asuna also struggled. But unlike Yukino, she wasn't aloof or prickly. In the end, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. I'm sorry, I just can't accept all of this yet. Asuna's face was pale. She lowered her voice. Could you give me some time alone? Leo nodded. He and Yukino retracted their wings. Sure. Rest for a bit. Come find us when you're ready. Leo added, I'll leave a familiar outside the Duramaid. Call her if you need anything. With that, Leo and Yukino left the room. Asuna stayed in the now silent room for a long time before finally glancing at the wings behind her. How do I fold these back? Meanwhile, Leo and Yukino were talking in the hallway. Do you think she'll accept it? Yukino asked quietly. Will she freak out and run off becoming a stray? Who knows? Leo walked ahead with an easy smile. But I believe she'll come around. After all, she was the kind of person you could call a heroine. 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. 30, Chapter 29, The Natural Enemy of All Demonic Beings. Asuna didn't disappoint. Barely an hour had passed before she seemed to have accepted her situation and stepped out of her room. Either way, thank you for saving me. In the garden pavilion, wearing her own school uniform again, Asuna followed the maid familiar to where Leo and Yukino were having tea. She bowed deeply to them. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be standing here right now. So thank you, truly. She spoke with complete sincerity. As she bowed, her chestnut hair flowed softly, graceful and striking. Well, as long as you've accepted reality, that saves me the trouble of convincing you. Leo raised his teacup and took an unhurried sip, smiling at her. Take a seat. Yukino gestured lightly. We're all comrades. Technically he's our master, but he doesn't care about formalities. You don't need to be so stiff. Leo shot her a sideways glance. She really had changed. This girl, once cold and untouchable, was now saying considerate things. The sun must have risen in the west. Not that he knew Yukino only felt this way because Asuna reminded her of herself back then. Sympathy softened her. At Sobu High, she was still the same as always, distant, quiet, untouchable. In the eyes of others, she was the undisputed winter flower. Only Leo, relying on his status as her master, could push her around at all. If he were just a handsome third year, she probably wouldn't even look at him. You're also Leo-san's servant. Asuna took the offered seat and hesitated before speaking to Yukino. I'd rather deny it, but it's the truth. Yukino's expression didn't change. I'm Yukinashita, Yukino's guys, Leo Eligos's bishop piece. Yukinashita. Asuna blinked. That Yukinashita. So Asuna knew of the Yukinashita family. You know them. Yukino was surprised. Her family might be prestigious, but only within Chiba Prefecture. Compared to the Yuaki family giants of Tokyo, the gap was obvious. Tokyo was the capital. Chiba was just the neighboring prefecture. Even if the Yukinashita family wasn't weak, many Tokyo elites still saw them as provincial nobility. From a practical standpoint, the Yukinashida family had nothing that would make the Yuaki family pay special attention. Asuna's father was the CEO of a nationwide electronics conglomerate. Yukino's father was the president of a construction company who also served as a prefectural assemblyman, better known politically than commercially, but still only a local official. Asuna's mother was a university professor with wide connections. Yukino's mother was merely active in a local guardians association. The difference in status was obvious. So Yukino knew about the Yuaki family but didn't expect Asuna to know hers. She didn't expect Asuna to say something that instantly wiped the faint smile off her face. "I've met your sister, Yukinashida Harino-san," Asuna explained. "My brother was invited to a banquet by a family here. When we arrived, a lot of local families came to greet us. Harino-san was among them. She was beautiful and impressive, composed, confident. My brother really enjoyed talking to her. Later, he praised her a lot. He said she might be able to elevate the entire Yukinashida family." Asuna herself had been struck by Harino's poise, how effortlessly she held her own among the representatives of so many major families. Asuna admired that kind of presence. To her, that was what a true lady should be like. As for herself, she was just following her family's plan, being molded step by step into a decorative signboard for the household's reputation. Thinking that, Asuna's gaze dimmed a little. Harino. Yukino's expression grew complicated. She suddenly didn't feel like talking. Her sister was still as dazzling as ever, admired even by elites from Tokyo. Would she ever catch up? Yukino fell silent, confused and a little lost. The pavilion turned cold with that silent set of young ladies, each trapped in their own thoughts. Leo nearly laughed at the atmosphere. Before he could speak, though, Asuna pulled herself together. Compared to becoming a devil and discovering the supernatural world, her family issues weren't worth dwelling on. "Yukinashida-san is Leo-san's bishop piece, right?" Asuna looked to Leo, hesitant. "Then what about me? Which piece did you use for my reincarnation?" Leo had already explained the concept of evil pieces, so Asuna wasn't confused. But the one who answered wasn't Leo, it was Yukino. "You're a knight piece." Yukino had regained her composure and spoke directly. "Same as Mayuri, worth 3 pawn pieces." She had been there when Leo reincarnated Asuna, so she knew exactly which piece had reacted. "A knight." Asuna blinked. "I'm a knight." Her surprise made sense. According to Leo, a devil who was a knight had the trait of speed, clearly a frontline fighter. But she was a girl raised under elite education, knowledge, etiquette, arts, not athletics. A frontline combatant? Wasn't that just asking her to die? Don't be so surprised. The pieces choose on their own. Leo put down his teacup at last. 3 pieces reacted to Uruk, knight, and pawn. The knight piece reacted the strongest, almost on par with the bishop I used to reincarnate Yukino. "That means you have excellent knight potential. You just haven't awakened it yet." Then he shifted into instruction mode. "You, me, and Yukino all have a sacred gear inside us. It hadn't awakened before because you had no demonic power. Now that you're a devil, your body has changed. You should be able to awaken it on your own. Close your eyes. Imagine the strongest figure in your heart. Then reach toward them." His guidance sounded simple, but his voice carried a strange resonance, something that stirred the soul. It made Asuna trust him instinctively. She stood, closed her eyes, and pictured the strongest person she knew, her mother. Her strict upbringing had been shaped entirely by her mother. Ever since childhood, Asuna had been disciplined under that stern gaze. Her mother's presence had always been intimidating, fearsome, commanding, and recalling that presence now stirred up emotion. Emotion stirred demonic power. Demonic power ignited her body, and the power hidden inside her awakened. Clang! A sword rose from the ground beside her, ringing sharply. Its aura was overwhelming, holy and fierce. Yukino flinched as if pricked by needles. Even Leo felt a sting on his skin, narrowing his eyes. Clang! 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 More swords thrust out around Asuna. Each one had a different shape and length, some western, some eastern, some long, some short, but every single blade radiated a sacred aura. Yukino scrambled back, pale. What kind of sacred gear is that? She was horrified. She could feel it. These swords carried far more danger than even an exorcist's light sword. If light was poison to devils, then these swords were nuclear weapons that could erase their very souls. Compared to these blades, even angels and fallen angels, wielders of light power, were nothing. These swords were the true natural enemies of devils. And indeed, these are holy swords, Leo said calmly. Sacred weapons crafted by those who reached the realm of gods through magic or alchemy. The mortal enemy of all demonic beings. For devils and every creature of darkness, touching a holy sword burns the flesh. Being cut by one means instant annihilation. Even your soul can't be saved. These weapons had appeared often throughout history, in myths and legends alike. The Sword of Kings, Durandal, Kusanagi, Ascalon, Caliban, all legendary blades, true holy swords, relics whose wielders appeared only once every few decades, and Asuna's sacred gear was related to them. Blade blacksmith power to create holy swords of any attribute the user can imagine. With enough skill, its potential is terrifying. These was Asuna's sacred gear. 31, Chapter 30. How should I arrange this? Just like Zenith, Tempest, and Absolute Demise, Blade Blacksmith was a sacred gear with an established wielder in the original story. The difference was that Leo's Zenith Tempest and Yukino's Absolute Demise were both long Inu's unique, one-of-a-kind sacred gears. Asuna's Blade Blacksmith, while extremely rare, was not a long Inu's, and therefore had the possibility of existing in multiple copies. Under those circumstances, Asuna possessing Blade Blacksmith shouldn't have been surprising at all. Leo already knew during her reincarnation that she had potential rivaling Yukino's. Her sacred gear was bound to be powerful and rare. But when Asuna awakened her sacred gear and revealed the power of Blade Blacksmith, Leo still couldn't help being stunned. The reason was simple. He never expected one of his reincarnated devils to wield a sacred gear infamous for being the natural enemy of devils. A devil with a devil-slaying sacred gear? And not just any anti-devil power, a holy attribute, far more lethal than the light power of angels or fallen angels? What was this supposed to be? A traitor among our ranks? Still, it really was a perfect match for her knight piece. It's obvious. Your future role is that of a swordswoman. Leo smiled at Asuna, who had opened her eyes and stared blankly at the holy swords floating around her. With the speed trait granted by the knight piece, and with the proper use of these holy swords, you might become an even greater threat to devils than me and Yukino. Even if her sacred gear was anti-devil, that didn't make her useless. Devils fought among themselves constantly. In fact, when devils fought, it was often more brutal than any other faction. The underworld had once been torn apart by a civil war between the Old Mu faction and the Reform faction, countless devils dying in the conflict. Even now, many unresolved issues remained, and incidents still flared up from time to time. And in the future, the Old Mu faction would become a major enemy of the current underworld. When that time came, Asuna would shine one of the most promising new devils. And even if internal conflict wasn't considered, Asuna's power had another battlefield waiting. The underworld's greatest craze. The raiding game. It was the most popular competitive event across devil society. From the Mu to the common people, every devil was a devoted fan. Many pureblood families of the 72 pillars had died off. After the current Mu Beelzebub created evil pieces to save the declining devil population, the raiding game became widespread. The participants were devils who held the king piece, leading their team of servants against other kings' teams in matches governed by various rules. Through these battles, they showcased their strength, their servants' capabilities, and their ability to strategize. Today, raiding games were one of the most important ways to determine a devil's status. Good performance could lead to recognition from the high-ranking devil's rank promotion, even the granting of noble titles. Countless devils in history had risen to prominence through raiding games. Many clawed their way from low-class devil to mid-class devil, then to high-class devil, eventually gaining the right to recruit their own servants and debut as a king. For new generation devils, raiding games were a dream. Even high-class devils who already held king pieces viewed them as a ladder toward greater heights, a path to becoming an ultimate class devil, just one step below the Mu. Sona Satrai intended to enter the raiding games. She wanted to use them to achieve her dream. Her childhood friend from the Gremory house shared that ambition. She wanted to dominate the games. To enter a raiding game, there were only two requirements: a team led by a king piece, and adulthood. This year, Leo, Sona Satrai, and Rias Gremory had all reached 18. Soon they would debut as new generation devils and begin preparing for the games. Of course, Leo planned to participate. Even though, according to the original timeline, the world would soon fall into chaos, making the games uncertain, his debut match for the new generation heirs of several pureblood families would still occur. He would almost certainly be required to participate. And in both the games and the debut match, Asuna, wielder of a devil-slaying sacred weapon, would be Leo's strongest hidden trump card. For his opponents, Asuna's threat would be no lower than the two Long Inu's wielders, Leo and Yukino. However, I really need to think about how to train you. Leo's sudden comment made both Yukino and Asuna blink in surprise. Is something wrong? Yukino asked on Asuna's behalf. A small but annoying problem, Leo admitted. The Eligos house is an extremely traditional devil family. Our bloodline always specialized in demonic power. Almost no one developed close combat skills. You and I are both traditional devils. We rely on demonic power. So the family library has everything we need. Knowledge on magic, magic theory, demonic power control. Even regarding sacred gears, there are records. Our ancestors encountered many sacred gear users. But swordsmanship, sword arts. Leo sighed. The family library has almost nothing. In other words, Asuna could learn to use demonic power here. She could learn to use her sacred gear here. But her weapon was the sword. And beyond sacred gear activation, real swordsmanship required training the library couldn't provide. The library could teach her how to create different holy swords, but not how to swing one, not how to fight with finesse, not how to hold her ground in close combat. And neither Leo nor Yukino could help much. Yukino at least practiced some Aikido. Leo had basically no close combat ability at all. His performance against Sharon had been thanks to demonic power, not actual martial skill. The Eligos family's demonic power was excellent for detection. He had read all of Sharon's movements and dodged by predicting them. But that was temporary. If Sharon had attacked unpredictably, his body wouldn't have been able to react. That was why, eventually, Leo had to switch to magi-causing barriers and raw demonic power bombardment to win. So yes, Leo was terrible at close combat, devil physique or not. Learning swordsmanship shouldn't be that hard, right? Yukino frowned, already considering tapping into the Yukinashita family's connections to find a swordsman to train Asuna. Human swordsmanship isn't useless, Leo admitted, but human techniques aren't always suitable for devils. He saw her intention and continued, we should ask for outside help. There's no need to force ourselves to solve everything internally. Outside help. Yukino realized something. Sona senpai. Leo nodded. The Satrai house has always supported me. Their bloodline never died out. They should be able to help. The Eligos house had died off before the invention of evil pieces. There had never been a king in their lineage, so they never needed to prepare for training servants. But the Satrai house was different. Since the invention of evil pieces, they had produced many kings. Their teams included rook pieces, knight pieces, and pawn piece sol types requiring close combat skills. They must have collected extensive knowledge. And the high-ranking devils of the underworld were surely paying close attention to Leo now after Sona Satrai's last report. If he requested support, he would almost certainly get it. Close combat knowledge was not a family secret like unique demonic power techniques. There was no reason to hoard it. Devils valued demonic power above all else. Most considered physical combat crude, something only uncultured devils relied on. Proper devils fought with magic. So, no point waiting. I'll contact Sona now. Leo rose to his feet. Yukino, take Asuna around the estate for a bit. Yukino nodded and accepted the task. You can read up to chapter 60 on Patreon. 32, chapter 31, introducing a sword instructor? Yukino left with a quiet Asuna in tow. Watching the two walk away, Leo knew Asuna was still confused, unsure what to do next. That was probably why she hadn't pushed back against his arrangements. Looks like I really need to sit her down and talk things through. Leaving her alone wasn't going to help. She might accept her current situation, but Asuna wasn't like Yukino. She wouldn't necessarily convince herself and adapt to being a devil as quickly as Yukino had. Yukino was aloof and distant, but she'd always had a clear goal. Her style was decisive. She hated dragging things out. Even if no one pushed her, she would push herself. She didn't need anyone nudging her forward. Asuna, on the other hand, had grown up under her controlling mother's thumb. She'd always lived by someone else's plans. Now that she'd suddenly been shoved off her original life path, if no one guided her, she might lock herself inside a mental cage of her own making and never get out. Leo had checked earlier, this world didn't have fully immersive VR tech, nor did it have a quantum physicist/game design genius named Kayaba Akeko. So Asuna wouldn't be trapped inside a death game, undergo trauma, survive it, and emerge transformed. Without death breathing down her neck, would this girl ever become the Flash Asuna who once shook the world in his previous life? Leo privately made a note to watch over her. Then he opened a magic circle for communication and contacted Sona Satrai. Good morning, Leo. Sona's small projection appeared above the magic circle, her cool voice crisp and clear. Morning, Sona. Leo lifted the circle and smiled. I'm not interrupting, am I? Of course not. It's the weekend and there's no class. You can contact me anytime. Sona gave a faint smile. So, you finished the extermination mission. It's done. Leo shrugged. But I ran into something and might need your help. He retold the entire incident from last night's stray devil, the fight, and meeting the victim he had reincarnated as his servant. Sona wasn't surprised he'd defeated the stray devil. After all, the mission had originally been hers before she passed it on to him. She had all the intel. The stray devil had been a low-class devil before betraying its master. At best it now had mid-class devil strength. It never stood a chance against Leo. But the moment Leo mentioned the victim he'd saved and that he'd reincarnated her, Sona showed genuine surprise. Blade blacksmith. Sona blinked. Your new servant actually has that sacred gear. Yeah. Leo smiled. A pretty unexpected bonus. It really is. A devil servant who can create holy swords. If the church gets wind of this, they'll be miserable. Sona pushed her glasses up. And Rias, learning one of your servants has that sacred gear will definitely get a reaction out of her. Oh. Leo raised a brow. Why her? She has a servant with the same knight piece as yours, Sona explained. And that servant has a sacred gear that's the counterpart to your servant's sword birth. Sword birth, literally, a sacred gear that creates demon swords. Demon swords were the opposite of holy swords, cursed weapons filled with malice. Just like holy swords, demon swords appeared across countless myths. Graham, bombing, Nothing, Tirfing, Dinsleaf, legendary weapons with immense power and unique abilities. Unlike holy swords, they didn't reject wielders or require decades before producing someone compatible. But they would curse their users, and anyone without a way to resist the curse would die sooner or later. Sword birth created weapons of that kind, same category as blade blacksmith, yet opposite in nature. Blade blacksmith was holy. Sword birth was demonic. They weren't on the level of the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor destined to fight when both appeared, but by nature, the two were still rivals. Especially Rias Gremmary's knight. If Leo remembered right, that guy had a long-standing grudge against holy swords and wanted to destroy them. If he met Asuna, yeah, things could get messy. I guess I should really push Asuna to grow fast, so some other knight doesn't bully her. Leo joked lightly. It won't come to that. Rias will handle her own people. Sona gave a soft laugh. Anyway, I understand why you called. You want to train your knight and need knowledge about swordsmanship, right? Pretty much. The Eligos family is ancient. They barely have anything on sword techniques in their archives. Maybe they did once, but it wasn't among the books returned to me. Leo sighed. So I can only ask you. This is easy. As long as you're not asking for Satrai House's hereditary secrets, I can authorize plenty of material. Sona paused. But are you sure knowledge is enough? What else would there be? Leo blinked. Do you have something better? More or less? Sona hesitated, very rare for her, then sighed. If you want, I can introduce you to a sword instructor. Leo perked up. A sword instructor? Sona knew someone like that? Then why the reluctant tone? If you're bringing it up yourself, this instructor must be impressive. Leo rubbed his chin. Sona's reply erased all his doubts in a single sentence. She's my sister's knight. Leo froze. Her sister? Seraphal Leviathan? A Muz servant? And a knight just like Asuna? Hiss. Wait, seriously. Leo felt a shameful flutter of excitement. A Muz servant. The Knight of Seraphal Leviathan, someone like that had to be an ultimate class devil at minimum, right? Sona was really offering something that outrageous? Getting a top-tier devil to tutor his servant? It should be fine. Sona sounded slightly uneasy. If I ask my sister, she probably won't refuse. Of course she wouldn't. Seraphal was notoriously sister-obsessed. She'd never say no to her beloved little sister. Sona, however, would absolutely suffer for it. She despised being smothered by her sister's overwhelming affection, yet she was willing to brave that for him and his servant. Honestly, touching. But, your sister won't hate me for making you ask her for this, will she? Leo stiffened. Everyone knew Siskons were unreasonable creatures. The moment a strange male seemed to be taking their sister, they became hostile to absurd degrees. Even if Sona only asked for a favor like borrowing a servant as an instructor, Seraphal could still irrationally decide Leo was an enemy. Leo had been on the receiving end before. When Sona first came to the human world as his supervisor and got along with him, Seraphal had come after him in secret. Sure, Sona verbally hammered her until she couldn't eat for 3 days, but Leo still occasionally received reminders that Seraphal was keeping an eye on him. If he ever made a move on Sona, Leo shuddered. Don't worry, supporting you is part of my assignment in the human world, especially after your last report. Me superiors already told me to fulfill any reasonable request you make so your growth isn't hindered. Sona tried to reassure him, though she didn't sound entirely confident. My sister shouldn't break the underworld's upper-level directives over something this small. Probably. That probably needed to be a lot stronger to be reassuring. Forget it. It was worth it for his servant's future. Once he unlocked the balance breaker for Zenith Tempest, who knew maybe he could even fight one head-on. I'm counting on you, then. Leo left the matter in her hands. No problem. I'll let you know when I get an answer. And with that, Sona steeled herself. Even if she hated dealing with that embarrassing sister of hers, for the sake of her friend, she would endure. 33, Chapter 32, Choosing Your Own Fate. Leo had contacted Sona Satrai in the morning, but it wasn't until afternoon that she reached out again with a definite answer. My sister agreed. She'll send her servant over tomorrow. I'll have her head straight to your place. When Sona delivered the news, her voice carried a kind of exhaustion, not physical, but the soul-deep tiredness of someone thoroughly worn out. Leo could easily imagine what 6 whole hours of dealing with her Sisconless sister must have been like. Thanks, Sona. He spoke with genuine sympathy and a touch of gratitude. Just for her resolve alone, he decided he owed her a huge favor someday. It's nothing. If you need anything else, just contact me. Sona sighed heavily, ended the call, and then transferred a large pile of books through the magic circle in the basement. They were all related to swordsmanship. Some were modern kendo manuals that taught sword basics step by step, others were collections of teachings from famous classical schools, and still others were knowledge wrested from the church over years of conflict. After all, the church's exorcists were specialists in melee combat, and most used swords. Countless legendary holy swords from myth were now in the church's hands, and the church had spent generations training qualified wielders. Naturally, the books Sona sent also included records and usage guides for many holy swords treasures for Asuna. So Leo called Yukino and had her bring Asuna over to receive the books. This many. Asuna stared at the small mountain of books and instinctively stepped back. Relax, I'm not telling you to read all of them. Leo chuckled when he saw her turn pale. Start with the ones about holy swords, then read the basic sword technique guides. As for the various school traditions, just look through them. If they don't suit you or you're not interested, you can skip them. I see. Asuna looked somewhat relieved, still anxious but nodding. I'll do my best. At that moment, Yukino spoke up. Aren't you forgetting something? She said. Unlike me, who lives alone, Yuaki-san only came to Chiba City with her brother as a guest. She can't simply stay here indefinitely to study. Her home is in Tokyo. Her school is there too. She's been missing for a whole night. Her brother and family must be panicking by now. Studying is probably the last thing on their minds. As soon as she said it, Asuna froze, then panicked. Oh no, I completely forgot. Poor Asuna, after waking up today, she'd been consumed first by the shock of last night's encounter and then by the fact she had become a devil. She'd forgotten about her family entirely. She'd been drifting along, letting Leo make decisions because she couldn't even figure out what to do next. But when she thought carefully, did she even have the right to decide? Her family had no idea what happened. Even if she told them, they'd think she'd lost her mind. She wasn't in a position to stay here and be a devil. Her brother was definitely looking for her. She needed to go back to Tokyo, go home, go back to her prestigious school. While Asuna spiraled into panic, Leo spoke calmly. I already thought of that. His tone was light, almost casual. Don't worry. I've already arranged for someone to contact the Yuaki family. We'll set up a meeting with your parents to discuss your future. Both Yukino and Asuna turned toward him, stunned. You already contacted my family. Asuna was shocked. When did you do that? Yukino looked equally surprised. When Asuna was still unconscious, Leo said with a relaxed smile. She's my servant now. I can't let her have any lingering concerns. As my servant, she shouldn't be too far from us. Even if Tokyo and Chiba aren't far in practical terms, operating in different places is inconvenient. So I used some connections to reach the Yuaki family. Just because Leo was a noble in the devil world didn't mean he lacked influence in the human world. He had lived in Chiba City for 15 years spent secretly working as a devil, handling contracts, answering summons, and granting wishes. Over time, he'd built an enormous network. Many influential figures who had risen in Chiba's recent decades were his former clients, ordinary people who'd once been desperate to rise. Leo had cleared obstacles for them, created opportunities, nudged minds, hypnotized, brainwashed, whatever it took. Their wishes inevitably came true, and the cost they paid meant their lives were firmly in Leo's hands. They formed his human world backing. So with a bit of effort, he contacted the Yuaki family, arranged a meeting, and had already calmed Asuna's brother. No one was initiating any emergency action over her disappearance. I'll convince your family to let you transfer here to enroll at Sobu High with us. Leo looked at her. And once that's done, you'll live here as well. Hearing that, Asuna whispered nervously. Is that really possible? Her family wasn't the kind you could deal with casually, especially her mother, who had mapped out her entire life in advance and would never allow a sudden transfer to a countryside place like Chiba. Thinking of her mother's personality, Asuna felt the whole thing was impossible. But, you're underestimating me or overestimating your family. Leo smiled faintly. Yes, the Yuaki family has influence. Your parents aren't simple people. But to me, they're still just ordinary humans. Asuna stared blankly. Their new master was a devil. A being with supernatural powers beyond human comprehension. Against that kind of power, what could her parents possibly do? Did she actually gain a backer who could free her from her family's control? Her feelings grew even more complicated. Even Yukino felt something. She, too, had once worried her family would come after her for living with Leo. But after Leo had effortlessly made her perfect superhuman sister retreat in humiliation, she realized just how insignificant her family was before a high-class devil. If Leo hadn't been considerate of her feelings, he could have simply used demonic power to wipe the Yukinashita family's minds. Would he do that to the Yuaki family too? Probably not, Yukino thought, but then, how would he convince them? She couldn't help being curious. In any case, I'll handle everything. You two don't need to worry. Leo waved the two girls away. Focus on what you want most right now. Become stronger. Strong enough to choose your own fate. The two girls silently picked up the books, left the basement, and exchanged a look. Strong enough to choose my own fate. Countless thoughts filled their minds as they walked away. Leo spread his wings and rose into the air, summoning winds and swirling clouds as he plunged back into training. Chiba City, a quiet district. Near the central area stood a grand church. Its exterior was simple, but its interior was solemn and magnificent. The chapel was vast, and at its deepest point stood a 10-meter-tall statue of Jesus, radiating authority and filling the hall with a sacred stillness. The entire place was empty, as if intentionally cleared, until Yukinashita Harino arrived. Welcome to the Chiba Church, Yukinashita Harino-san. A charming nun greeted her. It was Sharon, Holy Grail. You were the one who sent that letter to me? Saying you had something important to talk about? Harino eyed Herthy's nun, who didn't look like a nun at all. In this day and age, you still contact people by handwritten letter? And deliver it without being noticed? Is the church always this old-fashioned and impressive? I only want to talk, Sharon said, smiling brightly, about something related to your sister. Harino frowned, then relaxed. Then I'll listen. 34, Chapter 33, The Impulse That Changes Everything. Time passed quickly, and before long it was Sunday. No school today. After spending all of yesterday reading, Yukino got up intending to head to the basement for training just like Leo. But just as she was about to leave her room, her phone rang. Am I interrupting your day off, little Yukino? A familiar voice echoed from the other end, and Yukino fell silent for a moment. What is it? She forced herself to sound calm, cold, even. Can I not call unless I have business? Yukinashita Harino laughed lightly. Or did Big Sis ruin your weekend and stop you from fawning over your little master? The moment she heard little master, Yukino knew her sister had already investigated everything just like Leo had predicted. You really are heartless, little Yukino. Harino's tone dropped, sounding somewhere between annoyed and disappointed. Something this big happened, and you didn't tell anyone in the family. If we hadn't found out ourselves, were you planning to hide it forever? And what would telling you change? Yukino was silent for a moment, then spoke in her usual flat tone. It already happened. There's no point clinging to the past. We should look forward. Even if we can't undo the loss, we should seize fleeting opportunities and make ourselves better. That's the family motto, isn't it? Her words silenced Harino. A long moment passed before Harino finally spoke again, sounding complicated. I'm waiting for you at home. Mom is here too. She hung up immediately after, leaving Yukino speechless for a long time. She knew she had no choice but to talk to them. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? With that thought, Yukino took a deep breath and left her room. Training was no longer on her mind. Instead, she walked out of the mansion, crossed the garden, and headed toward the pavilion. When she arrived, she wasn't surprised to find the master of the estate already there along with the newest addition to their group. Leo and Asuna were sitting face to face in the pavilion, Leo explaining something to her. Your family responded. They'll make time today to come meet me. We don't have a set time or place yet. You'll come with me when the time comes and meet them properly. Your sword instructor will also arrive here through a magic circle later. So today will probably be busy. Get ready. Asuna nodded silently, taking it all in. Yukino waited until Leo finished speaking, then stepped into the pavilion and approached him. What brings you here? Leo had already noticed her, and seeing her walk over, raised a brow. Didn't you say you'd be training in the basement today? Asuna also looked at Yukino, curious. I won't have time today. Yukino lowered her gaze slightly. I need to go home. Leo understood immediately. Harino-senpai is impressive. She found something this fast. He let out a small sigh. She wants to talk things out with you. It was inevitable. Yukino nodded faintly. And my mother will be there too. So. Leo sipped his tea, smiling. Do you want me to go with you? No. Yukino refused instantly. She asked for me, not you. That means neither she nor my mother wants you present. I don't want them thinking I can't face them alone. Classic Yukino, stubborn in her own quiet way. It wasn't that she wasn't nervous. Both her sister and her mother outranked her in the family hierarchy. She lived in their shadow her whole life as she always felt small in front of them, but she didn't want things to stay that way. Deep down, she'd always wished she could one day step out of that shadow and live as herself. So this time, she would face them alone. Seeing her like this made Asuna's expression soften. She saw her own past reflected in Yukino, her own life under complete family control, moving like a puppet through a predetermined path. She hadn't expected that while she herself was on the verge of confronting her family for the first time, her senpai among Leo's servants would be facing something so similar. Asuna opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Leo, in contrast, stayed calm. That works too. With me there, some things would be harder to discuss, especially since they might already know what I am. He reached into his coat and pulled out a devil flyer. It wasn't the usual one. Previously, devil flyers were made of old-looking parchment. This one was pure black parchment infused with a faint, obscure demonic power. I made this one specifically for our situation. It works the same as a normal devil flyer. It can summon me instantly. The difference is that normal ones can be intercepted. This one can't. Leo explained to the two girls. Magic circles weren't unstoppable. If a ward or magic formula blocking space transfer was set up, devils couldn't jump into the area. But Leo's special version bypassed all of that. Even if a ward was already in place, it wouldn't stop the transfer. The catch: only specific people could activate it. Leo had designed it based on his servant conversion trait. Only his servants, those carrying evil pieces linked to his trait, could trigger it. The jump worked by using the high-dimensional connection between himself and the evil pieces inside their bodies, bypassing normal interception rules. Take it. If you're in danger, the evil piece inside you will resonate with the magic formula on this flyer and activate it automatically. I can teleport to your location instantly. He handed the black flyer to Yukino. If your family knows about you and me already, then they probably have ties to the church. Consider this insurance. Then he pulled out another black flyer and handed it to Asuna. Here, don't say I'm playing favorites. Asuna accepted it, flustered. Thank you. Yukino quietly tucked hers inside her uniform, as calm as ever. I'll head out, then. With that, Yukino turned and left the pavilion, walking toward the estate gates. Leo called a familiaron of the ones trained to drive to take her to the Yukinashita residence. Will Yukinashita-san be okay? Asuna asked, worry creeping into her voice. Relax. She'll be fine. Leo spoke with the confidence of someone who saw the future. Since everything's happening at once, we might as well resolve both your family problems together. That way you two won't spend every day looking worried. Asuna gave a strained smile. How could she not worry? She still felt lost by how fast everything had changed. Just 2 days ago, she'd been an ordinary girl, a wealthy daughter receiving elite education, following a strict life plan set by her family. In only 48 hours, everything had shifted. She was about to confront her family for the first time. It all felt unreal, almost like a dream. Yet the chaos had lit a fire inside her. For the first time, she felt the desire to change something, anything. All girls had moments like this, a sudden refusal to accept the path laid out for them, a sudden impulse to change their fate. Until now, Asuna had never had the chance to feel that impulse. But this time, she died even if only a spark. Being a devil, huh? She whispered inside her heart, and her gaze lifted toward the man in front of her. He sat with perfect ease, sipping black tea, looking nothing like a devil at all, more like a refined young noble. Leo looked up, sensing her stare. She's here. He stood up. Let's go welcome your teacher. 35, Chapter 34, The Alluring Swordswoman. Under Leo's lead, Asuna once again descended into the basement, stopping before the same magic circle where the mountain of books had been cleared yesterday. A metallic hum rang out. The magic circle glowed red, its lines rising like shimmering barriers of light. Within that glow, a silhouette slowly took shape. The figure stepped out, sighing as she walked. The living world, it's been a long time. Her voice wasn't pleasant or gentle, more rough around the edges, but when Leo and Asuna finally saw her clearly, both froze on the spot. Because no matter how you looked at her, this woman was impossible to ignore. She wore a modern-style blue short-skirt kimono, topped with a red maple-patterned haori tied like an apron. 2 swords hung at her waist. Her hair white with a faint reddish tint was pulled up. Her figure was striking, her skin pale and smooth, giving off an air that was both sharp and breathtaking, drawing the eye before you even realized it. Leo was surprised by her fierce yet alluring appearance and even more by how familiar she felt. The swordswoman turned to him first, then gave a bright, refreshing grin. You must be Leo-sama, right? She laughed boldly, even wiping the corner of her mouth as she muttered, what an unbelievably handsome boy. Looks like I came to the right place. Why, you're my sword instructor? Asuna asked uncertainly. Oh, you're the knight lady Sona mentioned, one needing sword training. The swordswoman gave her a once-over, then chuckled. Another incredible beauty. Now I'm really looking forward to teaching. Leo and Asuna both twitched at the same time. Why did this person feel unreliable? She looked like a gorgeous swordswoman, but somehow her vibe screamed sleazy old man. Asuna already wanted to back away. Leo, meanwhile, felt more and more certain he knew her from somewhere. Sorry, but shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Leo asked directly. Right, my bad. That was rude of me. The alluring swordswoman scratched her head sheepishly, then spoke in a clear voice. I am Shinman Musashi no Kami Fujiwara no Genshin. Young Master Elegos, Miss Yuakai just call me Musashi. Shinman Musashi no Kami Fujiwara no Genshin. Leo and Asuna repeated the name quietly. A few seconds later, both their faces changed. You're Miyamoto Musashi. Asuna burst out. Leo stared at her as well, realizing at last why she seemed familiar. Miyamoto Musashi, a name every Japanese person knew, from 80-year-old elders to 3-year-old children. A swordsman from the late Sengoku and early Edo periods. Born in Mimasaka, present-day Misaki City in Okayama Prefecture, childhood name Benosuk. Because his father served as martial arts instructor for the Shinman family of Takeyama Castle, he received the Shinman name. A master of the art said to surpass Shinman Munasai himself. He founded a Jit dojo in Miyamoto village of Yoshino, adopting the surname Miyamoto and becoming the legendary figure known today. His life was filled with legendary tales, especially the decade around age 20 when he fought countless masters, created the Knight in Ichiri style, and won over 60 duels without a single loss. He defeated 76 members of the Yoshioka school and fought the famous duel against Sasaki Kojiro on Ganri Island, a story still retold endlessly in modern media. He participated in major battles like the Battle of Sekigahara, the Osaka campaigns, the Shimabara Rebellion, and in his later years served the Hosokawa clan. He authored works such as The Mirror of the Way, The Book of Five Rings, The Preface to the Five Forms of the Sword, and 35 articles of martial strategy, all foundational texts in martial theory. History calls him the strongest swordsman ever to live. And now, that legendary swordsman was standing right here, as a woman. This was unbelievable. Still find it hard to believe? Miyamoto Musashi sighed, sounding used to this reaction. I understand, but being doubted all the time gets a little discouraging. So? Leo asked, pretending to be shocked even though he already had the answer. You're really Miyamoto Musashi? None other. Miyamoto Musashi of Knight in Ichiri, at your service. She still smiled, but her eyes turned serious. As for why my gender is different from the version people know well, when I was human, I simply hid it. My father wanted a son to inherit his martial arts, and given the era, a girl showing up to challenge famous swordsmen would be dismissed before even reaching the door. Miyamoto Musashi might be famed as history's strongest swordsman, but what fascinated people most were the countless challenges leading up to that title. She was a wanderer at heart. Before founding her dojo, she traveled seeking out the strongest and issuing challenge after challenge. Given that, her choosing to disguise herself wasn't hard to understand. I thought I'd lived my whole life that way, always as a man, until the day I died. But I was fortunate. I encountered another world, a stronger, more compelling world worth challenging. Musashi smiled brightly. When that great lady offered me an opportunity to become her servant, her knight, I accepted without hesitation. Only after that did Musashi regain her true female form, and she had lived on ever since. She had been dead hundreds of years as far as humanity was concerned. But as a devil, centuries meant nothing. Asuna felt dizzy from how surreal everything was. Leo, meanwhile, regretted not researching what kind of people Amu counted among her servants. If he had, he would have known that Miyamoto Musashi was alive in this world, alive, female, and a servant of Seraphal Leviathan. It was astonishing. But, to think Miyamoto Musashi herself is going to teach you swordsmanship, you really have to work for it now, Asuna. Leo teased lightly. Well, don't make it sound like a big deal. My family ran a dojo, so teaching students is just going back to old habits. Despite looking like a beautiful swordswoman, every gesture Musashi made carried the bold spirit of a male swordsman. Her human habits were deeply ingrained, but the way her eyes lit up while staring at Leo made him uneasy. He vaguely remembered, though Musashi lived publicly as a man, her real gender was female, yet she absolutely preferred men, especially cute and handsome boys. Was she into him? Was that good luck or a disaster waiting to happen? Please take care of me. Asuna finally accepted reality and bowed to Musashi. No need to be so formal. I don't care much about social niceties. Let's just get along as friends. Musashi grinned. And like I said, just call me Musashi. Then I'll take you up on that. Leo nodded before Asuna could speak, then asked, Musashi-san, since you're a servant of Seraphal Leviathan, your devil rank must be pretty high, right? Musashi shook her head. You're giving me too much credit, young Master Elegos. I may serve the Mu, but my talent with demonic power is poor. Even after centuries, my rank is only that of a mid-class devil. She spread her devil wings, 12 pairs, 4 wings in total. Indeed, mid-class devil. My sword is the only skill worth boasting about. Nothing more, nothing less. 1 blade, 3 bows training toward infinity itself. My dream is a strike that can cut down time and space. Musashi rested her hand on her sword. In that moment, an aura surged from her so intense that any warrior would instinctively tremble at the overwhelming fighting spirit. Asuna was speechless. Leo, on the other hand, felt a deadly threat wash over him. This woman, this devil swordswoman, might be lower rank than him in devil hierarchy, but with her 2 blades, her actual power absolutely surpassed his. And not by a small margin. Without his sacred gear, he wouldn't stand a chance. This was someone who could fight toe-to-toe with an ultimate-class devil. Her strength transcended devil ranks entirely. By my master's order, I've come to teach y'all what it means to wield a sword. Musashi spoke to Asuna. No point wasting time. Let's begin immediately. 36, Chapter 35 Confrontation, A Shattered Image. While Leo and Asuna were meeting Miyamoto Mousashi at the manor and being pushed straight into special training, Yukino was being driven back to the Yukinashita household by the chauffeur familiar. It wasn't as grand as Leo's estate, but still a lavish, extravagant mansion. After stepping out of the long limousine, Yukino was greeted by the house servants and led inside, heading toward the sitting room. Two people were waiting there. Yukinashita Harino resembled Yukino by about 70% but looked more mature and an elegant, voluptuous woman in a kimono whose presence alone radiated overwhelming authority, their mother. Mom. Yukino had thought she was mentally prepared, but the moment she saw her mother, that timidness she never showed to anyone surfaced instinctively. You're here. Mrs. Yukinashita's eyes flickered with something complicated, then returned to calm. Since you've arrived, sit. Yukino pressed her lips together. After a moment she walked forward and sat across from Harino. Harino didn't speak. She simply observed her younger sister, the girl she knew down to her boncher eyes, quietly searching Yukino's face as if trying to extract answers without asking. Three women who were unmistakably mother and daughters sat together. Blood bound them, yet it felt like none of them had anything to say. A heavy, indescribable silence took over the room. Yukino, unusually restless, tried to force her voice into sounding calm. Where's Dad? I don't see him. At that, Mrs. Yukinashita finally looked up and broke the silence. Your father isn't in Chiba right now, so we didn't tell him about your situation. It was as direct as saying, you have no ally here. Yukino's father was a kind man, gentle, accommodating, and the complete opposite of her domineering mother. Yukino always got along well with him. Now that he wasn't here, Yukino stood completely alone. But she wasn't surprised. Her father was thoroughly henpecked and had married into the Yukinashita family. The true head of the household was her mother. Mrs. Yukinashita was uncompromising, absolute in her authority. Even Harino feared her, let alone Yukino. For years Yukino had never been able to defy her. In fact, her mother was precisely the person Yukino wanted to get away from, hence moving out to live on her own. Yet even so, in her mother's eyes, Yukino remained someone immature and incapable of independence. I already heard everything from Harino. Mrs. Yukinashita's gaze was full of doubt. To be frank, I don't want to believe something so foolish. My own daughter becoming a devil. If Harino hadn't insisted with such confidence, I wouldn't have bothered with this today. But since things have already come to this point, I may as well confirm it. She looked straight into Yukino's eyes. Is what Harino said true? Did you really become the servant of an older student at your school? For Mrs. Yukinashita, both the devil part and the servant part were equally unbelievable. If not for knowing Harino would never joke about something so absurd, she would have dismissed all of this completely. Even then, she had refused to believe until Harino had reminded her of something. Do you remember what happened on the first day of school? Harino's single question had brought that strange morning back into sharp focus. Of course she remembered the day she nearly hit someone while driving Yukino to school. Before she could even react, an impossible phenomenon had swept over them. She and Harino had been frozen to the bone by a sudden burst of extreme cold. The car tires froze solid. The entire street was covered in mysterious patches of ice, and nearly everyone present fell ill or suffered frostbite. Everyone except one person, her younger daughter Yukinashita Yukino. They chalked it up to a freak weather anomaly, but really could something so coincidental truly be coincidence? And if it were, why had every single person been affected except Yukino? That one fact alone had been impossible to ignore. Because of that lingering doubt, Mrs. Yukinashita had reluctantly agreed to call Yukino home for questioning. Yet Yukino didn't answer right away. After a moment of silence, she turned to Harino. You met with people from the church. Her counter-question made her mother frown, and even Harino looked caught off guard. Is that important? Harino countered right back without giving an inch. Did you go to them? Or did they approach you? Yukino's insistence on that particular answer pushed her mother to cut in. Do not change the subject while we are speaking about serious matters. Mrs. Yukinashita's tone was sharp as steel. Since when did you start answering questions with questions? We are asking you. Yukino's fingers tightened around her skirt. She almost gave in. A lifetime of habit made it nearly impossible to resist her mother's pressure. Her hands trembled slightly. If no one else were present, Yukino might have broken answering obediently as she always had. But they weren't alone. How long are you planning to hide? Yukino suddenly turned her head, glaring at the direction of the sitting room balcony. Do you really need me to spell it out before you come out? Harino and their mother froze. What are you? Before Mrs. Yukinashita could finish, a figure stepped into the room from the balcony. As expected of a servant of the Eligos family. Even without the Eligos bloodline, you're quite good with detection-based demonic power. A soft laugh accompanied the voice. An unknown they had crossed paths with not long ago at Inn. Who else could it be but Sharon Holy Grail? Who are you? Mrs. Yukinashita shot to her feet, shock overtaking her composure. You were hiding inside my home. Harino jumped up as well, this time visibly angry. So it was you. Yukino stood too, her expression ice-cold. You approached my family. That's how they found out, isn't it? Sharon let out a derisive chuckle. I merely wanted to warn your mother and sister that their family member had become a filthy devil. Yukino laughed, furious. No wonder that guy said you were troublesome. You really don't care what methods you use. You don't act like a nun at all. Yukino's tone cut like a blade. He was right about you, wasn't he? Since you can't deal with him, you decided to target his servant instead? Pathetic. Sharon's smile vanished instantly just as it had when Leo had provoked her. Yukino met her gaze coldly. The atmosphere between them grew heavy enough to suffocate. You too. Just as Mrs. Yukinashida and Harino tried to intervene, Yukino and Sharon moved at the same time. A sharp sound split the air. Sharon vanished, reappearing right in front of Yukino. She swung a lightning-fast side kick aimed at Yukino's head. The force alone made the air howl. But Yukino was ready. She unleashed her demonic power without hesitation. A thick ice wall shot up in front of her. Sharon's kick smashed into it and shattered the wall completely. Yukino leapt backward, avoiding the slowed follow-up strike, and immediately whipped up a freezing wind. Ice shards formed in an instant and shot toward Sharon. Bang, 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 bang. Sharon reacted instantly, her hands and feet moving in a blur. She punched, chopped, and kicked every incoming shard out of the air, reducing them to glittering fragments that scattered across the sitting room floor. Mrs. Yukinashida and Harino could only stare, stunned beyond belief. This. The surreal scene struck their minds like a hammer, shattering the poise they normally carried. Especially when they saw Yukino cold wind swirling around her, continuously forming ice shards, ice spears, ice knives, ice pillars, anything she could shape, launching them again and again without pause. In that moment, the image of their timid yet stubborn daughter collapsed completely. You can read up to chapter 74 on Patreon. 37, chapter 36 If you die, don't blame me. 37, chapter 36 If you die, don't blame me. Yukino had no idea her mother and sister were already shaken to the core by what they'd witnessed. She wasn't thinking about them at all. Her expression was tense, her demonic power surging unevenly around her, mirroring her turmoil. Cold wind roared around her. Ice formed and fired in countless shape shards, spikes, blades. Sharon shattered every attack with her hands and feet, slipping through Yukino's offense and steadily closing the distance. Despite being indoors, Sharon moved as if gravity and walls were suggestions rather than rules. One moment she sprinted across the floor, the next she launched herself onto the ceiling, pushing off into a twisting dive. She leapt between walls like a phantom, weaving through the barrage of ice and destroying anything that got too close. The gap between them shrank rapidly. If the Yukinashida mansion's sitting room weren't so absurdly spacious, Sharon would have reached her already and torn into her with close-quarters attacks. Yukino didn't dare let that happen. If she gets close, I'll lose instantly. She knew this clearly. She wasn't Leo. She'd learned the Eligos family's detection methods, but without the Eligos bloodline she lacked their natural affinity. Being able to sense Sharon at all was already impressive, but tracking her every movement to dodge attacks like Leo could? Impossible. She was a traditional devil, a bishop-tier servant. Her strength was fighting with demonic power, not close combat. If Sharon got in range, Yukino's limited Aikido wouldn't save her. She'd be overwhelmed in seconds. So she made a snap decision. She fled. Her devil wings snapped open, and Yukino launched herself into the air, shooting across the sitting room and out through the balcony. Sharon followed without hesitation. Her charge kicked up a gust so strong the entire room trembled. Only when both had vanished outside did Yukinashida Harino and Mrs. Yukinashida finally react. Why Yukino? Mrs. Yukinashida stared at her daughter's devil wings as she flew away, her lips trembling. A devil. Harino watched Yukino's retreating figure with wide, unfocused eyes, shock turning into a storm of conflicting emotions. There was no need for further questioning. Everything was already proven. Yukinashita Yukino, her quiet, stubborn little sister, had truly become a devil. Devils were real. Exorcists were real. And with that realization came something else. Yukino, is she going to be exterminated by the church? Harino, stop them. Harino's fears were the same as their mother's. Mrs. Yukinashida's face paled, panic overwhelming even her rigid composure. Yukino had misunderstood one thing from the beginning. Her parents had never seen her as Harino's replacement. They raised Harino as the heir, yes. They believed Yukino was immature, yes. But that didn't mean they would ever allow their daughter, even as a devil, to be harmed. Both women bolted from the sitting room. But they were too late. In seconds, that place became a battlefield neither of them could approach. Outside the mansion, Yukino soared into the sky. Her flight was graceful and sharp, more like a snowbird cutting through freezing winds than a bat-winged devil. She maneuvered midair with swift changes of direction, dodging the light bullets fired up at her. Below, racing across the ground with terrifying speed, Sharon fired her exorcist handgun repeatedly. The light bullets sliced through the air in near silence, dangerous enough to kill any devil. Once, Yukino would have panicked under such concentrated fire. But after witnessing Asuna's sacred gear, after feeling the lethal terror of a holy sword up close, she'd realized something. Compared to a holy sword, these light weapons were nothing. Light was poison, yes, but poison could be endured. A holy sword was death. Touching it meant being burned. Being struck meant disintegration. That was a devil's true nightmare. When they reached an open clearing, Yukino finally stopped and hovered in place, not running anymore. Sharon arrived beneath her, looking up with a mocking smile. Yukino didn't respond. She stared down coldly, her expression hard as ice. I'll make you regret involving my family. She spoke each word slowly, clearly. Shouldn't you be regretting becoming a devil? Sharon tilted her head, unbothered. A devil not even a month old, to really think you can beat me? To her, Yukino's performance was astonishing. Barely a month since her servant conversion, yet she could already wield demonic power so skillfully that advanced techniques normally unattainable for newly reborn devils came naturally to her. The amount of demonic power she commanded far surpassed a typical newly reborn low-class devil comparable to long-established devils. Sharon had to admit Yukino's talent was exceptional, but Yukino was still a devil. You have talent. You're already stronger than some mid-class devils. Sharon drew 2 dagger-length light swords, activating them with a quiet hum. But compared to him, you're still far behind. She meant Leo. 3 years ago, when she was first stationed in Shiba Prefecture, her first conflict had been with Leo. Even then, before he reached high-class devil, he had already pushed his mid-class devil strength to its limitone of the strongest in that tier. Yukino was impressive for her age and time since Rebirth, but she wasn't Leo. As for Sharon, back then she'd already been Shiba Prefecture's strongest exorcist. Even facing Leo at his peak mid-class level, she had never fallen behind. She'd tangled with him endlessly, pestering him without ever letting him gain a decisive advantage. Their miserable rivalry had been born from that deadlock. And Sharon Holy Grail had never feared Leo back then, so why would she fear Yukino, who wasn't even at his former level? Let alone now. Leo had become a high-class devil. Sharon had also grown strong enough that she wouldn't lose to Leo as he had been right after his promotion. She now had strength on par with a high-class devil. If Leo hadn't gained the advantage of evil pieces and awakened the trait from being exposed to them, Sharon would have continued to fight him evenly. But in just a few months, Leo had grown into something she could no longer measure. She couldn't accept it. And that was why she'd set her sights on his servant Yukino. Of course, she also knew Yukino wasn't showing her full power. You haven't used your sacred gear yet, have you? Sharon approached slowly, one light sword in each hand. Use everything you have. Otherwise you're going to learn exactly how painful light is for you devils. Yukino stared at her, demonic power burning off her body like a rising blizzard. Come out, Ice Princess. At her command, the Princess of Ice appeared. When she manifested, the cold around Yukino surged 100-fold, freezing the air into shards of frost. When she manifested, the temperature plummeted below zero in an instant. When she manifested, Sharon's breath turned white, each exhale unable to slow the creeping chill eating into her body. When she manifested, even the sky dimmed. Snow began to fall. A soft exhale. Whoa! The Princess of Ice breathed, and the wind became an expanding storm exploding outward in a blizzard of deathly cold. Crack! 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 The ground froze solid. Ice spread in all directions, turning the world into a frozen wasteland. Yukinashida Harino and Mrs. Yukinashida, running toward the scene, stopped instantly, trembling just like they had on the first day of school. Sharon's face finally hardened. So this is the Long Inu's absolute demise? Before her voice could fade, Yukino spoke from above. If you die, don't blame me. You can read up to chapter 74 on Patreon. 38, chapter 37 Love? Not even a dog would bother. Meanwhile, in Leo's manor, down in the underground training room, Leo stood off to the side, watching Miyamoto Mousashi instruct Asuna. Forget about the holy sword for now. You need to nail the basics first. Start with how you hold a sword. Once your stance is perfect, no gaps, no mistakes, then we'll talk about swinging it. As for swordsmanship or sword techniques, you're way too early for that. Miyamoto Musashi adjusted Asuna's grip with practiced precision. She looked casual, almost lazy, but the moment Asuna's hands twisted even a fraction, Musashi called it out and forced the correction. No matter how tiny or hidden the mistake, nothing escaped her eyes. Like this. Under Musashi's guidance, Asuna quickly mastered the proper grip. She wasn't holding a holy sword, just a wooden sword Musashi had shaped out of demonic power on the spot. One look and anyone could tell this girl was a total beginner. Yep, just like that. Keep that form steady. Musashi sounded genuinely impressed by how fast Asuna was catching on. You can tell at a glance you've never trained before, but surprisingly, you're a natural at this. Clearly, Asuna had real talent with the sword. Otherwise, Leo's night piece wouldn't have chosen her. Musashi taught her several basic movements and tips, and Asuna picked them up so fast it made Musashi's eyes light up with interest. Female swordsmen were pretty much non-existent in my era, so I was considered an oddity. Even in the modern era, they're rare. Never thought I'd run into someone who could become a future powerhouse of a swordswoman. Seeing Asuna's potential, Musashi became even more invested. Before she realized it, she'd already begun passing down the foundation of Naiden Ichiri. Naiden Ichiri wasn't simply a dual blade style, it was a philosophy of moving in harmony with your blades, adapting with the flow of battle. Only when facing powerful foes or fate itself did one steady their heart, take a stance, and return their sword mind to zero. That was the essence of Naiden Ichiri. So one sword users could practice it, two sword users could practice it, and even someone like that green-haired guy who gets lost all the time if he bit down on a third sword and went three-sword style, he could practice it too. In a way, Asuna was perfect for Naiden Ichiri. Her blade blacksmith could create as many swords as she needed. A style not limited by weapon count, one that could function with any number of blades that would let her maximize blade blacksmith's advantages. Musashi probably saw this as well. That was why she wasn't teaching sword techniques themselves, only the fundamentals, along with the principles and core of Naiden Ichiri. Asuna would have to comprehend the rest herself and eventually form her own interpretation of the style. Asuna didn't know Musashi's intentions, but she listened with full focus. Watching her absorb everything like a sponge, her posture growing sharper, her presence slowly becoming that of a true swordswoman, Leo could almost see the future Flash Asuna, the famed raid boss slayer herself. At this rate, Asuna should become combat ready pretty fast. Leo was satisfied. Her talent with demonic power wasn't even close to Yukino's. She wasn't outstanding among low-class devils, let alone anywhere near a mid-class devil. But her sword talent was strong, easily on par with Yukino's talent in magic, and Yukino only needed 1 month to become combat capable. If Asuna kept up this pace, her results would be similar. In a month, she should be able to match a strong mid-class devil. And if her opponent was something with demonic traits, maybe even a high-class devil-level creature, they're both rare gems. As expected of heroines of their own stories, I really did strike gold. That gave Leo an idea. Maybe he should pay more attention to heroine-tier girls. Their potential as servants was probably high. Anyone who could become a heroine in their own story had something special going for them. Even if they weren't high-tier potential, they'd at least be mid-tier. Kazuma Jayaka Utah, for instance, that woman was absolutely not ordinary. And the other two ice queens of Sobyu High, maybe he should keep an eye on them too. Even though he had already checked they didn't have sacred gears like Yukino did, perhaps converting them into servants would unlock their potential, allowing them to attract a sacred gear later. Not all sacred gears were innate. Some transferred midway into a new host. Take himself as an example. Leo strongly suspected his Zenith Tempest had only transferred into him after he awakened his servant conversion trait. Otherwise, how could he have gone his entire devil life without ever sensing a sacred gear inside him? After all, he was born a devil, half pureblood devil, half exorcist from the church. Not exactly ordinary. If he'd been born with a sacred gear, it should have awakened long ago. How could he have reached high-class devil level and still had no reactions from it at all? His demonic power detection was extremely sharp. He could sense sacred gears in others easily. There was no reason he wouldn't sense his own. So he was certain Zenith Tempest came to him only after his servant conversion awakened, drawn in and choosing him as its host. The second strongest long Inus in the world wasn't something you overlooked. Likewise, unclaimed sacred gears could be drawn towards suitable hosts at any time and choose them lodging into their bodies. And those heroines, once converted into servants and their potential unlocked, who's to say they wouldn't become new sacred gear hosts? Speaking of which, Senpai sure has patience. It's been this long and she still hasn't triggered the devil flyer I gave her to summon me. Thinking of Kazuma Jayaka Utwaho had been looking at him more and more like garbage lately. Leo clicked his tongue internally. Ever since he started coming and going from the service club freely, and especially since Yukino was practically glued to him everywhere he went, the disdain in Utawa's eyes had only grown deeper. The girl who used to casually call him Akumakun now practically spat out pervert Akumakun every time she saw him. With that much resentment, someone might even think Sobyu High's autumn flower wanted to date him. Shame for her, he didn't want a girlfriend. He only wanted servants. Love, not even a dog would bother. Guess I should redirect targets for now. I haven't checked in on those other two ice queens lately. A certain devil thought, fully embracing his inner scumbag. Suddenly, Leo looked up. He felt its special magic circle he'd placed on Yukino had partially activated in response to a huge surge of demonic power. This magic output Yukino's going all out. His eyes narrowed. Glancing at Asuna and Mousashi still absorbed in their lesson, Leo slipped out of the training room silently. He activated the magic circle's jump function and left the manor. Boom! The atmosphere roared. A cold wave like a blizzard raged across the land. The moisture in the air was drawn out and froze instantly, forming endless ice in midair. The chunks fused together, forming towering ice mountains. Under the control of the 3-meter-tall ice princess, they crashed toward the ground like falling meteors, the force terrifying. Boom, 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 boom. Each impact made the earth tremble. The explosive wind pressure sent Sharon flying again and again, no matter how she dodged. She crossed her arms to block, but she couldn't stop her body from being blasted away like a cannonball, slamming into an ice mountain. Above her, Yukino, suspended behind the ice princess, pressed the attack, pouring out more demonic power and forming new ice mountains around her. So this is a long Inus. Sharon's expression tightened, sweat beaded on her forehead. She fought sacred gear users before, but fighting a long Inus wielder, this was her first time. And unfortunately, her first experience was already pushing her to the brink of death. Compared to normal sacred gears, a long Inus is just absurd. They're not even in the same league. Sharon, who could fight evenly with a high-class devil, was now cornered by Yukino. That alone showed how terrifying Yukino had become with her long Inus. Power capable of killing gods or a Amwit was already showing its fangs. Yukino! At the frozen battlefield's edge, Yukinashida, Harino, and their mother shouted together. They shivered violently in the storm, frost forming on their bodies. They were close to collapsing. I'll give you these, you two are gutsy. Watching a fight like this up close, trying to die early. A voice suddenly reached the two women. At the same time, an invisible barrier rose before them, blocking the incoming cold wave. 39, Chapter 38, Yukinashida, Yukino's weakness. 39, Chapter 38, Yukinashida, Yukino's weakness. It's you. The moment the raging cold wind stopped and the temperature around them no longer felt lethal, Yukinashida Harino spun around and her expression froze. Yukinashida's mother also recognized the newcomer. After all, this was the devil her eldest daughter had reported, one who had taken her youngest daughter as a servant. There was no way she wouldn't investigate him. Harino had even prepared a full dossier on him beforehand and handed it to her mother, complete with Leo's ID-style photo. Long time no see, senpai. Leo greeted Harino like he had just happened to pass by, unfazed by the apocalyptic battlefield behind them. He nodded at her mother as well. You must be Yukino's mother, right? I've heard a lot about you, ma'am. Despite facing an adult with overwhelming presence and far higher social status than any high schooler, Leo showed not the slightest discomfort. If anything, he was relaxed, almost casual. Under normal circumstances, Yukinashida's mother would have been surprised by a teenager showing such ease in front of her. But after learning his true identity, nothing he did seemed strange anymore. Sure, he looked like an ordinary boy, but he was a devil. And in front of a devil, what intimidation could an ordinary human like her possibly have? You're Mr. Leo Eligos, correct? She took a deep breath, forced her emotions down, and bowed deeply. It's our first meeting. There's a lot I want to say, but before anything else please stop those two. They need to stop immediately. Neither she nor Harino could intervene in this fight. Only Leo Yukino's nominal master and a devil of noble status under the church's surveillance had the power to stop them. Don't worry. Leo clearly saw their anxiety and fear. He smiled lightly. Judging from the situation, neither of them can overpower the other yet. Watching for a bit won't hurt. To be honest, he was quite interested. He had wanted to test Yukino's strength, but that stray devil from last time had been too weak, it couldn't even force out her sacred gear. It was useless as a benchmark. He'd been planning to find her a stronger opponent. He just hadn't gotten around to it. Now, Sharon had jumped out herself to target his servant. Letting her serve as the test wasn't a bad idea at all. After clashing with that woman for years, Leo understood better than anyone how terrifyingly strong she was for an exorcist. She was far from ordinary. Using her to gauge Yukino's combat level was actually perfect. So Leo raised a demonic power barrier around the two women and began watching the battle with interest. Is Yukino really going to be okay? Harino had nothing of Leo's calm. Her usual keen insight was gone, replaced by panic. The opponent is an exorcist from the church. Harino didn't understand supernatural power levels and couldn't judge who was stronger. But by common logic, exorcists from the church were professionals who specialized in hunting devils. Could a devil like Yukino really come out on top? It's fine. Leo waved a hand, unconcerned. If Yukino were just a normal devil, it would definitely be dangerous. But she's not. A Longinus was a power strong enough to break the balance of the world. With that kind of force, fighting above one's rank was easy. And judging by Yukino's current display, Leo could confidently say that even a high-class devil wouldn't dare take her head on right now. The endless avalanches of ice she was calling down were simply overwhelming. No ordinary devil could produce destruction of this magnitude. So while he couldn't yet determine Yukino's overall combat rank, that freezing aura alone was already powerful enough to threaten a high-class devil. Under that terrifying force, Sharon could only evade darting between falling ice mountains, her small figure overshadowed by the catastrophic attacks. Anyone watching her would clench their fists in nervous sweat. Yet despite the danger, Sharon's face remained focused, serious, but calm. Every exorcist learned the same rule before ever stepping into battle. Never fight a devil through brute force. Devils had physical abilities far beyond humans, but that wasn't the real problem. What humans could never match was demonic power. A mid-class devil's magic attack could rival bombs or artillery. A high-class devil could casually wipe out a mountain. If they went all out, destroying an entire city block in seconds wasn't impossible. Humans simply could not face that directly. Unless they possessed a sacred gear created by God or a supernatural ability surpassing human limits, they would be crushed instantly. As someone capable of matching a high-class devil, Sharon had long mastered fighting strategies: avoid strengths, exploit weaknesses, strike from the shadows. So she remained calm, weaving through danger while searching for a counterattack opportunity. She was waiting for Yukino to run out of stamina. A Longinus was powerful, but its consumption was enormous. Even though Yukino had respectable demonic power for a mid-class devil, maintaining high-class devil level output continuously, how long could she last? A veteran devil would never waste power so recklessly. But Yukino was a newborn devil barely 1 month old. Sharon had long identified her weakness: lack of combat experience. She just had to wait for Yukino to collapse. Boom! The world continued to shake. The ice storm ravaged the ground, making everyone feel as if they had been thrown into an Arctic wasteland. Yukino noticed Sharon's persistence and lack of serious injury. She switched tactics, no longer forming ice mountains. Instead, the Ice Princess unleashed a blizzard, sweeping across the frozen battlefield to trap Sharon. But Sharon wasn't a pushover. She immediately recognized Yukino's intention. She changed her own strategy, keeping distance while shooting light bullets upward, forcing Yukino to slow her assault and giving herself room to dodge the massive AoE. The two entered a grueling stalemate. Ha ha! Eventually Yukino began to pant. Her first sign of exhaustion. Not good. Realization struck her at the same time. Her expression tightened. She had forgotten endurance had always been her weakness. Even when she was human and excelled in sports, her stamina always held her back, limiting her performance to short bursts. Now as a devil, that flaw still existed. No, compared to the massive output required by her Longinus, her mid-class devil-level demonic power was guaranteed to burn out first. Running out of stamina was inevitable. And that inevitable weakness was exactly the opportunity Sharon had been waiting for. Now, Sharon didn't hesitate. She flipped her luminous blades and stabbed them into the ground. Buzz! A magic circle formed from pure light appeared beneath her feet. What? Yukino's face paled. In an instant, she understood. Sharon hadn't been merely dodging. She had been setting this up, secretly inscribing a magic formula of exorcism across the frozen battlefield. God, please punish the sinner. Sharon activated the spell, and dense luminous power overflowed from the magic circle. Boom! In the next moment, a brilliant pillar of light shot skyward. Yukino beat her wings, trying to evade, but the range was too wide, the activation too fast. There was no escape. The pillar reached toward the sky, swallowing Yukino whole. She felt death. For the first time since her reincarnation a month ago, she felt the cold grip of death closing in. Just as she instinctively squeezed her eyes shut, a figure appeared in front of her. Boom! The deafening roar of the light pillar continued to shake the sky. 40, Chapter 39. Want to join our side? Yukino! As the massive pillar of light swallowed Yukino whole, both Yukinashita Harino and their mother trembled violently, nearly collapsing on the spot. Yet Sharon had activated the exorcism spell did not show a trace of joy. Her expression darkened. Just before Yukino was consumed by the rising beam of light, Leo finally moved. 3 pairs of devil wings unfurled behind him. A surge of demonic power dozens of times stronger than Yukino's burst from his body as he flashed into position directly in front of her, reaching down toward the rising pillar of light with one hand. A magic circle spun open like a blooming mandala, forming an unbreakable shield that intercepted the sky-piercing beam. Boom! The torrent of light crashed into the rotating barrier like a flood slamming into a stone cliff, roaring, spraying arcs of light in every direction and illuminating the frozen wasteland. Unable to pierce the barrier, the pillar of light split around it, rushing to both sides like water diverted by a boulder, never touching Leo or Yukino behind him. Leo held out one hand to maintain the barrier and glanced down at Sharon. Then he raised his other hand. Buzz! Demonic power gathered in his palm, forming a glittering sphere small, but dense like a miniature neutron star. Go! He flicked it forward like a marble. The demonic power shot out as a streak of crimson light, slicing through space and striking the glowing magic circle below. Bang! There was no thunderous explosion this time, no grand spectacle. Like a bullet striking the weak point of a mechanism, the spell destabilized instantly. The magic circle shattered like a cracked mirror, breaking apart on the spot. Only then did the beam of light begin to fade, dimming until it vanished entirely. Leo lowered his barrier hand, placed the other on Yukino's shoulder, and teleported her in a flash to the side of Harino and their mother. Yukino! You're okay. Seeing her standing unharmed, both women teared up with relief. Yukino looked at the terror still lingering in their expressions. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. All right, save the talking for later. Leo released her and nudged her toward her family. Then, in the next instant, he vanished again, reappearing before Sharon. Pretty ruthless of you. He folded away his devil wings and landed on the ground, facing her calmly. Even I've never seen that move before. Didn't think you still had something like that hidden. He sounded almost casually, yet his eyes were emotionless. That alone made every alarm bell in Sharon's heart scream, but outwardly, she smiled faintly. I was saving that for you, but the higher-ups forbade me from striking at a true pureblood devil. They don't want the fragile balance between factions collapsing. Her words twisted Leo's relaxed smile into something sharper. So you used it on my servant instead? He said lightly. Since killing a servant wouldn't threaten the balance the 3 factions maintain, right? You taught me that yourself. Sharon stared him down. Just like how you can kill an unimportant low-class fallen angel without consequence, I can kill an unimportant low-class devil. Isn't that fair? It is. Leo nodded. Then, so you must have prepared yourself for retaliation. The moment those words left his mouth, Sharon sprang backward. Boom! A devastating blast struck the exact spot she had stood 1 second before, shattering the ground. The violent shockwave cracked the earth in every direction. Debris and ice shards flew as a 10-meter-wide crater formed, horrifying to behold. Boom! 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 Leo remained where he stood, expression calm, arm extended as he fired demonic power shots one after another. Sharon dodged frantically, each missed shot pulverizing the ground or blasting apart nearby ice formations, filling the air with dust and shattered frost. Sharon drew her exorcist handgun, aiming at Leo, but before she could fire a light bullet, the demonic power shot suddenly curved, as if guided by invisible hands. Their paths twisted unpredictably, encircling her from all sides. Blow! Leo clenched his outstretched hand into a fist. Boom! The surrounding projectiles detonated at once, as if dozens of bombs were set off in a ring around her. The explosion was even more violent than before, flames bursting skyward, shockwaves crashing outward. The blast winds swept all the way to the 3 Yukinashita women, forcing cries from their throats. The ground quaked. Smoke rose like black plumes from a battlefield. Leo stood amidst the storm of dust, hair and clothes whipping wildly. After a moment, he lowered his hand. Ran off again. He murmured calmly. With a flick of demonic power, he blew away the smoke, revealing a massive crater, its center stained with blood and a torn fragment of a nun's robe. Gulp! All 3 Yukinashita women swallowed at once. Even Yukino looked shaken. Facing the man standing before the crater, so relaxed, so unfazed even as the world shattered around him, 3 of them trembled in awe, unable to speak. Leo gave the crater one last glance before turning away. Stop staring. That woman doesn't die that easily. He approached them, snapping them out of their daze. Let's head back. No point staying here. Without waiting for their reply, he walked toward the Yukinashita residence. The 3 women exchanged looks but found no words. Only silence. Let's go. Yukinashita's mother sighed as she looked from Leo's back to her quiet daughter. We need to have a proper talk. Yukino nodded silently. Even Harino looked conflicted. The 3 of them followed Leo home. Despite the catastrophic damage to the battlefield, no one came to investigate. The desolate scene simply remained, wordlessly telling the story of what had happened here. In a deserted alley, a painful cough splattered blood across the ground and wall. Sharon Holy Grail staggered into view, her body shredded and soaked in blood. Supporting herself against the wall, she coughed more blood onto the pavement. These injuries not good. She slid down the wall, sitting weakly. Pain racked every inch of her torn body. Her face was ghastly pale. Her vision blurred, stained red by blood dripping from her forehead. She couldn't see anything clearly anymore. She tried to heal herself, but escaping to this alley had consumed the last of her strength. If she stayed like this, she would bleed out. She would die. Am I really going to die here? Even with consciousness fading, there was no fear in her voice. Only unwillingness. Unwillingness to be defeated so easily. He's become even stronger than I imagined, damn him. Why? What had changed him so drastically? Was she really going to die here, never able to surpass him? Ugh. That flash of resentment reignited a sliver of consciousness. Gritting her bloodstained lips, she tried to push herself up. At that moment, a voice reached her. I'd advise you not to move, unless you want to lose even more blood. It was a man's voice, light, teasing, strangely familiar. Who? Sharon forced her vision to steady. A figure had approached her without making a sound, now standing right in front of her. She couldn't see his face, but she recognized the aura. This feeling, one of the warriors who inherited the Dragonslayer's genetic factor. She identified him immediately. Like her, he was a warrior of the church. Except, I'm not fighting for God right now. I'm fighting for myself. He smiled lightly. I'm here to invite you, Sharon Holy Grail. Will you join us? 41, Chapter 40, The Carrier of the Demon Factor. Yukinashita Residence, Guest Room. Since the living room had already turned into a complete mess and with an outsider present, 3 Yukinashita women didn't return there. Instead, they moved to the guest room. It was just as luxurious as the living room, and no one would feel they were being treated coldly. But the atmosphere hanging over the room was strangely tense, making it hard for anyone to speak first. Looking closely, Mrs. Yukinashita and Yukinashita Harino, the actual owners of the house, were sitting together stiffly, back straight, posture perfect. In comparison, Leo, supposedly the guest, looked more like he belonged here than they did. Leo rested casually in his chair, sipping black tea at his own pace, completely relaxed, far more like the master of the house than the mother and daughters combined. Only Yukino sat beside him, shoulders low, her mood visibly dim. Seeing her like that, Leo set down his teacup, still thinking about what happened in that fight. He saw right through her. I should have won. Yukino didn't deny it with her usual stubbornness. She just sounded defeated. From her perspective, she had the advantage from start to finish. She'd nearly cornered Sharon Holy Grail completely, and she had been certain the win was hers. But reality? She was the one who fell for a fleeting opening, the one overturned and outplayed, so close to dying at Sharon's hands. It shouldn't have happened, and Yukino could only sink under that frustration. Leo, however, cut through it mercilessly. That's just your misconception. He ignored Yukino's stunned look, continuing lazily, I tangled with that woman for 3 whole years and never managed to beat her once. What made you think you could? Sure, if you go all out now, maybe you're stronger than I was before my servant conversion trait awakened. But she already showed you the truth. Having great power doesn't mean you can actually use it properly. You thought you could win because she made you think you could. She acted just convincing enough so you'd feel safe wasting your strength until you left an opening. I can tell you with absolute certainty, even now, you can't beat her. Even if your raw power surpasses hers, her combat experience, counters, and strategy will drag you into defeat again and again. Yukino bit her lip and fell silent. Of course she hated hearing that, but she had lost, and nearly died. Saying anything now would only make her sound petty, too prideful to accept a clean defeat. With her mother and sister watching, Yukino had no intention of making herself look pathetic, so she swallowed the bitter taste of failure and whispered, that woman Sharon Holy Grail, she's human. You couldn't blame her for doubting. Even ignoring her experience or strategy, Sharon simply didn't move like a normal human. She was more like a superhero. Could a human casually shatter ice pillars? Could a human move so fast they practically vanished? Could a human leap between walls like a monkey or sprint across rooftops? Could a human stomp hard enough to crack the floor and jump 10 meters into the air? Sharon did all of that with ease, completely unlike the priests Yukino had fought before at the unfinished amusement facility. Compared to them, Sharon wasn't just trained, she broke the limits of what a regular human should be capable of. And honestly, shouldn't it be impossible for a single human to fight a high-class devil one-on-one? Leo himself had said before that it takes a whole team of exorcists to even attempt battling something like that. So Sharon's existence was blatantly abnormal. Leo glanced at Yukino's troubled expression and said, there are exceptional humans out there. They're not as weak as you think. Take sacred gear users. Most aren't that strong, they just have some special ability. But someone like you or Asuna, if a human fully mastered a sacred gear like yours, would they really be weaker than a devil? And it's not just sacred gear wielders. There are also magicians who use magic formulas, and senjutsu practitioners who can threaten devils just as easily. Magic and magicians existed in this world. Magic and magecraft used structured magic formulas or spell models to manipulate supernatural phenomena. Ancient magicians believed everything in the world followed certain laws. If humans could observe, calculate, and guide those laws, even ordinary people could reach the extraordinary. So they created the systems capable of doing exactly that. And magic developed into a robust, powerful discipline capable of replicating miracles attributed to gods or the demonic power used by devils. As for senjutsu, that art manipulated the flow of life itself, disrupting or severing an opponent's vitality. Its origins stretched past recorded history, said to be something only immortals once mastered. With all that considered, humans were hardly the insects devils thought them to be. Those who wielded magecraft or senjutsu would never be powerless before a devil. Sharon had just used an exorcist magic formula powerful enough to shake the entire battlefield. The threat to devils was obvious. But Sharon wasn't a magician or a senjutsu user. She was something even stranger. The church has a special organization, a place that trains certain kinds of warriors. Leo suddenly revealed something secret. Their purpose is to cultivate people who carry the blood of the hero Siegfried. Siegfried. Yukino knew that name. The legendary dragon-slaying hero. The man who killed the evil dragon Fafnir, bathed in its blood, and became nearly immortal. A myth to most people. But Leo's tone made it clear Siegfried had been real. That facility uses genetic engineering. They combine Siegfried's genes with several others to artificially create his descendants. Those warriors are born with potential far beyond normal humans. Calling them superhuman isn't an exaggeration. Leo explained calmly while sipping his tea. There are quite a few humans with the genes of legendary heroes or powerful beings. They're still human, but stronger than most. That's why they can oppose devils or fallen angels. His own half-exorcist lineage probably counted among them. Leo mulled over that silently until Yukino spoke. So that woman came from that hero breeding facility. She finally understood where Sharon's superhuman physique came from, but Leo shook his head. No, Sharon Holy Grail didn't come from that place. The warriors there all have white hair. She looks nothing like them. Leo pointed out coolly. She came from another facility of the church, or rather, an experimental facility. Experimental. Yukino froze. Leo gave her a brief glance before speaking. There's never been a shortage of lunatics in this world, especially among humans. The more people uncover the mysteries of the supernatural, the more desperately they want to unravel it all and seize that power for themselves. Throughout history, the church has always produced its share of heretics and fanatics. They believe that as long as their results benefit heaven or God, violating doctrine doesn't matter. When people like that team up with greedy higher-ups, they start poking into forbidden realms. And one such group wondered, if we can create the descendants of a legendary hero, then couldn't we also implant the demon factor, and create humans with the power of devils? The room froze. Not only Yukino Aven Harino and Mrs. Yukinashida couldn't hide the horror on their faces. They understood immediately. It seems you've realized it. Leo said calmly. Yes, Sharon Holy Grail is the result of that experiment. The facility was shut down long ago. The test subjects either died on the spot or mutated into half-human, half-devil monsters that the church quietly erased. Sharon Holy Grail might be the only successful case that ever survived. That was why she was so strong. Her body carried the demon factor. Her physique rivaled that of a devil. Maybe that's why she's so cold toward devils, so ruthless. Leo let out a sardonic smile like he was talking about someone unspeakably foolish. I don't know what she went through, but I'm sure it wasn't pleasant. For someone like her, hating the demon factor in her body and hating devils might be the only natural response. You can read up to chapter 74 on Patreon. 42, chapter 41. Do you want to advance? The first person to tell Leo about Sharon Holy Grail had actually been Sona Satrai. Since she was the rival who'd been hounding him for years, Leo naturally investigated. With help from the Satrai house, he confirmed Sharon's origins and background. At first, learning she was the product of artificial genetic engineering only surprised him. But once he learned she carried the demon factor granting her the power of a devil while remaining human, everything made sense. Her obsession with chasing him down became perfectly clear. She was innocent, yes, but a human with the demon factor, raised inside the church, a place that viewed devils as evil incarnate? There was no way she escaped mistreatment. Just think of Asia Argento, the saint from the original story. She was exiled just because her sacred gear could heal devils. So how could someone like Sharon, who literally carried the demon factor, ever be accepted? So her rejection of her own demon factor, and her hatred for devils, wasn't hard to understand. Of course, that was from Sharon's perspective. From Leo's perspective, it was complete nonsense. You were wronged by the church, and instead of hating the people who tormented you, you hate the demon factor that put you in that position? And even worse, you hate the source of that power. Then you still work for the very institution that did it to you? Was it the church that experimented on you, or the devils? Leo had once said that directly to her face. After that she clung to him even harder. Because of that, in Leo's mind, Sharon Holy Grail had always been someone with a few screws loose. If not for the delicate political situation and his own lack of power at the time, he would have cracked open her skull to check how thoroughly the church had brainwashed her. Granted, her later attempts at using seduction on him brought him a few benefits, but he still looked down on her. Every time he saw her, he couldn't help poking at her pride just to watch her lose composure. It was cathartic, and he also knew that someone as unhinged as Sharon would definitely come after Yukino, his new servant. So he prepared a special devil flyer as protection, and clearly, he'd been right to do so. I didn't hold back this time. She'll probably be bedridden for a long while. It wouldn't be surprising if she ends up crippled or dead. Leo shifted his tone, dropping any lingering emotion when he turned to Yukino. If she somehow survives and comes after you again, don't sympathize with her. If she's pitiful, then she's pitiful for a reason. Who knows what she'll try next? If you meet her again, win back your pride and take your revenge. Don't overthink it. The situation might be delicate, but if she tried to kill them, Leo wouldn't hesitate. Why should they care about someone who didn't care about them? If something happened, he'd take responsibility as her master and clean up afterward. He hadn't always had the power to affect the bigger forces at play, but now, he absolutely did. Zenith Tempest hadn't even reached its limit yet. Once he reached the balance breaker stage, he'd become one of the people capable of shaping the world. Maybe not a full chess master, but certainly a piece no chess master could ignore. And the feedback from the servant conversion trait still had immense room to grow. With 15 possible servants, and only 2 collected so far, he could already fight an ultimate class devil. If he filled the roster even with medium potential servants, she could rise to the pinnacle of devil society. Maybe even rival them all. Then, with Muklas power as his baseline and a top-tier Longinus as backup, he refused to believe he'd be inferior to the Red Dragon Emperor or the White Dragon Emperor from the original story. The two heavenly dragons eventually became unavoidable forces in every faction future world-class powerhouses. With both Servant Conversion and Zenith Tempest as trump cards, if he still ended up weaker than them, he might as well retire to Chiba as a small-time tyrant who spent his days flirting with his beautiful servants. I understand. Yukino took a long breath, finally calming herself. She'd always been sharp and straightforward, pointing out others' mistakes without hesitation. She had never been the type to swallow grievances for others' sake. Losing to Sharon already stung enough. She had no intention of repeating that humiliation, so she would train. She would grow stronger. And if they met again, she would take back her pride, just as her master said. Seeing Yukino settle her resolve, Leo smiled lightly and finally turned toward Yukinashida Harino and Mrs. Yukinashida, who had remained silent the entire time. It's about time we discussed our situation, ladies. Leo tapped the table with a smile. I'm sure you have plenty you want to say. Go ahead, say whatever you like. I'm listening. His words stirred the heavy air in the guest room only to replace it with deeper tension. The Yukinashida women all pressed their lips shut. No one spoke first. Only their expressions shifted, complicated and unreadable. Well, I understand how you feel, but staying silent is just a waste of time, isn't it? Leo cut in coldly. I recall that the Yukinashida family is known for being bold and decisive. All three of you are famous iron-willed women. Don't tell me you haven't sorted out your emotions yet. Provoked subtly or not, they finally steadied themselves. Mr. Eligos. Mrs. Yukinashida finally spoke. Just call me Leo. He accepted easily, offering her a gentler tone. I know this is a lot to ask, but your daughter is now my servant. That makes us family of a sort. You can treat me like an ordinary person. Hearing that, even Yukinashida Harino couldn't help silently complaining. A servant, family, and an ordinary person? Could he at least pretend those three things made sense together? Then I'll call you Mr. Leo. Mrs. Yukinashida sighed softly. At this point, I understand. You and people like us were simply not from the same world. No matter what we say, it probably won't matter to you, will it? Not quite. Leo chuckled lightly. The outcome won't change, sure, but you're still Yukino's family. I don't want bad blood between myself and the people my servant will spend her life with. So whatever concerns you have, tell me. I'll settle them to the best of my ability. It wasn't exactly sincerity, but it was at least kindness. Mrs. Yukinashida steadied herself. In that case, I'll speak plainly. She gathered her courage and looked directly at him. I don't understand your world. So I'll ask one simple question. My daughter, Yukinashida Yukino, now that she's become a devil, what will happen to her? She wisely avoided the topics she shouldn't touch and went straight to what mattered most. Smart. Leo respected that. To you, Yukino will still be Yukino. She won't change. He gave them the answer they needed. She won't vanish somewhere you can't reach. She won't turn into someone unrecognizable. She'll keep attending Sobu High with me until graduation. She can come home anytime. And even if she follows me somewhere later, she can return in an instant, easier than taking a flight. If anything changes, it's just what you already saw. She'll gain supernatural power. He twirled his teacup lightly, then added casually. And her lifespan will become very long. When the two of you grow old and wrinkled, she'll probably still look exactly as she does now. Eternal youth is nothing special for her anymore. Mrs. Yukinashida. Yukinashida Harino. Even that's possible. Yukino's eyes went wide in shock. That's possible. The words eternal youth hit all three of them at once. If Yukino grows strong enough, she could even help you enjoy some of these benefits. Leo's voice oozed temptation the way a real devil might speak. For powerful devils, extending a human's lifespan or keeping them young isn't difficult at all. Their eyes changed again. Oh, and I have plenty of connections. I might be able to help your family as well. Leo smiled, revealing metaphorical fangs. So let me ask, does the Yukinashida family want to advance? The three Yukinashida women. That was the whisper of a devil. 43, Chapter 42. Want to spar with me? Half an hour later, in the training room beneath the estate, a surge of red light flashed, and Leo stepped out of the magic circle, returning home. Finished with your business, Leo-sama. Miyamoto Mousashi, who had been coaching Asuna, sensed the activation of the circle the moment it lit up. She waved casually as Leo emerged. More or less. Leo glanced at Asuna, who was still maintaining her precise sword grip with full concentration, then added, at the very least, her family isn't against it anymore. After whispering temptations like a devil earlier, Leo had introduced the Yukinashida women to the benefits of becoming his servant. He'd also given them a crash course on the underworld. To ordinary humans, the underworld was held devil's domain, certainly not a place anyone would want to live. In legends, it was a world filled with burning crimson flames and endless torment. But the truth was different. That terrifying hell people imagined was actually the lower layer of the underworld, the realm of the dead. The upper layer wasn't scary at all. There was no sun or moon, but there was a sky purple, instead of the refreshing blue of the human world. There was no ocean, only vast lakes as large as continents. The population was far smaller than humanity's, even if one added up all the races living there. Land was expansive and dirt cheap, nothing like the human world where every inch cost a fortune. There were forests filled with monsters like hydras, water spirits called undines, blue thunder dragons, and slimes. There were cities, not harsh wastelands, but beautiful places far more refined than many human cities, at least within devil territories. As the Mu themselves said, it was the 21st century. Humans knew how to build comfortable cities. Devils lived longer and had supernatural power. Why wouldn't they build pleasant places to live? If they could live comfortably, why choose to suffer? So the underworld wasn't the nightmare humans imagined it was incredibly livable. Many devils dreamed of retiring to some peaceful corner to enjoy quiet days. In some ways, it was more pleasant than heaven. While explaining all this, Leo also introduced his own domain in the underworld, the Eligos territory, giving the Yukinashida women a sense of the massive estate he owned. Because the underworld's land was so vast, even though the Eligos family had died out, no one bothered to seize the territory, it simply lay dormant. When Leo inherited the Eligos name, the entire territory was returned to him untouched. And the Eligos territory was larger than an entire prefecture. Thinking back to how their jaws dropped when he mentioned giving part of that land to Yukino as her own estate, Leo almost laughed out loud. When they learned Yukino wouldn't become a universally hated monster, wouldn't be treated like a slave, and would instead gain longevity, eternal youth, and even the right to inherit and develop a territory, Mrs. Yukinashida and Yukinashida Harino were visibly tempted. For a moment, they looked ready to abandon their human status and follow him too. Compared to their earlier resistance, it was night and day. In the end, there was no suspense. The Yukinashida family accepted Yukino becoming a Devi land, accepted her becoming Leo's servant. It was a done deal anyway. Even if they wanted to oppose it, what could they possibly do? Use the power of the Yukinashida family? Against Leo? Maybe they would have thought so if they hadn't witnessed Yukino's fight with Sharon. But after seeing that battle, Mrs. Yukinashida and Harino understood perfectly that they couldn't resist Leo at all. Especially after Leo explained what jobs devils held in the human world and how many major figures in Chiba Prefecture were part of his network. Both women realized that even without supernatural means, he could crush the Yukinashida family without effort. Chiba Prefecture didn't belong solely to them. There were other, even stronger clans. Some of those clans served Leo. What could they possibly do? They could only accept it. So Leo returned in triumph, leaving Yukino behind so the three women could talk privately. Of course he allowed it, wasn't unreasonable. With the private tutor settled, all that's left is the Yuaki family. That should be easy enough. While he was at the Yukinashida residence, he'd received word from his contacts that Asuna's parents were already on their way to Chiba Prefecture and would meet him tonight. His contacts were preparing the venue luxurious and imposing, naturally. So, we're going to the banquet tonight. Asuna, don't train too late. Leo warned softly. Got it. Asuna's grip tightened slightly. Her voice was quiet. Clearly, she wasn't calm. Leo didn't care at all. It was like he was going to meet subordinates, not future in-laws. That was the perk of not dating and only taking servants. If it were romance, their parents would be his future father and mother-in-law, and he'd have to show respect. But as servants' parents, they were practically obligated to treat him like a boss. So, Leo-sama has no plans until tonight. Miyamoto Mousashi asked suddenly. In that case, want to spar with me? Both Leo and Asuna froze. You're challenging me. Leo pointed at himself in surprise. Sure am. Musashi replied cheerfully. I've heard all about it. You awakened a mutant trait. More servants means more strength, right? I haven't fought anyone in ages. I'm itching for a match. A challenge from Miyamoto Musashi wouldn't have been strange at all in her era. As a wanderer, she lived for crossing blades with the strong. She wasn't bloodthirsty. Battle was simply the path to sharpening her sword. For a true swordsman, not challenging a worthy opponent would be stranger. However, and what makes you think I'm strong? Leo asked with interest. Based on what he'd shown publicly, most would think he was just a six-winged high-class devil at best. Against normal enemies, sure he was strong. Against Miyamoto Musashi? Who would believe that? Musashi might only have 4 wings, but she was the strongest swordsman in history, servant of Seraphal Leviathan. Her true power was easily ultimate class devil tier, probably not the lowest 8-wing kind either, but a 10-wing monster. Meaning Leo was at least 1 tier below her, maybe 2. 1 tier was already a gulf. 2 tiers was an uncrossable chasm. It wouldn't even be a fight, just a beating. Unless Leo used his real power. But Musashi didn't know what his real power was. Except, don't underestimate a swordsman's intuition, Leo-sama. Musashi's eyes gleamed, bright as if she'd opened a mind's eye or divine eye. A fierce smile stretched across her face. My blood, bones, flesh, me entire being tells me the one standing before me is worth fighting. How could someone like that not be strong? Leo's brows rose. Then he smiled. His own battle instinct stirred. His devil blood boiled, urging him to fight to unleash chaos. If a Muz servant says so, I'd be rude not to answer. Flames lit his eyes. Come at me, then. That bold response made Musashi grin wider. Moments later, the room felt like the calm before a storm. Asuna, who had been practicing her grip, had retreated fully behind the barrier at the room's edge, watching anxiously. Leo unfurled his wings and floated into the air, taking the advantageous position. Musashi didn't move. She remained on the ground, looking up at him with a fearless smile. You can start, Leo-sama. She drew one of her paired swords, resting it casually on her shoulder. Then I won't hold back. Her stance was relaxed, but her aura had already spiked dangerously. Leo didn't hesitate. Boom. A torrent of demonic power erupted from him, filling the training room with roaring pressure. And with that, the battle began. 44, Chapter 43, showing everything he's learned. 44, Chapter 43, showing everything he's learned. VMMM. the air vibrated with a low hum. Dozens of massive magic circles spun to life around Leo as he hovered midair, each one aiming downward like the barrel of a cannon locking straight onto Miyamoto Musashi. Demonic power surged within the magic circles and instantly condensed into bullets hot enough to boil the air. A barrage of enormous demonic power shots rained down. Each one was massive, nothing like the casual blasts Leo used before. Even the smallest was over 2 meters across, bigger than Leo himself. A single shot could flatten a mountain or tear apart a building. Asuna, witnessing that kind of terrifying force for the first time, could only stare wide-eyed in shock. What incredible demonic power! But the one being targeted, Miyamoto Musashi, only voiced admiration. Then the blade resting on her shoulder moved. Boom! The moment her sword flashed, the air itself roared. In Musashi's hands, the blade became a strike that seemed capable of cutting through time itself. A burst of white light swept out, slashing straight into the falling demonic power bullets. Each shot crashed down wardenly to be swallowed by that single, simple cut. The brief flash of her blade erased them completely. Yes sir, Asd. The instant the sword light touched the bullets, every one of those mountain-shattering blasts dissolved like frost dropped into fire. What? Leo's expression tightened, eyes sharpening. He had opened his demonic power detection the moment the fight began, sweeping the entire battlefield to catch every detail. In that instant when Musashi swung her blade, the space itself seemed split open. His demonic power bullets had been sucked into those cracks in space and banished somewhere else entirely. How was that even possible? There's nothing impossible, Leo-sama. As if reading his thoughts, Miyamoto Musashi spoke lightly. I'm stubborn. Once I decide to accomplish something, I throw everything I am into it. I will reach my goal. In the past, when dueling others, I pretended to be dead so I wouldn't lose. I lied through my teeth. I ran away in disgrace, recovered, and came back again for another challenge. Pretty shameless, right? But that's who I am. Once I have a purpose, I stake my entire being on it. I see nothing but that goal. So after reincarnating as a devil, after gaining demonic power that can turn imagination into really tiny sword, changed. Musashi lifted her blade and pointed it at Leo. For example, if I decide I want to cut off your right arm and I'm willing to use any means to do so, then my next strike will become the most logical way to achieve that outcome. All those possible methods collapse into a single action, swinging my sword. The countless futures narrow down into only one result. When that happens, no defense works. Dodging becomes impossible. You can only take it head on. There is no second option. It was a sword that severed karma, fate, curses, and tragedy. Buddha's blade. The single cut that transcended excess, binding time and space themselves. Just now, when you fired your full power attack, I had only one thought: swing a blade that erases them. And so the result was the same. I cut away the bullets and the space containing them. Musashi showed a pure, childlike smile, as if proudly presenting a beloved creation. This is my blade, and he swore after becoming a devil. Reducing existence to its ultimate form, breaking through infinity to reach zero. That was Miyamoto Musashi's swordsmanship. You'd better get serious, Leo-sama. Otherwise, my next strike might just take your head. Her tone sounded playful, but nobody took it as a joke. Beneath the smile was unmistakable sincerity. Leo felt it too, so he didn't hesitate. As Musashi said, he revealed his true strength. Rumble. Thunder cracked overhead as thick storm clouds materialized from nowhere. The clouds surged across the chamber, replacing the underground ceiling in less than a second, becoming a sky completely under Leo's dominion. Boom! Lightning writhed inside the clouds and then crashed downward, gathering into Leo's slowly rising hand. He clenched the mass of lightning tightly. In that moment, not just Musashi, but Asuna also felt a familiar power from him. That was a sacred gear. Asuna gasped. That energy, is that a Longinus? Musashi too was surprised. She had never expected Leo to possess a sacred gear, let alone one at the level of a Longinus. Sacred gears were powers created by the gods for humans. Only humans could be chosen. Yukino and Asuna had both been ordinary humans before becoming devils, which was why they had been chosen as sacred gear wielders. But Leo was born a devil, a pure-blood devil descendant. There was no way he should. No, Leo-sama is only half pure-blood devil. The other half is human exorcist blood. Musashi finally understood. Because he carried half human blood, Leo could be chosen by a sacred gear. Becoming a sacred gear user was completely possible. The only question was, a Longinus that governs the sky and the forces of nature, could it be? Musashi's centuries of experience as a devil, her time as a Muz servant made her insight sharp. But before she could say it aloud, Leo swung down the hammer of lightning in his hand. Rumble! Thunder split the air as countless lightning bolts twined together, forming the furious hammer of a god. Blazing with 10,000 meters of lightning, it crashed toward Miyamoto Musashi. Good! Instead of fear, Musashi's eyes lit up. Roaring with excitement, she dashed straight toward the incoming thunder, her speed breaking like a storm. Shhhk. She unleashed a breathtaking slash. Her blade shone as brilliantly as the lightning itself. In an instant, she sliced apart the massive thunder. The intertwined bolts exploded into scattered sparks. Boom, boom, boom. Leo clearly hadn't expected to end the battle in one strike. When Musashi cut through his attack, he immediately summoned more lightning from the sky, unleashing bolt after bolt without mercy. Musashi had already drawn her second blade. Dual swords flashing, she cut down the lightning as fast as it fell, carving a path through the storm. Seeing that, Leo continued calling down thunder but also raised his other hand, activating the power of Zenith Tempest. The ground shook violently. The earth swelled. Dust exploded upward. Dirt and stone gathered, forming a massive earth dragon that roared as it charged toward Musashi. The sight confirmed her suspicion, as expecteth second-rank Long Inu's Zenith Tempest. Now she understood why facing this junior devil stirred her fighting spirit. One of the 13 Longinus ranked second among them. As an opponent, you're more than worthy. Her battle lust ignited completely. Laughing wildly, she spun and slashed the incoming Earth Dragon with a swift, clean strike. The blade passed through it. The dragon's head shattered, collapsing into dust and rubble. But then explosions of flame and howling winds erupted on both sides. A tidal wave of fire surged in from the left, while a spiraling tornado burst up from the right, drilling skyward as it closed in on Mousashi. Floom! Mousashi burst out of the flames and storm winds, her clothes singed and torn, but her twin blades moving even faster, cutting the attacking firestorms in half, splitting them cleanly. I'm not done. Leo pressed the assault. Pouring out his demonic power, he pushed Zenith Tempest to the highest level he could control. Blizzard winds and floods erupted throughout the underground chamber. The vast space became a scene of pure calamity. Bolts of heavenly thunder fell from above. Earth dragons roared across the ground. Flames surged like a sea of fire. Storm winds tore through everything. Blizzard and flood joined the chaos. It looked like a glimpse of the world's end. This is Leo-sen's power. Outside the barrier, Asuna stared in disbelief. Her gaze fixed on the man standing alone amidst the storm, while mixing with something softer she couldn't quite identify. Leo didn't notice her at all, his mind wholly consumed by the fight. He was pouring everything he'd learned into this battle. You can read up to chapter 80 on Patreon. 45, chapter 44, How Strong Am I Now? As time passed, the apocalyptic scene inside the underground chamber grew even more intense. The barrier separating the inside and outside wavered dangerously, looking as though it might collapse at any moment. Leo's power was steadily pushing past what the barrier could withstand. Yet despite releasing such overwhelming force, Leo's expression only grew heavier. The look in his eyes as he watched Miyamoto Musashi changed. At first glance, it seemed like the entire battlefield had become his domain filled with the calamities he unleashed. Any one of them could have ravaged the world outside. But none of these disasters, no matter how terrifying, managed to harm the lone swordswoman blooming at the center like an eternal celestial flower. Miyamoto Musashi simply swung her blades freely within the storm of destruction, her swordsmanship flowing without restraint. Every calamity that crashed down on her was split apart by her seemingly plain, unadorned dual blades never once reaching her body. A roaring blaze cut cleanly in half. A surging flood cut cleanly in half. Lightning falling from the heavens cut cleanly in half. A storm fierce enough to blow everything away cut cleanly in half. Even the rising sand pillars from the earth and the glacial surges from every direction were severed one after another, none spared. She looked like a frail, delicate swordswoman, while her opponent was nature transformed into calamity itself. Anyone would think such a battle was hopelessly one-sided. Humans couldn't possibly challenge nature. And yet, this swordswoman completely overturned that belief with her blades declaring to the world that humans could overcome nature, overcome disaster. Soon, the brilliance of her sword eclipsed the calamities themselves like a blade sharp enough to slice apart the apocalypse. It inspired awe and fear in equal measure. As expected, someone who can serve as a Muz servant no matter how unreliable they look couldn't possibly be weak. Leo had mostly confirmed it. Miyamoto Musashi's strength placed her firmly at the pinnacle of ultimate class devil level, equivalent to a 10-winged devil, 10-winged angel, or 10-winged fallen angel. A 10-winged entity was cadre class within the 3 factions top tier combat power, and Musashi stood at the absolute peak of that level, a being only a single step away from Mu class. He probably wasn't a match for her at all. Realizing this, Leo let out a long breath. My final strike. His voice echoed through the battlefield. The next attack will be the strongest strike I can unleash right now. If this strike couldn't win, then for Leo, the result was no different from losing outright. Here I come. Before Musashi could respond, Leo gathered every bit of his demonic power and poured it into the coming attack. The power of Zenith Tempest exploded outward. The storm clouds above descended, lightning surging wildly within them. Flames from every direction converged around Leo. The ground rose, the air hummed violently. Phenomena that should never coexist appeared one after another. Thunderstorms, hurricanes, floods, sandstorms, blizzards, falling fire from the sky, very type of extreme weather manifested inside the underground chamber. Under Leo's control, they took on monstrous forms. The falling fire became an immortal phoenix wreathed in flames. The flood rose into a giant water dragon. Windstorms, thunderstorms, sandstorms, and blizzards twisted into ferocious beasts that roared across the mansion. The nightmarish scene left Asuna breathless, and even Miyamoto Musashi narrowed her eyes with a faint smile. In that case, I'll use my strongest strike as well. The pressure she had been gathering since the start of the fight erupted. She slowly raised her blade, releasing a suffocating force. Behind her, a towering Ni statue materialized, standing like an immovable guardian. It was a manifestation formed purely from sword pressure. Historically, after achieving fame, Miyamoto Musashi devoted herself to the worship of Tenman Mikami. The Ni statue was essentially her guardian deity, a natural symbol born when her swordsmanship reached its final destination. One stroke, 3 bows breaking through infinity to reach 0. The blade she lifted gathered a massive amount of demonic power. The sword became pure light, extending endlessly. This is my void path, my entire life. Her declaration drowned out the roars of Leo's calamity beasts, echoing through the chamber. Draw, flash, strike, let's go. Her blade fell. The Ni statue behind her swung in unison, cleaving toward Leo. It was a strike that could split the world itself, reducing everything to nothing. When it fell, Leo and Asuna saw only a single line of light dividing the world into two halves, those halves beginning to slip out of alignment. The calamity beasts charging around Leo touched that boundary, and without making so much as a sound, they split along the shifting seam of reality and vanished. Time itself seemed to stop. All the thunder and roaring that had filled the chamber disappeared. Leo and Mousashi remained where they were, one in the sky, one on the ground. One with wings spread, one with a blade raised. They simply looked at each other. One silent, one smiling. Then Leo lifted his gaze from Mousashi and looked across the underground chamber. The once devastated chamber now had a bottomless chasm in the center, splitting the entire underground space nearly in half. The barrier enclosing the chamber had vanished without a trace, cleaved apart silently, as though it never existed. All right. Leo stood quietly for a moment, then let out a wry laugh. He folded his wings and descended to the ground. I lost. The moment he admitted defeat, the frozen world seemed to resume moving. The suffocating tension filling the chamber dispersed instantly. Thank you for the match, Leo-sama. Mousashi sheathed both blades and walked toward him with a refreshed, satisfied expression. Ah, it's been so long since I had such an enjoyable fight. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you, Leo-sama. You really are a worthy opponent. Miyamoto Mousashi, the warrior, looked completely fulfilled. You were both amazing. Asuna finally rushed over, unusually excited. I didn't know devils could be this strong. That was incredible. She wasn't someone who worshipped power, but seeing the battle had stirred something inside her, something she hadn't known existed. In truth, it was simply human nature. Just as people felt awe before towering mountains or an endless sea, what she felt now was the same. Until now, she had been nothing more than an ordinary human. She'd lost consciousness after being attacked by a stray devil, only to wake up as a Deviland. She had barely seen any devil powers since then. This was the first supernatural battle she had ever witnessed. Her emotions couldn't help but swing wildly. This is nothing. If you work hard, you may reach this realm yourself one day. Mousashi encouraged her with a smile, and it was clear she wasn't just being polite. In her view, Asuna truly had the potential to reach this level. Whether she could bring out that potential depended on her own effort. And you, Leo-sama, should be able to surpass me easily in the future, right? Musashi's eyes sparkled as she spoke. I never expected the legendary Zenith Tempest to appear in your hands. If Seraphil-sama, my master, learns of this, she'll be shocked. Forget her master. If the devils of the underworld learned this, it would shake their entire world. The second strongest Longinus appearing in the once fallen heir of the Eligos family? If that leaked, the high command of all three factions would be thrown into chaos. Without exaggeration, Liao with this Longinus had the potential to influence the balance of the three forces in the future. And once exposed, every faction, devils included, would be forced to take action. For now, please keep this a secret. Leo said to Mousashi. I'm not ready to reveal it yet. Understood. I'll keep this quiet. Mousashi agreed without hesitation. As long as I'm still eating and staying here, I won't reveal anything on my own. In other words, once she left the mansion and returned to the underworld, she likely couldn't hide it anymore. After all, she had to report her mission to her master. So Mousashi could only keep this secret for that long. That's enough. Leo didn't intend to hide it forever. He just needed more time to grow stronger, to ensure that when the truth came out, he could control the situation. With that in mind, he asked Mousashi a question. In your view, how strong am I right now? 46, Chapter 45, The Fastest Way to Get Stronger. Even though Leo lost his battle against Miyamoto Mousashi, he enjoyed every second of it. After all, this was the first time he had used Zenith Tempest in a real fight since awakening it, and Mousashi had held back the entire time, letting him unleash his full power. With her skill, she could have put her blade to his neck long before he ever brought out the true might of Zenith Tempest. So despite losing, Leo felt no frustration. If anything, the full release of power had left him feeling refreshed, his thoughts clearer than ever. But aside from venting a little, there was another reason he wanted this fight with Miyamoto Mousashi. He wanted to know exactly how strong he was now. Sure, he felt like he could fight above his level, but that was just his own impression. Until now, he'd never fought anyone at ultimate class devil level. He'd barely even met more than a few high-class devils, let alone crossed blades with them. He had no real sense of where he stood. And Mousashi was the perfect person to answer that question. She was a Muz servant, a centuries-old devil, and someone who had fought more strong opponents than Leo could even imagine. If anyone could give him a clear answer, it was her. As expected, Leo-sama, your strength is definitely nothing to underestimate. Among the young generation, there aren't many who could fight you evenly. Mousashi had clearly guessed what he wanted to know and spoke after thinking for a moment. And I don't mean just devils. I mean the young talents of all three factions and even those beyond them. Your generation has produced a lot of monsters. For example, the red-haired princess of Gremory House, she inherited the same power of destruction trait as the current Lucifer. And other devil clans also have incredible heirs this time around. Especially the Bale clan's current successor. Ive met him once. That boy is unbelievable. His family doesn't value him, but his strength is already far beyond his peers. The church has also produced several prodigies who may become top-class exorcists, and the Grigori reportedly trained several extremely powerful sacred gear users in recent years. 7-2 Longinus wielders. Their strength completely dominates their generation. Mousashi listed all of these prodigies and still concluded that only a handful could stand against Leo. It was an incredibly high evaluation. The old you definitely wouldn't have been able to compare to them. But you have Zenith Tempest, the second strongest Longinus in the world. That changes everything. Mousashi spoke casually, offering a blunt assessment. With the performance you just showed, you should be able to compete for a top 5 position among your entire generation. If you master Zenith Tempest fully and reach your balance breaker, then you could even aim for the top 3. At the very least, a normal ultimate class devil wouldn't be your match. Leo thought about this, then asked, by normal ultimate class devils, you mean the 8-wing level, right? What about 10-wing level? Musashi hesitated a little before answering. If the opponent is a 10-winged ultimate class devil, then Leo-sama you'd still be far behind. She answered honestly. There aren't many 10-winged devils even in the underworld. Many older devils never reach 10 wings. And 10-wing angels and fallen angels are all cadre level. Some can even fight on equal footing with Mu-class beings. They're far above the 8-wing level. You're fairly comfortable using Zenith Tempest, but you haven't reached its peak. Against an 8-wing ultimate class devil, your chances of winning are high. But a 10-wing ultimate class devil is a different matter. Even against one who just reached that level, your win rate wouldn't be over 20%, maybe even less. The truth was, Leo had awakened Zenith Tempest far too late. It had barely been a month. Being able to control it this well already was thanks to the feedback from servant conversion. With this, he could fight opponents a tier above him, but 2 tiers was still too much. If he mastered Zenith Tempest completely, then he might be able to fight a newly ascended 10-wing devil. But comparing himself to someone like Musashi, who was only one step away from Mu-class, that was pure wishful thinking. Of course, that's only my judgment. Seeing Leo fall silent in thought, Musashi added more. My conclusions are based on what you showed today. But sacred gear wielders can never be judged with common sense, especially Longinus users. Anything can happen. A sacred gear grew and evolved in response to the wielder's will. Its strength depended heavily on the user's mental state. In moments of despair or determination, sacred gear users could explode with terrifying power. The Red Dragon Emperor from the original story was a perfect example. He repeatedly exceeded his limits, even knocking a cadre level 10-wing fallen angel flying with a single punch shortly after awakening. Musashi had seen many sacred gear wielders do similar things, turning hopeless situations around with sheer willpower. That was why she said anything was possible against a Longinus user. If Leo unleashed a similarly overwhelming will, the second-ranked Longinus might even let him punch around a Mu. But such explosive bursts were unstable and unreliable. In Musashi's view, counting on that was a bad idea. My advice is that Leo-sama should focus on developing his sacred gear, master it completely, reach its limits, and aim for your balance breaker. This was her safest recommendation. If you can activate your balance breaker, then with Zenith Tempest's rank, even facing a Mu wouldn't be impossible. If Leo reached his balance breaker, he might even be able to fight Musashi herself at full power. The thought excited her. I understand. Leo nodded. That's what I was thinking too. First master my sacred gear, then break into balance breaker. It was the fastest path to getting stronger. He would never abandon it. Of course, he also wouldn't neglect his foundation. The stronger his own demonic power and abilities were, the more effectively he could use his sacred gear and the longer he could maintain a powerful state. Even after reaching balance breaker, the foundation was everything. Without it, he would burn out instantly. The perfect examples were the current Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor. The Red Dragon Emperor was the weakest in history, so little demonic power that even after becoming a devil, he couldn't even perform magic circle teleportation. He had to train his body desperately, nearly breaking himself, and still could only maintain balance breaker for 30 minutes. And that was without using his sacred gear's abilities, or the time would shorten even further. Meanwhile, the White Dragon Emperor was the strongest in history. Half of his blood came from the deceased original Mu Lucifer. His enormous demonic power and talent let him maintain balance breaker for an entire month. Even spamming abilities didn't affect him. The difference was immense. Leo's foundation wasn't bad either, solid high-class devil level. Even using Zenith Tempest so freely just now didn't drain him the way Yukino sometimes ran out of stamina mid-fight. Once he reached balance breaker, he might not last a month like the White Dragon Emperor, but he'd definitely fare far better than the Red Dragon Emperor. But stronger foundations were always better. If he could gain demonic power on par with the White Dragon Emperor and activate balance breaker, he would surpass him. After all, the White Dragon Emperor's Longinus was only the 6th-ranked mid-tier Longinus, while Leo's was the 2nd-ranked upper-tier Longinus. If both had the same foundation and the same sacred gear mastery, Leo would absolutely be stronger. And the White Dragon Emperor's balance breaker put him at Mu class. Before I leave this mansion, Leo-sama may spar with me anytime. Musashi, seeing that Leo understood everything clearly, relaxed and made a very tempting offer. With a sparring partner strong enough, your growth will be much faster. Leo's eyes lit up. A fighter nearly at Mu class offering constant practice? That was enormous. Then I'll be in your care, Musashi-san. Seeing Leo agree so readily, Musashi grinned in satisfaction. After that, they returned to their routine. Musashi resumed training Asuna in swordsmanship. Watching 2 overwhelming devils battle earlier had lit a fire in Asuna's heart. She trained with more motivation and focus than ever before. Just like that, time passed, and evening arrived. As night began to fall, Leo brought Asuna along to attend the final appointment of the day. You can read up to chapter 85 on Patreon. 47, chapter 46. It all depends on my own intentions. The Okura Hotel was an internationally renowned brand, with a branch in Chiba City. It offered plenty of rooms and excellent facilities, making it one of the top choices for business travelers. The meeting between Leo and the Yuaki family had been arranged here inside a luxury suite on the top floor. When Leo arrived with a visibly nervous Asuna, he found not only her parents waiting, but also the older brother who had accompanied her to Chiba. The three of them looked at Leo the moment he stepped inside, their expressions extremely serious. They still had no idea what had happened. All they saw was a boy about their daughter's age standing in front of them, and they had no clue who he was. At first, when Asuna went missing, they feared she had been in some kind of accident. Then the moment a powerful family from Chiba Prefecture contacted them claiming someone wanted to speak with them about Asuna, they even suspected that these people planned to use their daughter as leverage. It wasn't impossible. The business world was a battlefield. Modern warlords weren't nobles of old, but the financial predators who moved like sharks through the marketplace. Such people would use any means necessary to get what they wanted. Some had even come from the criminal underworld and continued to operate freely on both sides of the line. There was no reason to assume they'd suddenly become law-abiding citizens. The Yuaki family was wealthy and influential. They had faced similar threats before, so they had every reason to be suspicious. But once they mobilized their own resources and started investigating, they immediately realized something was off. The biggest issue was that the influential families contacting them weren't interested in negotiating with the Yuaki family at all. They were simply acting on behalf of a single teenager, someone who had commissioned them to smooth the way as intermediaries. And no matter how deeply they tried to investigate this boy, they could only confirm that he was a third-year student at Sobu High, bright enough to stand out among his peers, but with no verifiable family background. Anything they did find appeared deliberately falsified, as though someone had tampered with the records. Yet this very same boy owned an estate in central Chiba City that was even more extravagant than their own home. He could also mobilize numerous Chiba elites at will and even had politicians making calls on his behalf, warning the Yuaki family in no uncertain terms. That was when the Yuakis realized they had stepped into something far beyond the ordinary. They had to take this seriously. So the entire family came in person. Leo didn't waste any time. He immediately had Asuna reveal her devil wings, leaving the three of them completely stunned. He didn't give them a moment to react. He got straight to the point. Don't be surprised yet. After you've received these memories, we'll talk. With that, Leo spread out a magic circle, enveloping the three members of the Yuaki family and flooding them with the memories they needed. Those memories covered everything: the existence of devils, common knowledge of the underworld, what had happened to Asuna, what her situation was now. All of it poured into their minds at once, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Leo had found this magic formula in his study just today. It allowed him to directly instill a certain amount of knowledge into others, skipping any unnecessary explanations. He'd been explaining things non-stop these last few days, first to his servants, then to their family, and he was tired of repeating himself. So he sought out this spell specifically to avoid having to deal with the same situation again. It saved time, and it made everything he said harder to doubt. Two birds with one stone. So he learned it immediately and used it here without hesitation. By the time the three members of the Yuaki family recovered from their groggy state, Leo was already placing a stack of documents in front of them, ignoring their bewildered expressions. You should understand the situation now. Take a look at this. Leo smiled at them. These are the benefits Asuna will receive as my servant: things like lifetime coverage of personal expenses, the management and ownership of a territory in the underworld, no fewer than 3 vacations per year, and help acquiring any legal documents or identities needed in the human world. Honestly, it's far better than the life plan you arranged for her. Of course, your family will also benefit. Tokyo isn't my territory, and my influence doesn't extend that far, but if necessary, I can ask the people supporting me to lend your family a hand. And as for the two of you, if you want to extend your lifespan or ensure a life free of illness and pain, I have the means to provide that too. Look over everything carefully. But don't misunderstand, this isn't me asking you to sell your daughter. After all, your daughter already belongs to me. Even if you object, it won't change anything. This is simply preferential treatment I'm giving to the family of my servant. In other words, everything depends solely on my own intentions. If I feel like giving, you'll get it. If I don't, you won't. That's all there is to it. Leo's attitude was far more forceful than when he'd visited the Yukinashita household earlier in the day. He needed to firmly suppress the Yuaki family. The Yuakis were not like the Yukinashitas. The latter had immediately recognized their disadvantage after witnessing supernatural power with their own eyes. But the Yuakis coming from a Tokyo elite family might still rely on their status and attempt something foolish or time-wasting, even after seeing the impossible. Thus, Leo had no choice but to be tougher here, forcing them to think before acting. The 3 Yuakis still looked dazed. Hearing Leo's explanations and seeing the benefits listed on the documents, they felt as though they were dreaming, everything too surreal, too unbelievable. Asuna, is all of this true? Yuaki Shazuo's mental fortitude was clearly stronger than the others. Was the first to regain some composure, though disbelief still colored his face. Yuaki Shazu, CEO of Rect Incorporated, was unlike the father from the Yukinashita family who had married into his wife's household. He wasn't the absolute ruler of the Yuaki family, but he was certainly someone who had weathered countless storms. Almost nothing could shake him to this extent. But today's revelations were simply too outrageous. Asuna, still sitting with her devil wings out, lowered her eyes and answered quietly after a moment of silence. It's true, father. I really did become a devil. To prove it, she created a short sword in her hand, emanating a sacred aura that instantly sharpened everyone's senses. This power didn't come from becoming a devil. It was the ability of Asuna's sacred gear. But unlike Yukino, Asuna hadn't properly learned how to handle demonic power yet, so she could only rely on her sacred gear to show proof. And she really had awakened this ability after becoming a devil, so she wasn't exactly lying. It's actually real. Yuaki Shaza still looked stunned, but the truth was right before him. He couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. How could something like this exist? Yuaki Kyuko, Asuna's mother, sounded completely lost. A university professor from Tokyo, she had a very traditional high achievers mentality. She had always imposed strict control over her children's lives, expecting them to follow the path she laid out, Simeon even more imposing than their father. Yet this normally rigid and stern woman, who had looked at Leo like he was a threat the whole time, had now lost her usual composure. Her shock was visible. It's my fault. If I hadn't brought Asuna here, none of this would have happened. Yuaki Kawaichiro, Asuna's brother, looked deeply guilty. Unlike their strict parents, he seemed approachable and easygoing. He was also the first to fully grasp the weight of everything that had happened, and from the way he reacted, he might actually be the most reliable family member of the three. In a different situation, Leo wouldn't have minded chatting with Kawaichiro, but now was not the time. He let them process everything in silence. Eventually, the three finally accepted the reality of the situation. When they turned back to Leo, their expressions were no longer stern, just complicated and a little fearful. Please allow me to thank you first. Yuaki Shiazu bowed deeply. No matter what the circumstances were, thank you for saving my daughter. No need to be polite. I did it for myself. Leo accepted the gratitude without hesitation. If Asuna didn't have the potential to become an exceptional servant, I wouldn't have wasted a precious spot to save someone I didn't know. Harsh, but it reassured Yuaki Shiazu, a man who lived in the business world more than any polite lie could have. I understand what you're telling us now, and I understand that this has already happened. There's no one doing it. Yuaki Shiazu looked straight at Leo, his gaze serious. So I'll ask just one thing. Will my daughter live well? Who knows? Leo glanced at Yuaki Kyuko before adding with a faint smile, but she'll probably be better off than she would have been as your wife's puppet, don't you think? At that, Yuaki Shiazu froze awkwardly, while Yuaki Kyuko's expression darkened instantly. 48, Chapter 47, The Hidden Clans of This Land. It had to be said, Leo's overwhelming, domineering opening crushed every last bit of resistance the Yuaki family still held onto. After they calmed down, weighed all the risks and benefits, and thought through every possible retreat, they finally accepted Leo's conditions and agreed to let Yuaki Asuna transfer to Chiba and attend Sobu High. Originally, Yuaki Kyuko still wanted to object. Even if Asuna had to move to Chiba, she felt there was no need for her daughter to live under Leo's roof. Anyone could see what she was worried about, but Leo simply repeated, "Your daughter already belongs to me, so whatever I do is only natural." The casual way he said it made Kyuko's brows tighten, but Asuna's cheeks turned pink. Coming from Tokyo's elite circles, none of them had expected to meet someone like Leo Somion they couldn't push, pressure, or negotiate with. They could only swallow their frustrations whole. Seeing their still shifting expressions and their inability to fully digest the situation, Leo spoke again, voice calm but cutting. "From the moment Asuna became my servant, she left the world you belong to. She's destined to walk a path completely different from yours. Even if she didn't become a devil, one of the three major factions would have recruited her eventually. Because she's a natural sacred gear user and her sacred gear is extremely powerful. Once it awakened, even if no dangerous stray devils appeared, stronger devils or fallen angels would come after her. She might even be kidnapped by some dark, underground organizations." "Is that what you want?" Silence fell on the room. A long moment passed before the Yuaki family finally accepted everything and entrusted Asuna fully to Leo. A wise choice. Leo nodded in satisfaction. "Don't worry, I'll take care of Asuna. Whenever she has time, I'll let her come home to visit." That concluded the matter, at least regarding Asuna. But then something unexpected happened. Yuaki Shiazu carefully asked a quiet question. "Leo-san, for ordinary humans like us, is there a way to gain supernatural power without reincarnating as devils like Asuna?" The question coming from a man of his status made even Yuaki Kyuko and Yuaki Kawaichiro stop breathing for a moment. "Quite ambitious, Yuaki-san." Leo's gaze sharpened with amusement. "Why? You want power? If possible." Shiazu hesitated, then spoke frankly. "Since people like you exist and supernatural forces exist to us that mean everything we have can be overturned at any moment. Yet humanity still maintains dominance in this world, at least on the surface. There must be a reason for that. For example, you mentioned the church. If they can fight alongside angels against devils and fallen angels, they must possess supernatural power equal to those forces. They're humans too, aren't they?" Shiazu didn't sound greedy. If anything, he sounded worried. Leo's overwhelming presence, his undeniable power, and the fact that they had no say in anything, all of it gave Shiazu a crushing sense of crisis. He couldn't stop thinking, what if something like this happened again? Would he have to swallow it just as helplessly? And not everyone with supernatural power would be like Liao, merely wanted their daughter. What if the next one demanded something far worse? What if they wanted everything? The thought chilled him. It wasn't greed, it was survival instinct. A high-level sense of crisis. This alone proved Yuaki Shiazu had real foresight. "For Asuna's sake, I'll clear things up for you," Leo said, picking up the tea Asuna had brewed for him and taking a sip. "Humans can gain supernatural power. Fighting devils or fallen angels isn't impossible. Sacred gears, magic, Eastern arts, with proper methods, humans can cultivate their own supernatural abilities. That's why humanity hasn't been crushed, yet why they can maintain the illusion of dominance. The church is one place to obtain such power. There are also various hidden magician groups, but their standards vary. If you accidentally join a shady one, you'll only ruin yourself." Seeing the Yuaki family genuinely listening, Leo thought for a moment, then decided to give them a real opportunity. If you truly want supernatural power, I recommend contacting the hidden clans of this land. The entire family froze, then their spirits lifted. Hidden clans? Kaorichiro asked quickly. You mean there are families in this country that possess supernatural strength? That's right. Leo nodded. Since ancient times, this land has had exorcists and sorcerers who specialized in hunting non-human beings. They uphold the Shinto orthodox tradition, slay or suppress local yokai, and protect the country from the shadows. Some remain hidden, while others have deep ties with the secular world, quietly safeguarding influential figures and the nation itself. Honestly, your Yuaki family holds considerable power in Tokyo. I checked your background. I wanted to see if you had ties to any hidden clans, but the answer was obvious: you haven't touched that world. At that, even the stern-faced Yuaki Kyuko swallowed her pride and urgently asked, which elite families have a close connection with these hidden clans? An interesting question. Clearly, she wondered whether her own network could reach anyone who could make an introduction. But that's a bit difficult for me to answer, Leo said. I haven't paid much attention to that side of things. I only know of one family that definitely has ties to the hidden clan zone, with many gifted individuals working under them. Who? The entire Yuaki family asked in unison. Even Asuna leaned forward curiously. Leo spoke a single surname: Shinomiya. The Yuaki's faces changed instantly. Shinomiya. Practically everyone in the country knew that name. A financial conglomerate, a giant. With over 1,000 subsidiary companies and more than 200 trillion yen in total assets, it was the kind of titan whose movements could shake the entire nation. Even their shifts in the global market caused international ripple effects. Compared to the Shinomiya family, the Yuaki family was nothing. If the Yuaki family collapsed, plenty of capital could replace them. If the Shinomiya family collapsed, the country itself would bleed. Thus, the Shinomiya family wasn't just wealthy, they were the heart of the nation. Elite of elites. True aristocracy. Standing at the very top. Only the government itself held more power. I once heard that the Shinomiya family has ties with many hidden clans, including the 5 great houses. Leo's calm voice continued. Tin, Kushihashi, Shinra, Haimjima, Hayaki, these are the foremost leaders of Japan's supernatural world. The Shinomiya family has maintained strong relations with them since long ago, even supporting them from the shadows. Many members of the 5 great houses have been recruited by the Shinomiya family and work to protect their important figures. Leo only knew this because Shinra Tsubeki had told him, and how Tsubeki knew was obvious. Her surname. She was a member of the Shinra clanon of the 5 great houses. He was simply passing on what she'd once shared, nothing more. All because of Satrai Sona's warning. I don't want you accidentally recruiting someone from the Shinomiya family and ending up fighting the 5 great houses. You could try talking to the Shinomiya family, Leo said, closing the topic. You might get somewhere. The Yuaki family exchanged glances, each memorizing Leo's words. One way or another, they had to try. Compared to the Shinomiya family, Yuaki was small, but they were still part of the business world. Some pathways always existed. If it worked, they could gain access to supernatural power. And maybe just make Yuaki family could rise even higher. 49, Chapter 48, A Fan's Charity. 49, Chapter 48, A Fan's Charity. An hour later, after finishing the dinner meeting, Leo and Asuna exited the Okura Hotel together and stepped into the stretch limousine. The driver familiar started the engine without a word. The car pulled out smoothly, carrying the two of them toward the estate. Asuna glanced back at the hotel, now shrinking into the distance. For some reason, a faint melancholy filled her eyes. Already missing your family. Leo's voice came from beside her, snapping her out of her thoughts. If you really don't want to stay here, you can go back to Tokyo. Leo didn't look at her. Arms folded, shoulders against the seat, he spoke with his eyes seemingly closed. As long as you come to the estate at night to get your work done, I won't force you to live here. Honestly, he preferred his servants to live with him, but he wouldn't force it. If Asuna truly didn't want to stay, she could go. He wasn't a lonely hermit desperate for company. Whether Asuna sensed that or not, she let out a soft sigh and steadied her emotions. No, it's a rare opportunity. I want to try living differently. She looked forward, voice calm. And I'm not feeling homesick. It's just it feels like something has come to an end today, so I feel a bit complicated. She thought of how her family accepted her becoming someone else's servant, helpless, but not angry. For a moment, Asuna even wondered if, in their hearts, she wasn't important at all. Especially her mother, Yuaki Kyuko. The only thing visible in her eyes was irritation that the life she planned for her daughter had been disrupted, not a shred of concern. Asuna couldn't help wondering whether she even counted as her mother's child. Look at Yukinashita Yukino. She always felt unwanted at home, overshadowed by her sister, even isolated. But after today's incident, her family kept her back, clearly with important things to discuss. But her own family? Her father thanked Leo for saving her, and her brother blamed himself for not protecting her. Yet none of them tried to keep her home. They just let her walk away with Leo. So I'm really starting a new life and none of you have anything you want to say to me? As her thoughts spiraled, Asuna's mood grew low. Pop. Suddenly, a flick against her forehead. Ah. Asuna yelped, startled and stinging at once. What are you thinking so hard about? Leo withdrew his finger without a hint of guilt. You're at that sentimental age, sure, but that abandoned puppy look on your face is making me a little irritated. Leo-san, you're only a year older than me. Asuna rubbed her forehead and muttered. But you give off this vibe that makes me feel like I'm raising a daughter. Leo smirked. I wouldn't mind fast-forwarding to having a cute little kid to spoil, but you're too old for that. Might as well wait for you to pick up some stray AI girl before I start raising anybody. AI girl. Asuna blinked. Artificial intelligence? You can pick that up. Who knows? Leo chuckled lazily. Probably impossible in this world, but it's good to have dreams. I have no idea what you're talking about. Asuna frowned delicately, thought hard for several seconds, then gave up. Leo-san always says weird things and does shocking things out of nowhere. That's how you keep life fun. Leo looked sideways at her face, smiling. Maybe I lived too quiet to restrain before. Now I'm letting myself be free, doing whatever feels good. That really is a devil-like way of living. Asuna tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, cheeks a bit warm. But it's enviable. No need to envy. You can do it too. Leo patted her shoulder. From now on, live however you want. Nothing can bind you anymore. Really? Asuna's mood visibly lifted. She even joked, but aren't you my master? Won't you bind me? That depends on whether you behave. Leo said seriously, if you don't I'll tie you up and spank you. Pervert. Asuna's face flushed. She muttered, I won't give you any chance to bully me. Then I'm looking forward to it. Seeing her mood fully recovered, Leo smiled. Let's get along from now on, Asuna. Asuna froze for a second then nodded firmly and smiled. The limousine soon reached the estate and rolled through the garden before stopping at the main entrance. Leo and Asuna parted ways on the first floor, each heading to their own room. But just before entering her room, Asuna's phone buzzed with a new message. Take good care of yourself. Yuaki Kyuko. Asuna stared at the text. Her eyes grew misty. Meanwhile, Leo reached his room and pulled out his phone to check his own notifications. My sister and mother will take me to school tomorrow. Let's meet on campus. Yuki Nashite Yukino. Well, have you dealt with Miss Mousashi yet? Citrai Sona. Pervert Ekomakuen, I finished a new chapter. This time for sure. I uploaded it to your computer, go read it and tell me what you think. Kazuma Jaya Kayutaa. Along with these familiar messages, he received updates from several contacts reporting on various matters. Leo read through them one by one and replied to each except Yutwa's. She already wrote something new. Raising a brow, he grabbed his laptop from the bedside table. He powered it on, opened his email and soon found the message from Kazumiko, Yutwa's pen name. He opened the draft, skimmed through it, and immediately typed a reply. This is just more of the same. Still sweet fluff between the leads from beginning to end. Sure, it makes readers smile a bit, but like I said before, it has no sense of anticipation, none of the pull that made Volume 1 shine. If I had to score it, 3 out of 10. 1 point for your lovely prose, 1 point for your charming heroine, and the last point is charity from a fan's filter. Keep working on it. After sending the email, Leo tossed the laptop onto the bed and headed for the shower. He had no idea that somewhere else, a certain rising light novel author was exploding. What do you mean charity from a fan's filter? In a Chiba City apartment, Kazuma Jayaka Yutaa trembled with fury, nearly chucking her laptop across the room. She was in her room and looked like she'd only just come out of the bath. Her hair was still damp, steam clung lightly to her skin, and she wore nothing but a towel that left her shoulders, arms, and long legs exposed. It was an eye-catching sight. That pervert Ekomakuen, how dare he talk to me like that? Practically naked, Yutaa gritted her teeth in indignation. Her breathing grew unsteady, loosening the knot of her towel and revealing even more of her figure. And I actually looked forward to his feedback. I should have just kept it to myself. Unable to vent her frustration, she snatched a pillow off her bed and pounded it violently, clearly imagining a certain someone's face. After exhausting herself, she grabbed her laptop again and reread the chapter she had written. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Is it really that bad? She murmured, looking disheartened. This was a side of her she would never show anyone else. Only alone in her room would she let herself crumble like this. Don't tell me I really can't write Volume 2? Will Love Metronome really get axed? The worry and sadness on her face were enough to make anyone's heart ache. Isn't there any solution? She paced her room, kicking aside the clothes she had left on the floor, then kicking them even farther. Something fell out of the pocket of the kicked clothing, a piece of vintage parchment. Yutaa paused. She remembered where it came from. This charm really works, you know. If you're troubled, it might give you a little help. That boy's bright smile as he handed it to her surfaced clearly in her mind. Feeling both annoyed and hopeful, Yutaa picked it up. If you can really help me, then hurry up and do it. She huffed. Help me finish Volume 2. Don't let Love Metronome get axed. At the exact moment she said that, zing, a faint magic circle on the parchment lit up. 50, Chapter 49. Don't you want to take a look? Ha! The sudden change made Yutaa freeze on the spot. She reacted on instinct and tossed the parchment in her hand, but instead of falling, it hung suspended in midair. The simple magic circle drawn on it peeled itself off the surface, expanding rapidly. It slid downward like a scanner, and within it, a figure materialized from head to toe. It was Leo, who had been about to take a shower. He had even taken off his clothes, but the moment he sensed the summoning, he threw them back on and jumped through the magic circle. He lifted his eyes and saw Yutaa standing there in a daze, completely frozen. The smile that had just begun forming on his face froze as well. The two of them stared at each other in silence. After a long moment, Leo finally broke it. Good evening, senpai. His tone was oddly calm. I'm happy you finally summoned me, but you really didn't have to give me a benefit this big, you know. His words snapped Yutaa out of her stunned haze, and she immediately remembered her current situation. Right, she had just finished showering, and the only thing on her body was a towel. Yutaa jerked upright, hugged herself, snatched up the nearest pillow, and hurled it straight at Leo. Unfortunately, the soft, pathetic attack only made Leo tilt his head aside as it whooshed past him. Bang! A moment later, the sound of the door slamming echoed through the room. Yuta had already bolted outside. Take care. Leo waved after her with a smile. He looked like he was begging to be punched. Half an hour later, Yuta returned to her room. She stared darkly at Leo, who was sitting comfortably on her bed, flipping through a light novel he'd taken from her shelf like he owned the place. He looked so relaxed, so invested, that Yuta's glare was sharp enough to kill. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Yuta spoke through gritted teeth, barely restraining the urge to rush over and beat that annoyingly handsome face into the floor. Leo finally lifted his eyes from the book and glanced at her. That was when he noticed what she was wearing: casual loungewear, simple and clean. A thin shirt on top, shorts on the bottom, and her pale legs bare and practically glowing. Leo clicked his tongue appreciatively. Shouldn't you be the one explaining things, senpai? Leo replied with mock seriousness. Summoning me while you're in that kind of state? I honestly thought my kind-hearted senpai was rewarding her well-behaved underclassman for being such a good boy. Yuta really did want to hit him. How was I supposed to know that thing could actually summon you? Yuta snapped, her voice rising. And you are not my underclassman, and you are definitely not well-behaved. That word will never apply to you. If she didn't have so many questions, she would have kicked him out already. That's harsh, Kazuma Jayaka-san. Leo let out a dramatic sigh. If I weren't well-behaved, why would I obediently read all those syrupy drafts you keep sending me every night? They're so sweet I'm surprised my teeth haven't fallen out. Yuta's fist clenched. They are not drafts. The way she bit out each word made it obvious she was at her limit. Leo knew if he pushed any further, she really would explode. So he backed off. He closed the book in his hands and smiled at her. Well, anyway, you finally used that devil flyer. I'd say that makes the wait worth it. He stretched lazily. Since you're my precious contractor, go ahead and ask whatever you want. I'll answer everything. Hearing that, Yuta's anger settled slightly. She fell quiet. After a long silence, her calm voice finally returned. So you really are a devil? You're not joking. She looked at him with a mix of disbelief and caution. Leo didn't bother explaining with words. He simply unfurled the wings on his back, bat-like devil wings filling the room in an instant. Yuta went rigid, instinctively stepping back. Her first thought was, are those some kind of cosplay props? They're not props. Leo floated a few inches off the ground, his wings flapping gently as he smiled. Like this, you can't possibly think I'm held up by wires, right? Yuta really wanted to say, that's exactly what I was thinking, but she knew that was just lying to herself. From the moment Leo appeared in her room in such an impossible way, the situation had already left the realm of normalcy. Technology couldn't teleport someone into her room, unless he was a chameleon. Leo might be a pervert, but he definitely couldn't camouflage. And if he could, he'd probably only ever turn yellow. Seeing that Yuta was still unable to calm down, Leo retracted his wings and spoke impatiently. Come on, this isn't something worth being shocked about for this long. Anyone else, sure, but Senpori, a light novel author. You've definitely imagined this kind of supernatural stuff happening right in front of you. Fantasy becoming reality. Why act like it's the end of the world? How many times do I have to say it? I write romance, not fantasy. Yuta snapped back at him, though that retort seemed to steady her mood. You said I'm your contractor, right? She asked with a frown. What does that mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Leo placed his hands on his hips casually. I get summoned, form a contract with a human, grant their wish, and take the equivalent price as payment. That's how devils work. Books and TV talk about it all the time. Senpai is the typical character who gets portrayed as the villain, someone who summons a devil and sells her soul just to fulfill her wish. In the past, someone like you would have been tied to a cross and burned. But modern society is pretty chill about this stuff, so congrats, senpai. No burning for you, probably. His casual rambling so much like how he talked in class made Yuta's briefly tense heart twitch in irritation instead. I cannot have a serious conversation with you. You'll kill me from sheer frustration. Her inner urge to roast him flared. She wanted to make him doubt his life choices, just like every guy who tried to hit on her. I look forward to it. Leo flashed a bright smile, completely unfit for a devil. If senpai dies of anger, I'll gladly accept your soul. You'll stay by my side forever. No escape. Then I'll make sure I live to at least 100. Yuta shot back. Any way to guarantee that, Devil-san who grants wishes? Of course. Leo's eyes lit up, as if he'd been waiting for this moment. All senpai has to do is merge this with your body. Not only will your lifespan increase to at least tens of thousands of years, it'll slow aging and even let you stay young forever. He presented a glowing, blood-red chess piece like he was offering treasure. Yuta didn't even notice it was glowing. She was too distracted by the words, live for thousands of years, slow aging, eternal youth. Extending lifespan was one thing, but slowing aging, eternal youth? What girl wouldn't be tempted? Yuta certainly was. But Leo's grin was way too suspicious, so her wariness returned. Fulfilling wishes comes with a price, right? She asked cautiously. What's the cost? Simple. Leo didn't hide it. You'll reincarnate as a devil like me and become my servant. You'll serve me for life. Goodbye. Yuta opened the door without hesitation and gestured for him to leave. Please never show up again. Thank you. Don't reject it so fast. Leo twirled the chess piece between his fingers, smirking. Sure, the cost is big. But for someone as ordinary as senpai, this is an extremely rare chance to glimpse the supernatural world. Extending your lifespan, slowing aging, eternal youth, that's just the bonus. If you accept this piece and become a devil, you'll gain supernatural power. The kind of stuff you light novel authors can only dream up will become your reality. Don't you want to see it? His words left Yuta stunned. Her heart thumped again, but this time, it wasn't because she was tempted by a reward. It was the thrill of wanting yearning for something wondrous and fantastical, something within arm's reach. Yuta had always wanted to see a world beyond reality. 51, Chapter 50. I'll be waiting anytime you change your mind. Time slipped by little as Yuta stood there, her expression shifting between hesitation and conflict, the turmoil in her heart practically written on her face. Leo didn't rush her. He continued tossing the glowing chess piece in his hand, looking completely unbothered. Neither spoke. The heavy silence filled the room. Ha! Only after a very long time did Yuta exhale. I believe you're a devil now. She sounded strangely calm. Only a devil could tempt people this precisely, play on their desires so cleanly, right? That's rude, senpai. Leo frowned. Everything I said was true, not a single lie. That's exactly why it's scary. Yuta spoke as if she were an observer instead of the target. Lies can be exposed. They don't fool smart people. But the truth is different. As long as you present it the right way, even the smartest person will fall for it and eventually compromise. So does that mean you agree? Leo held the devil piece out to her. But Yuta didn't take it. Become a devil, stop being human, become your servant, serve you forever. How could I agree to that on the spot? Yuta looked at him deeply. Just be honest with me, Devil-kun. You've had your eye on me for a while, haven't you? Clearly, she had noticed something. So does Kazuma Jayaka-san want the truth? Or a lie? Leo didn't answer immediately this time. He smiled and raised the stakes. Start with the lie. Yuta's response was unexpectedly bold, as if refusing to let him take control. I want to see how good a devil's lies really are. Not much skill involved. Just facts. Leo shrugged. I told you already, devils get summoned, form contracts with humans, grant their wishes, and take the corresponding price. That's our job. So anyone with desire is a potential client. That includes senpai. If that counts as me watching you, then sure you've been on my list. A clever lie. Using one truth to mask another. If I weren't prepared, I might have fallen for it. Yuta crossed her arms and nodded. So what's the truth? The truth is I'm not the only one watching you. Leo's eyes focused on her calm expression, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. Humans with desires are my potential clients. But senpai, you're special. Much more special than most. So I doubt I'm the only one keeping an eye on you. That made Yuta frown. Her calm shattered. Why? What about me is worth that kind of attention? She was no longer composed. But Leo didn't answer. I've already explained everything necessary, he said casually. I even threw in some bonus tips because of our personal relationship. Anything more, and I can't say. If you don't plan to get involved with our world, it's better not to know too much. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. And besides senpai, I'm a devil. You summoned me. Yet you don't plan to give me any work, any results, any performance, and instead treat me like a free audiobook. That's kind of cruel, don't you think? I'm not like those guys at school who are so obsessed with you they go crazy. They're thrilled just to talk to you. I'm not one of those dogs. Yuta fell silent, though her frown only deepened. But then, slowly, she relaxed her brows. In that case, what if I make a wish? Yuta asked. I want to know everything. I'm trying to understand right now. That actually surprised Leo and amused him. Well, that's unexpected. Senpai, you really are cunning. Like a sly little fox. He meant it as praise. It didn't sound like praise. Let's see. Before Yuta could react, Leo eagerly pulled out a device. It was a devil's special tool similar to the one Yukino used before to locate humans with strong desires. Leo keyed in Yuta's wish, and the device instantly calculated the price she would need to pay. The cost always differed from person to person. Human value wasn't equal. Those with potential, ability, or talent could achieve greater wishes for lower costs. A useless homeless man wishing to become the richest person in the world? Unless he had the potential for it, the cost would be lethal literally. His life, soul, everything. But someone truly valuable would require far more effort from a devil to fulfill a major wish because their soul was worth far more. And Yuta? Her value was extremely high. Beauty, family, background, artistic talent, their potential far surpassed her peers. Even as an ordinary human, her future could easily reach heights 99% of people would never touch. Her life and soul were worth an absurd amount. Among every client Leo had ever seen, she ranked in the highest class. And if he included her other special traits, her value might surpass everyone he'd ever met. For someone like Harino possessing the potential to reach their world, asking for information was almost nothing. The price would be unbelievably low. So when the device displayed one item of clothing personally worn by the client, Leo fell silent. He knew there was no hidden meaning behind it. Just like how celebrities used clothing could sell for high price, an item worn by Yuta could be treated as a collectible. Devils could archive it, wait until she achieved greatness, then sell it for a fortune. Leo had accepted similar payments before. He knew anyone who read too much into it needed to sit in the corner and reflect on their life. But he also knew that if he told her this was the payment, this perverted devil-kun label would cling to him forever, no escape. So you want to force me into being a pervert? Fine. Leo shut off the device immediately and looked at Yuta. Kiss me once, and I'll tell you. The air froze. Yuta stared at him, stunned, silent, and the unsurprising Lai looked at him with pure contempt. Are you sure that's the payment for devil work? Not your personal desire? Yeah, and what if it is? Leo replied without shame. Either way, once the price is paid, the wish is granted. Fair deal, right? And besides, are you losing anything? Look at my face, putting a little lipstick mark on itis that really something you can't accept. He leaned in close, way too close, making Yuta jolt back. Her cheeks flushed instantly from the proximity. Don't get that close, perverted devil Kuan. She pushed his face away and started fanning her cheeks with her hands, trying to cool them down. Leo burst into laughter. Well, considering our relationship, I'll let you have the wish first. As he spoke, he raised his hand and a magic circle expanded in his palm. You'll be receiving the memories you wanted, everything about the supernatural world. I'll deliver the goods first, you can pay me later. And as for becoming my servant, I'll be waiting anytime you change your mind. With those words, a flood of foreign memories crashed into Yuta's mind. Her head shook, her eyes losing focus. Devils, angels, fallen angels, the church, sacred gears, the underworld. Countless pieces of knowledge poured into her, helping her finally understand what mystery, supernatural power, and the hidden world truly meant. She didn't know how long it lasted. By the time her head stopped spinning and her vision refocused, Leo was gone. On the floor sat the devil flyer she had used earlier. The magic circle carved onto it was bright, clear, and unforgettable. Yuta stood still for a long time before stepping forward to pick it up. A sacred gear, huh? Now that she finally understood her own uniqueness, her expression turned complicated. Remembering the fates of sacred gear users who lost control in the memories Leo had given her, she shivered involuntarily. That guy did it on purpose. Yuta muttered bitterly, flopping onto her bed and staring at the ceiling, speechless for a long time. Goal, 100 Power Stones for extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 95 on Patreon.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.